later on.
Tradoon. Tradoon.
Hello. Without a doubt, you came here today to learn about the most extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared on this planet, the dinosaurs. But today, in contrast to those magnificent beasts, the creature we will be examining is admittedly less impressive, even puny in stature at less than 2 meters tall. It is a paleontologist. Normally, it is elusive, but now, using the latest in streaming technology, we can see for ourselves. Shall we?
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing.
Feeding almost entirely on plants, it has no sharp claws or fearsome teeth.
There you go.
Being so preoccupied with the study of ancient life, the fossil scientist seems to exist only to dig up, examine, and discuss fossils.
The same dinosaur.
Although many of his kind are shy and reclusive, ours here has learned to communicate over vast distances, broadcasting his strange sounds far and wide.
Ankylosaurus and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. It is indeed true in human face bone, birds are dinosaurs.
His bizarre display is fascinating to watch. Creatures like this are quite rare, requiring very specific conditions to survive.
Thanks for the hydrate. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Pretty cool, right?
So that it does not die out like the fossil organisms which it studies, we must work to protect this rare and curious creature from extinction.
Well, hello, everybody. And welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to have all of you here today. We have got a fun stream planned. I've been excited for this one, and the more I get ready for it, the more excited I've gotten. Today, everybody, we are talking about the world's largest living lizard, the one, the only Komodo dragon, Varanus komodoensis. And I am very excited about that. Holy moly. Shoot, before the end of this stream today, here's my promise. All right, you ready? Not only are you going to learn a lot more, understand a lot more about Komodo dragon ecology, biology, evolution, be able to place them on the great tree of life, be able to comprehend why they're so important for their ecosystem and why we need to protect them. But you're also going to have a lot of fun, too. So I'm so glad you're here. Before we get to any of that, though, I'm gonna do some greetings. We'll say hello to everybody in chat, and I'll introduce myself, too, to any new folks who might be here. And we'll do some PO unboxing stuff, and show you some of the gifts that people have sent in the mail, which I'm pretty excited about. But if anybody's here for the very first time, then let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist, who is that? That's a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. As you could probably guess, looking at my office here. I dig up dinosaurs with various museums across the American West. I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and now 5 days a week right here on Twitch, I'm talking dinosaurs with anybody who will listen. If you've got questions about dinosaurs, or more broadly, about natural history, the fossil record, the way that science works, any questions like that that I might be able to try and answer for you, then don't be shy with those questions. Yeah. I'm a dinosaur specialist, obviously. I don't work on other fossil critters like other paleontologists do, but I'll always try and, you know, answer your questions in good faith and help and try and instill a, you know, appreciation for the world around us. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And if I don't know the answer to a question, then we can look it up together. Or maybe talk about how nobody knows so far. Sometimes those are the most exciting questions, you know? But yeah. Anywho. Let's see who's here in chat. Let's do some greetings. Jody Fish might have been first today, although I think Majot was even before, like, really, really early. But anyway, Jody Fish, good afternoon to you, too. You're at the top of my chat right now in OBS. How you doing, Jody Fish? Kodali, what's shaking? Great to see you. I hope all is well. And Jay, gonna get ya. How are you doing, Jay? Welcome back. I'm glad you could make it today. Lady Lara Croft, what's shaking with you? Hope things are good. It's good to have you here. A Truckhorn, hello to you too, Truckhorn. Thanks for returning. Tactile 3D Picture, how are things in your part of the world? I hope you're doing well, Tactile. It's great to see you. Orange Boy says, hi, chat, and Danny, how you doing, Orange Boy? Howdy, howdy. Moondrop Soup, hi to you too. Glad you could be here today for an exciting stream. Ali J203 says, hello from the future. Yeah, down there in Australia. We're probably going to talk, well, we are going to talk a little bit about Australian megafauna also today, which is going to be pretty cool. We'll be looking at an extinct relative of the Komodo dragon. Possibly the closest relative to Komodo dragons. Varanus priscus. Megalania, as it used to be called, for its genus name. That first one wasn't actually a dinosaur. That was a Dimetrodon. Eve Avocado 8, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here, Eve Avocado. Thanks for clicking that follow button. Welcome, welcome. Hogan 883, how you doing? Good to see you. Welcome to Paleontologizing, Hogan. I'm so glad you're back. Hope you're enjoying that tier 3 sub. Yeah. Lenina, how are you doing, Lenina? Lenina, I have your box right here, which I think has got a Komodo dragon related thing inside. Ooh, excited. We'll be talking about that. I've also got a Komodo dragon skull to show off too, so stay tuned to see that. I have it here in my office, I mean. Yeah. Kodali, howdy howdy. Golganek, great to see you. I hope all's well, Golganek. Always lovely to see you. And XF Kirsten, I hope you feel better soon. Shoot, I hope you're already off resting. Arle0501, how are you doing, Arle? Great to see you. I hope things are going well for you. Mojo Jojo, what's shaking? And scrolling down. Zalok, how you doing? Travel the world, what's up with you? It's good to see you. Yeah, Various Hens. Yeah. Indeed, thanks for the heart there, Various Hens. Appreciate you being here. We're gonna have a fun stream. Blinkster, howdy. Andy then did says a 10, bro. Appreciate that, Andy. Good to see you. Gita, aloha to you, Gita. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Triceratops79, hola amigos y amigas. Y a ti también, Triceratops. Bienvenidos a Paleontologizing. Dinosaur Dave, you prefer Megalania as the name? Yeah, it's a good name, Dinosaur Dave, it is. But I guess it's no longer considered its own genus. We'll be talking about that a bit, I'm sure. Claire Burr, how are you doing? Great to see you, Claire. Glad you could make it. Yeah, hope you're doing well, Claire. MOVFX20, hello to you too. Welcome back. Yeah. And Komodo Crazy, how are you doing? What is a Komodo dragon's brain weight? Probably not a whole lot, Komodo Crazy. I'm guessing it might be a few ounces. They don't... I've got a skull over there. I can show you the brain case. It's not particularly big. But then that's not a skull from the biggest dragon either. She was a female. Not huge. But, yeah. And Hogan says, Dimetrodon is a synapsid. What's the difference between that and a dinosaur? Here it is, Hogan. A dinosaur... Well, a synapsid is not a dinosaur, and a dinosaur is a dinosaur. So there you go. Now, remind me in a second, and we'll go over that in detail, Hogan. But synapsids are basically mammals, you know? We are a kind of... I think, strictly speaking, we are a kind of synapsid. I think mammals belong to the group Synapsida. And dinosaurs and other reptiles, including birds, belong to Sauropsida. Maybe we can find that on the Tree of Life in a few minutes, but yeah. Yeah. And Fall Machine says, 2 questions. How does science work? We come up with ideas, we test them. It's all about testing, Fall Machine. Yeah. And what's your favorite fossil record? I like Earth's fossil record. I don't know if other planets have fossil records, to be honest. So yeah, it's pretty good. That's as pithy an answer I can give you, Fall Machine. And you're sleepy today? Okay. Yeah, I get that, Claire. I'm glad you're here, though, Claire, and I hope you're relaxing. Yeah. And, yeah, going to head home a bit early. Oh, very nice, Lenina. I will see you soon. Drive safely. And Big If True says XF Kirsten, yes. Here, let's talk for a minute about the difference between synapsids and sauropsids. These 2 different major tetrapod groups. Yeah. Let's see. Synapsida versus Sauropsida. I guess... Yeah, there we go. That'll work. Yeah, here's a phylogeny right here, an evolutionary family tree. Mammals are up here, and they are synapsids. Sauropsids are this other group that includes aves, which are birds, they're kind of dinosaur, and crocodilians, squamates, rhynchocephalians, parareptiles. Those are all other sauropsids. So yeah. But if we go to our Tree of Life, I hope they have Synapsida as a clade on here. They better. Synapsida. Oh, shoot. Do they not? Ah! I guess for our purposes here, we're going to have to do sauropsids and then mammals. And mammals will have to be our stand-in for Synapsida. Yeah. And Volatus22, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Great to have you here. Yeah. And Komodo Crazy says, please measure the skull to see if the brain is bigger than a T-Rex. Komodo Crazy. I have a T-Rex brain right here. It's bigger than the whole skull is for the Komodo. There's a T-Rex brain right there. What we call an endocast. So like a cast of the interior of the brain case. So the Komodo skull is only about that long. So that brain is bigger than the whole skull for a Komodo dragon, yeah. I know, right? Komodo Crazy? Yeah. By the way, love your name. Are you big into Komodo dragons? Or are you from one of the islands of Komodo, perhaps? Anyway, yeah. Tyrannosaurus was a pretty intelligent animal for its time and place. A big old brain. Yeah. You've been to Komodo for Christmas. Very cool, Komodo Crazy. That's awesome. Yeah. You're in the right place today. I'm glad you're here. Yeah. And Ziggy Nightmare says, that's really neat. Thank you. You know, you can print your own Tyrannosaurus brain. Yeah. Here, if you download it from Sketchfab. This website right here, I'll give you a link. Yeah. This is from Larry Whitmer. His laboratory. But that's a Tyrannosaurus brain right there. That's a scan of a Tyrannosaurus brain endocast. There you go. Yeah. Anyway, cool. Anyway, to get back to sauropsids versus synapsids. Here we go. Sauropsids are this branch on the tree of life with lots and lots of... This is more of a limb than a branch, I suppose. But anyway, birds and snakes and other lizards and turtles and more birds and more lizards and snakes, which are also a kind of lizard. Crocodiles, however, are not a kind of lizard. Crocodiles are more closely related to birds than they are to, say, lizards or snakes. Yeah. Birds, turtles, and crocodilians are all archosaurs. Or Archaeolosauria. There's a clade that they made to include turtles as well. But yeah, isn't that croc cool? Yeah, Nile crocodile. Pretty neat. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. So, sauropsids. Whereas, if we go to synapsids, I guess in this case it would be mammals. Here, let's let it zoom over there and I'll... Yeah, there we go. Mammals. So yeah, right here at the base of Amniota, these are like land-living tetrapods. Basically critters that ancestrally laid hard-shelled eggs. Yeah, mammals kind of split off way at the beginning. So your synapsids are going to be somewhere along this line when you're getting the mammals, you know? In fact, let's look up Synapsida on good old Wikipedia. Yeah, synapsids are one of the two major groups of animals that evolved from basal amniotes. The other being sauropsids, the group that includes reptiles and birds. So yeah, basically if you're a land animal with a backbone, you're either a synapsid... Well, if you're a land animal with a backbone who's not an amphibian, then you're either a synapsid or a sauropsid. So there's some examples of synapsids right here. This is really lovely. I like that. Yeah. We've got, who is this? Cotylorhynchus, Dimetrodon, some sort of Gorgonopsian, some sort of big parareptile. No, not a parareptile. That's a Dinocephalian, I think. We've got some mammals and mammals and mammals and mammals down here. Yeah. So yeah, synapsids. That makes sense now? I hope it does. Yeah. So yeah. Wait, before we get into our... Before we dive headlong into our Komodo dragon stuff today, let's do some PO unboxing real quick. I made a visit to the PO box recently. And, well, one last week and then one this morning, too. So, yeah. First off, let me show you a Valentine that I got yesterday. From my mom. She was very excited to give this to me. And, yeah, she was excited for me to show it off on stream. So, take a look at this real quick. Yesterday was Valentine's Day. I hope all of you who were here had a wonderful time talking about dinosaur hearts and dinosaur courtship displays and dinosaur reproduction. I had a lot of fun. I thought it was a really fun stream. Hope you agreed. And I hope everybody had a wonderful Valentine's Day. Here is this Valentine that my mom sent me. Yeah. Good stuff. Let's see if we can get the camera to autofocus right now. Let me fiddle with some settings. Yesterday, or the other day, it was giving us some trouble. Let's see. Should be autofocus, yeah, okay. Anyway, yeah. Dinosaurs on Valentine's Day. Of course, dinosaurs you know, non-avian dinosaurs like this, they went extinct 66 million years, or maybe 65, depending on how you count it, before the evolution of the earliest humans. But, yeah, anyway. Danny, have a terrific day. Just love this card so much. Enjoy the laughs. Love, Mom. Thank you, Mom. I appreciate you. Yeah. Anyway. So, I think my mom will be happy that I got to show this off to everybody. She was so proud of this that she was able to find a dinosaur Valentine's Day card. So yeah, thanks, Mom. Yeah, and now let's take a look at some of the other stuff that other people have sent over the last little while. By the way, if you would like to send me something, I've got a P.O. box, so feel free to do that. I would really appreciate it, especially if it's off the Amazon wish list, which some of these things certainly are, such as AA batteries, which I'll need as kind of an emergency supply when I'm out doing fieldwork this summer. Use them for everything from the weather radio to keep tabs on the weather and make sure we're not going to get clobbered by any sudden storms like the ones that build out in the American West, out in the middle of nowhere. Use it for lanterns and other stuff if my rechargeable batteries run out. Thank you to Travel the World for sending these. Travel, really, really appreciate you. Was that? I'm trying to find the thank you slip for that. Had to consolidate here. And I think... Let's see... Yeah, some of these were in the same box as another gift. They must have showed up at the Amazon facility at the same time, the two orders. But yeah. Here. Make sure not to dox anybody here. There we go. Yeah. This is from Travel right here. And she says, "Hi, Danny. I really enjoy your laughter and genuine interest in what you do on your paleontologizing stream. I am totally looking forward to you packing your Alice backpack for your dig." I'm excited about that, too. Holy cow, Travel. Thank you so much for your support. And Travel, did you also send me? It was a little unclear because everything got boxed together. Did you send me this, too? The, JB Weld? Because I also needed some of this for my, my 3D printing. Thank you, Travel. I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. JB Weld is great, Creatrix Print. Absolutely. I use it all the time. When you gotta bring in the big guns, that's JB Weld, you know? Good stuff. Very good stuff. So thank you again, Travel. You know how much I appreciate you, but I still like to voice that. Thank you so much, Travel the World, for all of your ongoing support. It's truly impressive, and I am humbled by your generosity. So thank you. Now, and let's get a more upbeat song for this here. There we go. That'll work. I also got this as a surprise gift. This was not on the wish list. But this somebody goes by E.T., and I'm not sure who that is. He said, "This will be handy in the field. Saw and thought of you from E.T." And it is this right here, a magnetic wristband with an adjustable Velcro strap. I have never seen one of these before. But yeah, I bet you it will be useful. As long as I keep it away from computers and such. But, yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Look at that. Very nice. And so the magnets must be in here. So let's grab something magnetic. And, here. I've got some assorted, screws and nuts and bolts in here. Let's see how this works. Very nice. Oop. Very nice.
Big Daddy, I dig your vibrations.
Good stuff. Good stuff indeed. Yeah. So thank you. E.T., that was thoughtful of you. I'd never even heard of this before, but now, if I'm working with metal parts in the field, I can just, yeah. Say if I've got to work on a vehicle or something like that and got to keep track of, screws and that kind of thing, this could be very useful. I wonder if some of my field tools, oyster knives and what have you, will also stick to this. I guess it depends if they're ferrous metal or not. Yeah, I bet you I can get some awls and chisels and stuff to stick to that, so it could prove quite useful. Thank you, E.T. I really appreciate that. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. And your creativity there. Yeah. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. He's back away. And then, something that showed up that I got today from the P.O. Box. It just keeps going. There we go. Is this. And I think I know what this is, and I think I might know who this is from. I have to pull some staples out of here. Get this thing opened up. Just a second here. There you go. These are something that I've been waiting for, I think. So I'm very excited about this. Going to be very useful for something right here in my office. Let me show you. These are ooh, 36-inch acrylic rods. Very nice. 2 of them. And those are going to be for our juvenile Tyrannosaurus right there. I'm going to be remounting this because it actually started wobbling the other day and the head actually came off, which is not good. I really need to shore this thing up. And so, yeah, being able to put some more acrylic rods under it is going to allow me to actually put it on top of a base that I can move around at will. Right now, it's not mounted very safely, honestly. You know? You probably can't see it from here, but there's some little lines of filament. There's some fishing line that's actually supporting the head and the neck and the back and the tail. And, I'll go gently nudge it so you can see, but it's not very secure. So yeah. Being able to actually support it with these, and these were not cheap, so thank you. Golganek, these are from you, right? Yeah, in Rod we trust, Delanero, yes indeed. But not an inanimate carbon rod. Although acrylic plastic, I don't know how much carbon that has in it. It's not advertised as an inanimate carbon rod, but it might be carbon-based. Who knows? But anyway, Golganek, support the Tyrannosaur youth. Golganek, this is your doing, right? Thank you, Golganek, for sending me these. I really appreciate it. And Greg Inc., these are all 3D prints, sir. Yeah, all of these fossils that you see here are 3D printed. We've got a saying about, you know, dinosaur fossils. here on this channel. And what is it, everybody?
That belongs in a museum.
Yeah. When I go out and collect dinosaurs during the summer, when I go out and dig up dinosaurs, it's not to bring back to my office. It's to bring it to a museum, so it can be properly cared for, studied, published on, preserved for future generations of scientists and the public. You know, something as rare and scientifically important as a dinosaur fossil, I believe, most of the time does not belong in somebody's private collection. You know? Heavens no. It's part of our collective natural heritage, you know? It belongs to the whole world. It belongs in a museum, not... Yeah. Not in some person's apartment, like me. Anyway. So yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. But anyway. And we did have an earthquake on stream once that time, yeah. And there you go, Dinosaur Dave. Yes. So I'm really excited to use these, and thank you, Golganak, for providing these. Over the weekend, I'll be remounting the baby Tyrannosaurus skeleton. I'll have some time to do that this weekend. And we'll also be putting our baby Triceratops up on display on top of the bookcase, too. On Friday, we're going to have a raffle. I'm going to be giving away this Spinosaurus right here to a lucky viewer. And I do want to make it clear, I was actually talking with Lordy about this earlier. She said, I heard you're raffling off that Spinosaurus. She said, you're not going to open that up to international people, are you? And I said, well, I was planning on it. And she's like, Danny, that's going to be like $100, $200 if you have to ship it to the UK or Australia or Brazil or Antarctica. And I said, you know what, Lordy? I didn't think about that. So I think we might have to restrict it to domestic shipping here in the US of A. So yeah. But anyway, yeah. And do I have a 3D print of a fossil that I personally dug out of the ground? Not yet, Triceratops, no. Yeah. That'd be really cool to get like a Yoshi's trike 3D print. I've got a plastic model of a dinosaur that I actually dug up out of the ground, like an individual specimen. This Triceratops model right here from Eofauna is actually based on a Triceratops specimen that I helped dig up back in 2011. Eofauna Yoshi's trike. There we go. Yeah. Here, somebody made a video about it on YouTube. There we go. That's the different paint scheme. But yeah, cool stuff. And yep, and here's Darren Naish tweeting about it. Darren Naish, lead scientific advisor on Prehistoric Planet, clips of which we saw yesterday. And author of the Tetrapod Zoology blog. He says, the Eofauna Yoshi's trike Triceratops has arrived, and he is beautiful. Yoshi's trike is a specimen at Museum of the Rockies in Bozeman, Montana, where I used to work. Man, these are all Facebook images. Facebook. Anyway, Yoshi's trike. Really, really cool specimen. It's actually going to be a new species of Triceratops once it finally gets published on. And who's that dingus right there? Standing next to the skull. My goodness. Get that person away from there. Yeah. And I'm sorry, Allie J, that I won't be able to ship it. In lower 48 states, I don't know, give them now. The odds that somebody will win from Alaska or Hawaii, I think, are fairly low. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Yeah. And Darkside23, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And Darkside says there's more than just shipping to consider, too. I sent a custom-made portrait to a friend in Belgium, and on top of shipping, she also had to pay a $70 import tariff just to retrieve it. That's nuts, Darkside. And I don't want anybody to have to pay an import tariff for a Spinosaurus papercraft model, you know? So, yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Mayor Space. How are you doing, Mayor? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you back. Hope you're having a good day, Mayor Space. So yeah, and
in an unsuspecting world, living creatures from the dawn of time.
Holy cow!
What havoc will they wreak? What lives will they destroy?
Oh no!
What depths of panic and terror will they create?
Oh no! Little Zalmoxies, ornithopods there.
And their 98 raiders have arrived to wreak some sweet havoc.
They have indeed. Classy Katie, thank you so much for your very classy raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. What did you get up to? What were you doing? Last seen doing something called Boyfriend Dungeon. Uh-oh. I hope I never get sent to a boyfriend dungeon. Yowza. I hope you had a wonderful Valentine's Day yesterday, Classy Katie. And, welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. And hello to you too, potential new friend, Classy Katie. It's great to have you here. Welcome, welcome to the channel.
Serious game of paleontology.
And, holy cow, Davius86, thank you for the follow. And thank you, Midgarder2077, for your follow as well.
It's a dinosaur.
It is indeed a dinosaur, just like many things are here in my office. Welcome, welcome, everybody. My name is Danny Anduzo. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, as you can probably guess looking at my office here. I dig up dinosaurs for various museums across the American West. I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and nowadays I talk about dinosaurs 5 days a week, right here on Twitch. This has somehow become my full-time job, which is kind of a dream come true. I feel like the luckiest guy in the world. Anyway, yeah. I hope you had a wonderful, wonderful stream. Classy Katie, I hope it was fantastic, and thank you for bringing everybody here. Really appreciate that. It's great to have you. Gonna write that excuse down for all the skulls. Great advice. There you go, yeah. It's honestly the most absurd game ever, but what a blast. Excellent. I'm so glad you had fun with that. And welcome, welcome, everybody. You know, we've actually got a welcome video, if you'd like to see it, Classy Katie. And holy cow, Jody Fish. Jody Fish, thank you so much for those 5 gift subs. Extraordinary.
Jody Fish is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
Really appreciate that, Jody Fish. Thank you, thank you.
We're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Yeah.
Almost a year of learning.
And yes, indeed, 11 months. Not bad, Neolithic Fool. Not bad at all. Thank you for the 11 months of support. Extraordinary. And you'd like to see the welcome video? You got it, Boy Fruit. You got it. Classy Katie, your wish is my command. But here's the thing. When we play a welcome video like this, we've got to do a couple of things first to get ready. First of all, we got to pause the music. That's already done. And usually he's not too far behind. We're all going to have to welcome in previously recorded Danny, and then, you know, he'll take you through the video. So, you ready? If you type some 1s into chat, that usually summons previously recorded Danny. So, go ahead and do that, and we'll see if that brings him over. Here he comes right now. He is raring to go. Previously recorded, Danny, it is your time to shine. Why don't you show these cool new people what this channel is all about?
Thanks, present day Danny. You know, people ask me all the time, Danny, how did you first get interested in paleontology? And I've always been interested in fossils from the earliest time I can remember, particularly dinosaurs. My parents like to say that I decided I wanted to become a paleontologist pretty much the moment I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur. And believe me, I tried.
I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is a lovely place to grow up. Except that we haven't got any dinosaur fossils here. So right after high school, I packed up and moved to Montana, one of the best places in the world to find dinosaurs. Just a couple days after I arrived in Montana, I started working at the lab at Museum of the Rockies and the paleontology program founded by Jack Horner. Jack's done a lot of amazing things in his career, but you may know him as the scientific advisor on the movie Jurassic Park.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
But we wanted a credible resource that could back up several theories that we were sort of expounding. And one was that dinosaurs eventually evolved into birds.
And even the word raptor means bird of prey.
And that's something that Jack Horner believes in and could defend if necessary. And Jack Horner became our credibility.
It was in this program that Jack built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist and how to think outside the box. I've done work at a number of other museums around the American West, helping to prep fossils, design exhibits, and educate visitors. I did a fair bit of eclectic fieldwork in various places, identifying and collecting early Cretaceous dinosaur tracks on the Idaho border, Sphenodontian fossils in the gravelly range of the Rocky Mountains, Cenozoic fishes in western Nevada, but most of my work out in the field was with Dr. Denver Fowler, who is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. In all, I've worked probably a few hundred sites throughout the late Cretaceous of Montana, and the Hell Creek and Judith River formations, digging up dinosaurs. Lots and lots and lots of dinosaurs. And from time to time, that work has even garnered some media attention.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
And much like my fieldwork, my research focuses on dinosaurs.
I'm particularly interested in their behavioral functional morphology. All these bizarre anatomical features that certain dinosaurs had, I want to know what they used them for. Right now, I'm working on a study on spinosaurs.
All right, but don't ask me too much about that because it's still a project in the works and I can't give away too much just yet till it's published.
But anyway, a couple years ago I realized that things were definitely headed downhill in Montana. So I packed up and headed back to the West Coast.
And I've become kind of fed up with all the bullshit in academia, so I found myself another job.
I am now a teacher in early childhood education. And let me tell you, it's been a natural fit since day one. Now, given that I get to design the curriculum, my students now know more about biology, classification, and the history of life on Earth than most adults do. I've been helping raise a new generation of young scientists. Then, coronavirus hit. In mid-March, when all the schools shut down in San Francisco, I started holding classes over Zoom, and we picked up right where we left off. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am. That's who I am. That's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I realized that I really enjoy teaching remotely. So back in May, I decided to try streaming on Twitch. And here we are.
This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that?
I believe that scientists ought to be public servants. Ultimately, it's our job not just to make scientific discoveries, but to teach the public about them. That's exactly what I want to do here. Now, because of COVID-19, this will be my first summer in almost 10 years with no fieldwork. I'm trying to look on the bright side, though. It's not all bad. At least I have more time for outreach, and I've got plenty of cool stuff to work on. And if you could throw some support my way by subscribing, I'd be incredibly grateful.
So anyway, if you are new here, you should be pretty well clued in by now. And, I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good time. Anyway, let's see what present-day Danny has cooked up for us. All right, present-day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to our new friend, Classic Katie, for the raid. And thank you so much for those bits. I really appreciate that, Golganek. Thank you for those 100 bits.
What we find tells us something about how the world was
80 million years ago. Yeah, there you go. Deca Bear, thank you for the follow.
Thank you very
Welcome.
much for the 100 bits.
And thank you for those 100 bits too, Hogan. Thank you. We're close to a hype train here. This is wonderful. Yeah. Good stuff. And, yeah. Let me try and catch up real quick. Can we explain why the name lizard hip dinosaurs are the ones that evolved into birds and bird hip? We can cut and run if you'd like. Yeah, we can get to that. Give me just a second. Let me catch up through chat. And he walked from Montana to the Bay Area in 2 seconds. I actually flew, and then I took a train, and then it took a long time, Pimpcat, but yeah. And Caravan says, you are a teacher. A science communicator is still a teacher? In a manner of speaking, I suppose you're right, yeah. I don't know. I don't teach full-time. You know, I'm not teaching preschoolers full-time like I used to. But, yeah. And, oh, Boyfruit says, hey, present-day Danny. Hey, Boyfruit, how you doing? Welcome. Recently, we had a visit from Tristan, the Tyrannosaurus. My hometown. It was very cool. Nice. Maybe you wonder, do all the fossils get names? And who gets to name them? They don't. No. That's actually... Yeah. Here, I'll show you an example. Yeah, here, let's look at this. This is a Triceratops specimen. We were just looking at this before this excellent raid from Classic Katie. There's me, circa 2012. Yeah, with this Triceratops specimen, the Yoshi's Trike specimen. We were talking about this plastic model from Eofauna that you can buy. This is actually based on that particular Triceratops specimen, the Yoshi's Trike specimen. But the Yoshi's Trike specimen, it's oh, hang on a minute. My chat box is all messed up. Give me a second. There we go. Yeah. This is a specimen that was found by Yoshi Katsura, a Japanese paleontologist who was working with us in Montana. And, yeah. But the site name is the Yoshi's Trike site. Trike is short for Triceratops. And sometimes, kind of informally, we refer to this specimen as Yoshi's Trike. But officially, it is the specimen from the Yoshi's Trike site. Because at Museum of the Rockies, we wouldn't really give individual specimens nicknames like that. That's kind of a commercial operation kind of a thing to do. Usually if there's like a commercial outfit and they're digging up the dinosaur to sell it, they will always name it. Because you give it a name, people get attached to it, people want to pay more money for it. Yeah. So, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about giving nicknames to dinosaur specimens. It's a very subtle difference between giving the specimen a name and giving a site a name. But this is the Triceratops from the Yoshi's Trike site. The Yoshi's Trike specimen. MOR 3027 is the specimen number. So yeah. Yeah. Oh, and very cool stress yoga. Viking metal, really neat. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And Nell says, after a dig, does the matrix and displaced dirt get put back? When I'm out in the field digging, yes. When we're digging what we call a quarry to extract a dinosaur specimen, we always, fill the hole back in afterward, at least to the amount that's appropriate. Because I'm working on public land, on state land, on federal land, on national parks land sometimes. And so, yeah, we're supposed to be good stewards of the land. Try and leave it the same way we found it as best we can, so we fill in our holes and everything, and kind of grade them down. We can't exactly leave no trace, but, we can try and be conscientious about it. So yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Stepa says you always have such good stream quality. Do you have a large bandwidth or something? I do, Stepa. I've got gig speed internet, like 1 gigabit per second. And I've got a DSLR camera here. Look, if I switch cameras to here, see how it's different? This is a webcam. A nice webcam, but still a webcam. This is a DSLR here. And, yeah, I can zoom in like that. Or like that. And, yeah. Anyway, yeah. Speaking of stream quality, though, I'm recognizing something went afoul earlier. Let me fix this real quick. Give me a second here. I've got to reduce my, yeah, here. Let's fix this real quick. It's going to go to the stream starting shortly screen. I'm still here. I just have to go to that screen to change this. So give me a second here. Or you know what? No, I can just do it here. This will be fun. But let's take this and let's change our... There we go. Let's make that 1600. And let's make that 600. There we go. That should do it. See over here? Chat box looks better now. It's not bleeding into the bottom. Live broadcast, everybody, And it should be good. Here, here now? Uh-oh. Oh, hang on. We'll see. Another thing I gotta fix. But yeah. Yeah. And, yeah. Tristan was privately owned? I know, Boyfruit, yeah. Feel a little mixed about that? You and me both. Yeah. And you're welcome. Thank you for the excellent question, Boyfruit. It's great to have you here. Welcome. Jody Fish, thank you again for those 5 gift subs earlier. I really appreciate that, Jody Fish. We're now at 5 out of 40 for our goal today. So excellent, excellent. We're going to be getting into talking about Komodo dragons in a little bit. That's what this stream is all about today. But we haven't even gotten to that yet, because we've had so many other wonderful questions and this lovely raid. It's all been good stuff. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And how's the Iguanodon hand turning out, by the way? Let me show you, Dr. Javasaurus, real quick. Yeah. I still have to put the pinky finger on. But... rock out. No, the middle finger goes right here. But, yeah, full-size Iguanodon hand, 3D printing. The pinky finger is going to go over here. I'll probably do that over the weekend. Or maybe Friday if I have time. We'll see. Gonna be busy tomorrow. But, yeah, full-size Iguanodon hand. Iguanodon is a very well-known dinosaur, one of the most famous dinosaurs from Europe. And, let's see. Iguanodon. Oh, that makes me happy that this is one of the first images to come up from Gabriel Agueto. Big ol' ornithopod dinosaur. So it is one of the bird-hipped dinosaurs. Let's talk about that, too. Yeah. So yeah. And Pimpcat says, what percentage of dinosaur fossils in U.S. museums would you say are real versus replicas? It depends on which museum we're talking about. Some museums, they're all replicas. Some museums, they're all real fossils. Or almost all real fossils. It depends. At Museum of the Rockies, where I used to work, I would say it would be roughly 50-50. Maybe 60-40. Real versus replicas. Here in my office, obviously, all of these are replicas. All 3D printed. But, at a lot of really good museums, half the bones you're seeing, or maybe close to all of them, are going to be real fossil specimens. And I'll show you how to tell real quick, if you'd like to see. There we go. Just kind of a rough shorthand. If you're ever in a museum and you're looking at a dinosaur skeleton, like, say, this one here, and you're wondering, are those the real fossil bones, or are these casts? Or replicas, or even 3D prints sometimes? Is this a copy of the real thing, or is that the actual real fossil bone? Here is how that works, okay? Pay attention. You look for the supports. So in this case, the supports, you can't really see. Except there's a big metal rod, and look at it, it's jammed directly into the tibia right there. This is a cast. This is a cast of Museum of the Rockies specimen MOR 555, the Wonkelrex. This is the cast outside of the University of California Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley. I used to say hello to this critter every morning as I would come to work here, and then I'd say goodnight to her every night when I'd leave. The real specimen is nowadays at the Smithsonian. It's kind of been rechristened the nation's T-Rex. But, there she is right there, chowing down on a Triceratops. These are the real fossil bones right here. All of this is real. Well, there's a few parts that are filled in. Just a few. But you can see that the metal framework is different. Look at the femur right here, for instance. You see these, like, metal fingers that are kind of gently wrapping around it, holding it in place? Or do you see this big metal rod that's underneath the caudal vertebrae, underneath the vertebrae of the tail? And they've got these little kind of antlers that come off the sides, and then they're holding this stuff in place. This is the actual fossil bone right here. It doesn't have metal rods jammed straight through it, because it's plaster or resin. These are the real fossil bones being gently cradled in place by a custom welded metal armature. So yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Yeah. So yeah. And Pimpcat says it's also that amber brown color, right? I mean, yeah, sometimes casts are painted to look like they're real fossils, though. Sometimes, in the old days, they actually used to paint the fossil bone so it would all be uniform in color. If you go to museums with really, like, old mounts, like the Edmontosaurus at the South Dakota School of Mines Museum. School of Mines in South Dakota. I did a live stream from here last summer. Back in July, I believe. June? Yeah. So, much of this is real fossil bone. But the real fossil bone, they mounted this back in like the 1920s or 30s, maybe the 40s. Much of this is real fossil bone, and they did actually jam metal rods through it. And they painted all the bones to be the same color. They had different standards back then, you know? They weren't up to what we're doing today. You know, they weren't nearly as careful about stuff back then. So yeah. Hey Moo Hoodles, how are you doing? Welcome. I'm glad you could join us, Moohoodles. Yeah. So yeah, color is not always the greatest indicator, Pimpcat. Yeah. How many dinosaurs did not have feathers, says Yakuzik? Shoot, great question. A lot of them certainly did have feathers. Here, maybe I can show you a phylogeny. As far as we know, not very many ornithischian dinosaurs had feathers. Dinosaur feather phylogeny. Here we go. This'll work. Shoot. If you type in !feathers, then, yeah, you'll get a link to this page. But I guess they added a nice phylogeny on here. Where did that go? There we go. A cladogram. Showing you major groups of dinosaurs and whether or not they had feathers. So, actual, like, honest-to-goodness pennaceous feathers with secondary branching. Like you see right here on the legend. We've got these in our Maniraptoran dinosaurs. I bet you Therizinosaurs would have had these too, but maybe they haven't been found with that yet. Anyway, so theropod dinosaurs, most if not all of them had feathers. At least at some stage in their life. And then the ones that you see with these supposed to be scales, I guess. These are groups of dinosaurs that, as far as we know, only had scales. So ceratopsians, hadrosaurs, the thyreophoran dinosaurs, and stegosaurs and ankylosaurs, the other armored dinosaurs. They, and sauropods, they only had scales. So yeah. And these are like kind of simple proto-feathers or other filaments. I don't think Psittacosaurus actually had this. I think that's wrong, but that's a matter of debate. Anyway, so it's roughly half dinosaurs. Roughly half of dinosaurs would have had some kind of filamentous feathery covering. Although half, how do you count that? I don't know. The thing is, we're finding new groups of dinosaurs with feathers. Well, we have been finding new groups of dinosaurs with feathers for a good while now. I don't know what the latest one is. Maybe ornithopods? Like Culinodromius? Well, that might be a more basal ornithischian. Anyway. Yeah. So yeah. But let's see here. Scrolling up. We still have to talk about ornithischian versus saurischian dinosaurs. We haven't even gotten into our Komodo dragon stuff yet. We will do that once we get through these questions. Rita Schultz, how are you doing? Welcome. Color does not mean age? No, Pimpcat. No, definitely not. No, the different dinosaur bones on the same skeleton might look very different from one another color-wise, because some of them were out bleaching in the sun for 100 years, and while others were still buried. You know, stuff like that happens. And Cut and Run says, weren't there a lot of amateur paleontologists back in the 18th and 19th centuries? Not the 18th century, but 19th century. And 20th century, too. Yeah. Wealthy people with time on their hands? That's kind of how dinosaur paleontology got started. There were no professional paleontologists back then. There were people like William Buckland, Gideon Mantell. We'll talk about this extensively on Monday, because we're going to be having a special stream. Somebody pull up the schedule command. Yeah, we're going to be talking about Megalosaurus, the first dinosaur to be officially described. Described by William Buckland. Yeah, Megalosaurus was first announced to the world on February 20th, 1824. So that'll be 199 years ago on Monday. So we're going to be talking all about that. Victorian England, the beginnings of dinosaur paleontology. It's going to be a good stream. Don't miss it. So yeah. Anyway, and Dinosaur Dave, I will see you later. And yeah, Pycnofibers on pterosaurs, that's a discussion for another time. Yeah. And it was a great stream yesterday, Moohoodles. Yeah, it was awesome. Yeah. Go back and check out the VOD, Moohoodles. We haven't even we're going to have a great stream today, too. We haven't even gotten to our Komodo dragon stuff. So we'll be doing that shortly. Yeah. But let's see here. Somebody had a question, and I hope you're still here, whoever this clever chatter was. About bird-hipped versus lizard-hipped dinosaurs. This is one of those things that is confusing. You can basically divide Dinosauria into two groups. Two major groups. We've got the... Let me annotate this. Get out the draw pad. There we go. We've got our... lizard-hipped dinosaurs with a pelvis that looks basically like this. And then we've got our bird-hipped dinosaurs with a pelvis that looks like this. And let me break that down for you. You've got the ilium up here, which is the big bone at the top of the hips. You can actually feel your own ilium. If you feel behind your back like this, here, go like that, you can actually feel your iliac crests up here. That's your ilium. On either side, these are all paired bones. There's one on either side of your spine. And, yeah, that's the ilium up here. And then you've got the pubis in front, and then the ischium in the back. And so this is basically what lizard-hipped dinosaurs, what their hips look like here. Pubis sticks out forward, like that. But in your bird-hipped dinosaurs, by contrast, you've got one little prong. The anterior process of the pubis points forward, but most of the pubis points backwards like that, along with the ischium. So it kind of goes like that. Instead of just like this, it goes like that in bird-hipped dinosaurs. The confusing thing is, birds did not evolve from the bird-hipped dinosaurs. Birds evolved from the lizard-hipped dinosaurs. So it's pretty confusing like that. And that's because while most lizard-hipped dinosaurs, most saurischians, like this theropod Allosaurus, most of them had the forward-pointing pubis, forward and downward like that. The dinosaurs that actually evolved into birds, their pubis started pointing backwards, like it does in birds. That's how birds got that. So when you look at dinosaurs like, for instance, Velociraptor, yeah, their pubis points backwards. So in the skeletons of the most bird-like theropod dinosaurs, there we go. That's not bad. Thank you, Berkeley UCMP website. See right here, there is the pubis, right here, and it is pointing backwards, like that. So yeah, so this is it is lizard-hipped. It is saurischian, but these guys are very, very close to birds. Velociraptor, like all Meniraptoran dinosaurs, actually had feathers. There we go. Would have looked something like this in life. And you can even see right there in the hips, see that bulge going backwards like that? That's the pubis pointing backwards. So yeah. Anyway. Oh, and thank you, Moohoodles. Kind words. I appreciate you. Yeah. And it's not necessarily like two-legged or four-legged walking. There are lizard-hipped dinosaurs. Saurischians, like sauropods that walked on four legs. There are bird-hipped dinosaurs, like ornithopods like Dryosaurus that, ran on two legs. So the hips don't mean you're two-legged or four-legged. The hips just are what they are, you know? All of this stuff is confusing, but the more you learn about dinosaurs, the more it just... all this stuff kind of gets sorted out in your head, you know? I have to sometimes remind myself that this can be confusing for other people, because for me it's like, you know, of course, you know, Saurischians and Ornithischians, yeah. Of course birds did not evolve from the bird-hip dinosaurs. Birds evolved from lizard-hip dinosaurs. When the pubis turns backwards, and anyway, yeah. So yeah. Sometimes the hips lie. They do, well... the hips don't lie, but sometimes lies are told about the hips. We'll put it that way now. We'll put it that way. Yeah. How's the song go? Hips don't lie, but sometimes what you're told about the hips is not right. How about that? So yeah. Turns out the pelvic bones aren't necessarily the best way to classify dinosaurs. I mean, they're not a terrible way to classify dinosaurs. They're just... there's more nuance there than old Harry Govier Seeley realized. Yeah, this is the guy who came up with that scheme between bird-hipped and lizard-hipped dinosaurs. Yeah, he determined that dinosaurs fell into two great groups, Saurischia and Ornithischia. So he basically got it right from the start, way back in 1888. Holy cow. Yeah. Paleontologists of his time had been dividing dinosaurs in various ways depending on the structure of their feet and the form of their teeth. Seeley's division, however, has stood the test of time, though the birds have subsequently been found to descend not from bird-hipped Ornithischia, but from the lizard-hipped Saurischia. Yeah. So yeah. Anywho, we've got oh boy, Smorphosaurus, don't show me that right now. Oh no. So yeah. And oh, and there you go, Vigilante. Yeah, very true. You know, classification usually is a way for human beings to try and impose order on a very disordered world full of gray areas, full of wonderful complexity. Nature doesn't like to fit into our neat little boxes, you know? So yeah, agreed, Vigilante. Agreed. But yeah. Before we get to our Komodo dragon stuff, I've got one more tremendous gift to show off. And this was so extraordinary that I'm not even 100% sure it's all from the same person. If it is, I'd be very much impressed. But let me show you. There we go. Yeah. That's not right. I'm confused because in the Amazon facility they put some like receipts into the box that don't match the items. Like high torque impact wrench. 1/2 inch drive click torque wrench. That wasn't in the box. So I'm confused. I don't think... This might all be from Majot 50. Yeah, holy cow. Majot, I want you to know how much I appreciate this. There's an Amazon wish list that, you know, I've got going all the time. Lots of stuff that I can use for fieldwork and science and outreach. And one of those things is 3D printer filament. I do a lot of 3D printing here on Paleontologizing. There's a Pachycephalosaurus skull that's still there on the printer. Still haven't taken that off. I gotta maybe assemble that over the weekend, see if I can paint it. But, yeah, I go through a lot of 3D printer filament. And it appears that Majot if this indeed is all from them, not only got me one 3D printer filament container with copper filament, which is my favorite color. That's the same one that you see on the printer right there. Yeah. Not just one box. Not just 2 boxes. Not just 3 boxes. 4 spools of PLA filament. Just extraordinary. I barely know what to say, you know? So that is a lot of filament. And, I appreciate this tremendously. That cost a pretty penny. And, I will put this to very good use. Between you and me, chat. Between you and me. Maybe I can show you, what I might be printing with this. Robo Flopper, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. That is 4 kilograms of filament. I know, right, Charlie's Dragon? Holy moly. Yeah. Here. Whoop, nope, that's not it. There we go. It would be awful nice to print this. This might just about cover it. What's the weight for this? Life-size skull of an adult Allosaurus. 71 pieces. Let's see. Total printing time about 940 hours. It'll be less for me, I think, because I use a big nozzle. 6.3 kilos. So yeah, that won't quite cover it, but it'll cover the majority of it. Chat, how would you like to see a full-size Allosaurus skull printed? This sucker is going to be about 1 meter long, you know? It's going to be something like this, you know? What was the, what were the measurements again? 83 centimeters. So 0.83 meters. So yeah, here's 60 centimeters right here. So, there, plus another 20. So it's gonna be about that long. I gotta figure out where I want to put it. But, yeah, gonna need more glue. Well, I've got plenty right now, Lenina. Yeah. Do I have the room? Majot, how are you doing? Majot. Thank you so much. Majot, whoever was putting the receipts into the box at the Amazon facility kind of goofed up a little bit. So it was a little bit confusing. Did you send me 4 of these, Majot? Seriously? Yeah, that's extraordinary. It really is. Let me know if that was indeed you, Majot, sending me all 4 of those. Because they've goofed up in the facility there. And where am I gonna put it in my office? Your wish list said you would like 4. Majot, you are extraordinary, and I appreciate you so much. Majot, enjoy that VIP badge. I appreciate you. Take that as a token of my appreciation. And, I don't know. A small reward for all of the support that you've given this channel. I really appreciate you, Majot. Yeah. VIP. Yeah. Cheaper than the generator. Very true. We're going to do a fundraiser for the generator, Majot. We're going to do a fundraiser for the generator.
Spared no expense.
Smurfosaurus gifted
And
us
Smurfosaurus, thank you for gifting Moohoodles.
have given 7
I really
secrets
appreciate
that's
that.
in the
Thank you,
channel.
Smurf. Brilliant. That's excellent. Yeah. Here, I might put the Allosaurus skull right there where the Camarasaurus skull is currently. And we'll find a new home for the Camarasaurus skull, perhaps. But I don't know. That's something that's going to take months. It's going to take months to print that Allosaurus skull. 71 pieces? Yeah, holy cow. This is going to be big enough that, yeah, holy cow. You'll notice in this photo here that a bunch of the different bones, like say the maxilla right here, this had to be printed in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces. Just one bone had to be printed in 6 pieces so that all of them could fit on the print bed. So yeah. Anyway, this is excellent, and I can't wait to start that. We'll probably be starting that maybe next week. We'll start printing it. We'll see what, we'll see how things go. But yeah. So anyway, thank you, Majot. Really appreciate that. Incredible support, and I am deeply grateful to you. Thank you very much. So yeah. Keep it at your house, Hogan? We'll see. Yeah, oh, by the way, speaking of space, that Spinosaurus up there, I realized I made this years ago. It's a paper craft. I no longer have room for this in my office. And I don't really have anybody locally whom I could give this to. I'm not gonna throw it away, you know? That would be terrible. This is all assembled out of paper. Spent a long time putting this together. Shortly after I moved back to California, I wanted some stuff for my office. You know, decorations. I don't have room for it anymore with all these wonderful 3D prints and everything. So I'm doing some spring cleaning, making some space. We're going to be doing a raffle for this on Friday. If you live here in the US, or if you have a shipping address here in the United States, I should say, if I can ship it domestically, I will send it to you for free if you win the raffle. So, yeah. Stay tuned for that. It'll be on Friday. I'm excited. It'll be good. And then I'll have more space here in my office. We're going to put the baby Triceratops skeleton that I 3D printed earlier, and I'm still in the process of assembling. That's going to go on top of the bookcase. So yeah. Let's put him back for now. There we go. Yeah. So yeah, excited about that raffle. I hope you are too. And I'm sorry I have to restrict it to domestic shipping. I wish I could ship it anywhere in the world, but it might cost me $100, $200 to ship that internationally, and I honestly can't afford that, you know? Starving scientist, you know? I had instant ramen for lunch today, you know? I can't afford no $200 postage fees. So, yeah. Anyway. Spinosaurs are cool, and T-Rex, and every dinosaur. I agree with you, JMM. Yes, indeed. Yeah. But anyway, Relo Rolo, if you really want that Spinosaurus, though, you could print your own for free. Yeah. Let's see. There you go. Here's where I got the file from. Yeah. You can go and print your very own if you have access to a printer and cardstock and glue and scissors and everything else. You can print your own. Yeah. There you go. Well, on a
together correctly? The bones. You're smart. What do you think?
Do a research on that, Oliver.
I never.
Poor John Oliver. You've got Cal. Thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. I do have Cal on my followers list now. Welcome to the channel. It's great to have you here. Thanks for joining us. You got here just in time, too. We are going to finally get into, an hour and 45 minutes after the start of the stream, we're finally going to get into Komodo dragons. Our subject for the day. Yeah. So yeah. Komodo dragons. The world's largest living lizard. I was, tweeting about this earlier. Komodo dragons actually have... I'm just realizing this now. Just remembering. Komodo dragons have a very special place here on this website, on twitch.tv. Who knows what I'm talking about? Anybody? That yawn. There you go. Has something to do with it. Lenina and Green Herring. Yes, indeed. Yeah! The Pog emote here on Twitch. There we go. Or, the new one. The better one, honestly. Yeah! Very nice. That's a Komodo dragon. Yes, indeed. The world's largest living lizard. And, yeah. I almost forgot, Ios showed this to me. Here we go. She got a holiday card. Here we go. There we go. Done. I had to swap it around so you could actually see it properly. There we are. Yeah. My good friend Ios from twitch.tv/Ios. Let's get a shout out for her real quick. She actually works for Twitch. She works on the subscriptions team. She writes code for Twitch. She's a Twitch staff member. And she showed me this holiday card that she got from Twitch as an employee. And, yeah, it's the Twitch Komodo dragon. Beautiful. Yeah. Isn't that wonderful, Boohoodles? Lenina, isn't that great? Yeah, this made me so happy. I'm like, can I take a picture of this, please? I'm sure chat would love to see this when we talk about Komodo dragons. So yeah, one of my very favorite extant reptiles. Komodo dragons are really, really cool critters. And if you like them, then you are in the right place today. Let's take a look at them. There we go. Oh, hang on. There we go. Close captions. And begin.
In Indonesia. Komodo is an island of mystery, almost mythical, because of its famous residents, the Komodo dragons.
Yeah, look at those claws.
They can grow 3 meters long, and the average adult weighs around 75 kilograms.
Holy cow.
The hulking fellow tipped the scales at more than 166 kilograms, over 356 pounds.
Wow.
Enough to send chills up your spine when you know what these fearsome predators can do. Komodo is one of the 17,000 islands, large and small, that make up Indonesia. Around 2,000
Such a cool place.
live here in wary proximity to one of the most ferocious carnivores on the planet. The rugged island terrain consists of broad mountain valleys, savanna, and arid plains, characteristic Komodo dragon habitat.
Look at this animal.
Scientists didn't officially discover the species until 1910.
Ooh, we'll be talking about that too.
Their island with humans for many hundreds of years.
So there is actually a really interesting connection between Komodo dragons and King Kong as a creature, as an idea, as a, you know, a novella, and then a film, and then a cultural phenomenon. King Kong was at least partly inspired by the Komodo dragon. We'll be talking about that in a little bit.
It is part of the varroa family. It's a carnivore, an ambush hunter, rapidly charging its prey without warning.
Yep.
It can reach a speed of 20 kilometers an hour over short distances when attacking. But it is also a carrion eater, ready to chow down on almost any...
And no, I did not misspeak. King Kong. Yes, I said King Kong. Godzilla came much later. King Kong is what I'm talking about here. Just you wait. We'll be talking about it.
Carcass. It's even been seen rooting through cemeteries, forcing villagers to move graves to protected areas.
Oh, boy. Yeah, they can dig.
The Komodo dragon is perfectly adapted to its environment and can live to the age of 50. It's one of the rare vertebrates that can reproduce by parthenogenesis.
Yeah.
Females are able to lay viable eggs without male fertilization.
Very cool. Well, now we know that birds can do this too, like condors.
Is endemic to Indonesia and is found mainly on Komodo, Rinca, and Flores Islands. Komodo dragons are designated vulnerable on the list of endangered species.
Yeah.
The population
we'll be talking about Komodo dragon conservation also.
However, recent surveys recording an abnormally low number of reproductive females have alarmed the scientific community.
Yeah. Komodo dragons. Really, really extraordinary creatures. Yeah. And wait, the Flores? What do you mean now? The island of Flores in Indonesia? Yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah, of course. Anyway. Komodo dragons. Here's another really cool video that I want to show you real quick. Here are, two Komodo dragons getting into a fight. These are big males right here. This should give you some sense of their power, their quickness, their strength. Really impressive. Yeah. They can fight for as long as 15 minutes. So they are territorial, at least to a certain extent. Look at these animals. Holy cow. And they will rear up on their hind legs like that to wrestle. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool indeed. That's the animal we're talking about. Let's look them up on the Tree of Life real quick. So, Komodo dragons are a kind of varanid lizard. Varanids are monitor lizards. Or varanids, I think, might be a type of monitor lizard. I think Varanidae might actually be a narrower category than monitor. But, let's see. Yeah. There you go, Moohoodles. Yes, indeed. Komodo hype. Let's try Varanidae. Yeah. So monitor lizards are super, super neat animals. They're probably my favorite lizards. They're among my... I don't know. They're among them. They're such cool critters. The earless monitor lizard is not a varanid, but it is a varanoid. Anyway, here are true monitor lizards, Varanidae. And there are 79 species. That's impressive. That's more than I thought. It's a very successful group of animals. They live in Africa, in Asia, in Oceania, Australia. I don't think there are any endemic to North America. Not anymore. Or I don't know if we have any in South America. I don't think we do. But I'd love to be proven wrong about that. Yeah. So we'll jump from there to Komodo dragon. Varanus komodoensis. There we go. World's largest living lizard. Such a cool animal. Yeah. Very, very neat. I think they might be the world's largest living venomous animal, if indeed they are venomous. There's actually a debate about that. Still ongoing. We know that they've got some kind of really, really nasty substance in their saliva. Whether it is true venom, or whether it is mostly something bacterial, or whether it's a precursor to venom, we're not entirely sure yet. At least, there are scientists who are still debating about that to this day. Which I think is really interesting. Yeah. And yep, we're going to be talking all about Megalania toward the end of the stream now. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Either way, don't let them get their drool on you. There you go, Jody Fish. Yeah. Anyway, give me just a second here. All right, and let's pull up. Yeah, well, here. I was tweeting about this earlier. If you would like to be notified of upcoming streams and stuff like that, go ahead and follow me on Twitter, on the old bird website. But yeah, Komodo dragon biology and conservation. How Komodo dragons helped inspire the King Kong story. What Komodo dragons can teach us about dinosaur ecology. And then we're going to talk about Komodo dragon conservation. What we can do to help them. To make sure that these remarkable animals do not go extinct. Because they are endangered. Shoot, I'd love to team up with Twitch at some point. To raise some money for Komodo dragon conservation. Given that Komodo dragons have become something of a, you know, an emblem for this platform. I think that would be really neat, actually, if if we could do that. That just occurred to me right now. So yeah. Very charismatic megafauna. Yes, indeed, Caravan. And JMM says they're like dinosaurs. Well, they're like dinosaurs in a certain way, but it's in an abstract kind of way. They have an interesting similarity to dinosaurs in we'll talk about that at the end of the stream. Komodo dragons are not dinosaurs, they're lizards. And lizards are not closely related to dinosaurs at all. But yeah, we'll talk about what Komodo dragons can teach us about dinosaurs, though, because there are some interesting and unexpected similarities. It's not what you think. So we'll get into that toward the end of today's stream. Yeah. And yeah, they're much closer to mosasaurs. This is true, no? Let's talk about Komodo dragons a little bit. Or let's watch another quick video on them. Maybe not quick video. Here we go. I think I probably have to be careful with the audio on this one, because when I upload the VOD to YouTube, I don't want YouTube to throw a fit. So, we're going to try like that. I apologize if you're watching on YouTube later on. And, hello, YouTube viewers. Hope you're doing well. You probably won't be able to hear the audio on this, but we've got subtitles, and I'll be providing lots of commentary as well. But all you lucky folks who are watching this live right now, you will get to hear the audio. It just won't end up in the VOD. Here. This is great. There's a lot of Komodo dragon videos on YouTube. This I thought was maybe the best. Oh, Rilo Rolo, appreciate you. How's the volume, everybody? Is it okay? Ah, mystical world. I mean, just look at that. You can see the volcanic nature of the topography there. That's a beautiful volcanic cone right there. Just whoop, cone volcano, bow, right there. This is probably an older, more eroded one right here. Yeah. But this is the choice habitat for Komodo dragons. Yeah. They prefer kind of drier habitat like that. Not dense jungle. Yeah. And now, what kind of clip is it? It is very dramatic, Rilo Rolo. Yes, indeed. It's not. It's not a dinosaur. That's. Oh boy, this is pretty good, but you know, they did fall into the this is a modern day dinosaur. No, it's not. This is not a dinosaur. It's a lizard. You know, lizards are not dinosaurs. They're very different from one another. They're from totally different branches on the reptile family tree. You know, you'd be more correct if you called it a turtle, you know? It's not a turtle either. You'd be the same amount of incorrect if you're like, oh, this is a giant turtle. It's not a turtle, you know? Completely different group of reptiles. Anyway. Yeah. I like turtles too. Jay Glassworks, welcome, welcome. Yep. They do move in a really interesting way. Yeah, watch out, deer. Uh-oh. Oh, dear. Komodo dragons also love deer, JMM. But they love them in a different way. They love eating them. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Watch out, deer. Oof. Oof. Yowza. Ooh. Yeah. Oh. Oh, man. Oh, no. Those antlers are not going to grow back. That deer is going to get eaten at Andusha. So again, this apparently is still a matter of scientific debate. Different researchers disagree on whether or not Komodo dragons, Varanus komodoensis. Candy Striper Viper, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Different researchers disagree on whether Varanus komodoensis actually has true venom, or whether it's like they're on their way to evolving venom, or they've evolved a similar kind of deal, or whether it is just bacteria that fester in their mouths. Yeah. Yeah. Oof. Ah. Yowza. That's curtains for that deer. Yowza. Yep. Yowza. Oof.
To their meal.
All right. A little bit gross. Yeah. That nictitating membrane, that like second eyelid.
3-meter-long monsters can devour almost their entire body weight in one sitting.
Yowza. Oof. Pretty extraordinary. This is a lizard that eats deer, everybody.
Archipelago, they have a vital role to play.
And that's not true. They're not the only predators. I'm sure there's birds of prey. There's like other species of lizards. There's all kinds of other things, but they're the only like macro predators. True. Yeah. And I would also, maintain a balance in this ancient ecosystem. Here's the thing. This is not an ancient ecosystem. It's not. It's new. It's brand new. These are small volcanic islands. They're, like, geologically speaking, this is, like, brand new. These islands weren't here a million years ago. They didn't exist. Geologically speaking, they're new and fresh. Yeah, they're so young, Allie J. Absolutely. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Leave in the same really small deer. Yeah, I mean, there are savanna monitors in Africa that live alongside small deer species, sure. Yeah, and Dr. Tara, yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah. Here. A Truckhorn has a great question. They want to know, did Komodo dragons evolve on these islands, or did they make their way to the islands from elsewhere? Here's my understanding of that, Truckhorn. From what I understand, like these are monitor lizards who evolved from other monitor lizards. Monitor lizards are generally pretty good at swimming. In fact, their relatives, mosasaurs, are some of the, the premier marine reptiles of all time. But, excuse me. Monitor lizards tend to be very good swimmers. So here is a monitor lizard doing some swimming. Big old Parenti monitor. These are an Australian species. And they love the water. Holy cow. They do kind of a crocodile-like style of swimming where they scull their tail from side to side like that. They're very strong swimmers. And they can apparently swim for miles if forced to. That's how Komodo dragons originally got to those new islands in Indonesia. Islands like Flores and Rinca and what was the other one? I forget. So it could be that, I don't know if Komodo dragons evolved from a larger or a smaller species. I would guess they probably evolved from something larger, and they're a little bit smaller because they live on these tiny islands. They might actually be an example of like island dwarfism. And Travel the World, thank you so much for the 4 months of support. I don't know, Stream Elements is having some difficulty here. But, yeah. Anyway, monitors are very good swimmers. And Komodo dragons, they can actually swim from island to island within their range. I think they've been observed swimming from island to island. I've got vague memories of seeing a like Steve Irwin documentary about them back sometime in the early 2000s, maybe. Of Komodo dragons like swimming between the islands of Rinca and Flores or something like that. So yeah, they got there by swimming in the first place. So yeah, their ancestors were definitely quite large. That's kind of what I'm going by, Rehabifion, yeah. We'll be talking about Megalania in a bit. So yeah. And also, speaking of Steve Irwin,
Fatality.
CMC Airboss, holy cow.
That 1-year milestone.
There you go, 26 months, you're almost there, CMC Airboss. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, Airboss. It means a lot to me, it really does. Thank you, Airboss. That's extraordinary. Yeah. But yeah. Here, take a look at this. Here's Stephen Terry Irwin's son, Robert, talking about Komodo dragons
Honestly,
at a zoo in Australia.
Good girl. Isn't that
Aw.
incredible, that switch? Love you, Inda.
I love how she blinks when he kisses her on the back of the head. Watch. She's just like,
Incredible, that switch. Love you.
watch. Ugh.
G'day, it's Robert. Today we are going to show you one of my absolute favourite animals at Australia Zoo, Inda, the Komodo dragon. So come with me and we'll head into the dragon's lair. Here she is. Now, it's early morning still, so she's out in the sun, soaking up the first lot of rays. Hey, darling, how you going? How you going, doll?
How you going?
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Gargaware.
Go with the train.
Thank you for those 100 bits, Gargaware. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, we got a hype train going. Excellent.
Now, for the most part, Komodos, they are an incredibly intelligent lizard. They're
Yeah.
really amazing, but they usually don't really seek out that sort of physical attention. They're a little different to your dog or your cat at home. But Inda, honestly, she is like a little puppy dog. She's the exception to the rule. She loves a good scratch. She loves when you come in here and show her a bit of love. She's just a beautiful, beautiful lizard. There's
Lord
no
Dino, I've never heard of any of that.
trust putting my face.
Lord Dino, no.
We're going to be doing a target training session today. So, we'll give it a go. Good girl. Love you, Inda. Once she knows there's food though, I'm not going to kiss her on the face. I trust you, but not that much. You're still a Komodo. Good girl. All right, we'll go get you some food. Hey, see you soon. Basically, this paddle has got green on one side and then black and white stripes on the other. Green means we kind of have to keep it chill, and then as soon as we flip over to the black and white side, that means, all right, you can come over here. Let's go.
Very cool.
Give this a whirl.
Really neat conditioning that they do with their animals there.
She's very, very smart. She's a very switched on lizard. When I flip this target over, this paddle, that means come to the target. Do I want food or do I want to sit in the sun?
Oh. There we go.
You want some food? Good job. So she comes over to the target, and here's your food. Then we flick back over to green. So now she kind of knows, all right, it's food time. She's going to start to get into food mode. You'll notice that
Very
she's
cool.
probably
Yeah.
sticking her tongue out. This is a great little display of a keen Komodo. Komodo that's starting to get into food mode. Now we'll see if we can get a good little run over this side. All right, Inda.
Komodo dragon. No. I mean, they're... Yeah.
Good job. There you go. All right, Inda. Now what we might do here, see if she wants to come up onto this log. Now we've got a lot of different things here. Got a nice big piece of fish for her next. Here you go, darling. Up here, darling. Here we go. What do you reckon? You want to come up here? There you go, big girl. Good girl. And there's your food. How cool is that? Even a big lizard like Inda, she can easily climb.
Yep.
Oh, you still got a little bit of fish in there.
The young ones are extraordinary climbers.
Really keen on that fish.
We'll be talking about that later in the stream.
Can you come back for that?
It's very important.
Come down here first.
Yeah.
Good girl. Right here, Inda. All right, got a couple more pieces. See if she wants to put on a little run. See how we go. Here you go, Inda. Good job. There's your sausage. It's a really good mental stimulation for her, and this is a really good controlled feeding environment. Komodos are notorious for going into a bit of a feeding frenzy. It's a lot of teeth, a lot of claws, and a lot going on. Here
Yeah.
at Australia Zoo, we want to make sure that we can replicate that wild behaviour, have them foraging, hunting, searching. We do give them large food items as well, but we really want to make
Ugh.
sure that we've got a nice controlled feeding environment so that everyone's safe, and it's also a great way to get her to sit exactly where we need her to if we're doing a health checkup. Plus, she gets to use all of that Komodo intelligence and speed and stamina to have a good little bit of fun. We've got one more piece here, so we'll give it one more go. Let her walk down that way and then come straight back up here. Hey, good girl. They can easily eat 70–80% of their body weight in a single sitting.
That's impressive. Yeah. Imagine you eating 70 to 80% of your body weight for one meal. That's pretty extraordinary. Yeah.
Inda, here you go. See that? Isn't that incredible, that switch? As soon as she sees the movement of the paddle switch over, she's straight onto it. And
Yeah.
that's just a little glimpse into the amazing speed of a Komodo.
Very cool. And she's got color vision, like most non-mammalian tetrapods.
Session with Inda,
Yeah.
and it's always a lot of fun. So after every training session that we do, we always make sure that we come back in here with Inda and give her a little bit of love, be a bit more tactile with her, be a bit more hands-on, so that she knows that's the end of a feeding session and she can kind of get out of that food mode. Good.
Very cool. Yeah.
She is such a unique lizard, a really unique lizard. To be able to kind of switch them in and out of that mode, a pretty incredible indication of a really, really good Komodo.
What happened to
Some
our
amazing training
closed
from the team.
captions? They're just gone.
Have a good day, Inda. See ya.
Oh,
That's Inda.
very nice. Very nice. Cool stuff. And Dr. Tara is very intent on me seeing Slinky the water monitor. Never heard of Slinky the water monitor. But water monitors, I think, are the second largest species of monitor lizard after the Komodo. There. Huh.
Look at he's getting comfortable.
There we go.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
Cephalon Wolf gifted a tier 1 sub.
And Cephalon Wolf, thank you for the gifts up there. Really appreciate that. Yeah. Water monitors, I think, are... There we go. I think they might be fairly closely related to Komodo dragons. I think these guys are also from Southeast Asia. Yeah. Wow, look at her. Beautiful. Yeah, here, let's look up water monitors real quick. There's Komodo dragons on our tree. Let's jump to water monitors and see how long a trip it is. Varanus Salvatore. Okay, they're not that close. Different lineage. Yeah. But yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. So yeah. And Caravan. Did Raquel Welch die? Caravan? I didn't hear about that. Shoot. We're gonna be talking about Fay Ray today, probably, when we get into our King Kong stuff. But, in fact, why don't we actually do that right now? I think many of you might not be familiar with the influence that Komodo dragons had on the creation of King Kong, this cultural phenomenon. Yeah. The original 1933 film was, yeah, it was quite the, big deal. And so King Kong was supposed to be from an island in Indonesia. The original script goes that, like, a filmmaking crew goes to this, you know, mysterious island in Indonesia and encounters these gigantic, seemingly prehistoric creatures. Yeah, and then they bring him back to New York City. Well, what you probably don't know is that this was originally inspired by Komodo dragons. Yeah. Willis O'Brien special effects. Yes, indeed, Caravan. Yeah. And Nader Fiend. I don't know what you're talking about, Nader Fiend. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. In 1926, the American Museum of Natural History trustee William Douglas Burden, who himself was like a wealthy playboy, I think, he set sail with a team of adventurers that included a hunter, a herpetologist, a cameraman, and Burden's wife. They were off to capture dragons. Other intrepid explorers had already confirmed the existence in the East Indies of giant lizards dubbed Komodo dragons, yet none of the animals had been brought to the West alive. Besides footage, the explorers also brought back actual dragons. Yeah, many dead ones for the museum, where a few remain on display today. Two alive to debut at the Bronx Zoo. In the clip below, Burden and his wife took a look on from a blind as lizards pick at some bait. Then the adventurers fire a shot. In the early 20th century, wildlife aficionados often hunted with guns as well as cameras. Oh boy. In New York, the lizards met a captivated audience. The film was a hit at private parties and sportsmen's clubs, and tens of thousands flocked to the zoo to see the animals alive. Burden's friend, the filmmaker Marion Cooper, injected elements of the trip into his then upcoming movie King Kong, 1933. In his biography of Cooper, Mark Cotavaz writes that much in the film, including the female on the expedition and Kong's forced trip back to New York, was likely influenced by Burden's tale. The story may have even played a part in the name King Kong. Cooper apparently liked the strength of the hard K in Komodo. Interesting stuff. Yeah. The American Museum of Natural History's past is littered with other exotic investigations captured on film. Yeah. Anyway. We won't watch the part at the end of this where they actually shoot the lizard. Poor critter. But, there we go. This is footage from that expedition. Some of it staged, likely. But there are Komodo dragons right there, going at this bait. Back around... Oh, shoot. What was this, the 1920s? Yeah. This could have been... Footage of the people, anyway. Could be straight out of the film King Kong from 1933. You know? Look at these beautiful animals. They're so cool. Yeah. All right, don't shoot. Ugh. Anyway, yeah. But yeah. But anyway, yeah. And Naderfiend says, from my little knowledge, I've heard of island dwarfism. There's also island gigantism too, Naderfiend. How do you get 200-pound lizards to a group of small Indonesian islands? They swam. They're very good swimmers. They're very good swimmers. They can swim for miles and miles. Yeah. Yeah. And thank you, Travel. I saw your hydrate. I can't always get to everything immediately, Travel. It's a lot going on. Yeah. I appreciate you, Travel. And Dendroform, your daughter at a dinosaur-themed party? Very nice, Dendroform. I hope it was wonderful. Yeah. Yeah, and Anandusha, whether or not Komodo dragons are an example of island dwarfism or island gigantism, it all depends on how big their ancestors were, you know? Have they been embiggened or ensmallened by being on the islands, you know? Oh, yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Speaking of, for anybody who's wondering about island dwarfism, island gigantism, what are you talking about, Danny? Let me show you real quick. And, there's a lovely couple of pages in this old Dorling Kindersley encyclopedia that I had when I was a kid. And let me find you the part with those mammals. In the Mediterranean, there we go. We had... There are a lot of islands in the Mediterranean, and when sea levels fluctuate, like they've done a lot recently during the Cenozoic era, islands get bigger and smaller, areas that used to be peninsulas become islands, and vice versa. Yeah, island giants and dwarfs. During the Pleistocene, from about 1.75 million years ago and until as recently as 8,000 years ago, unusual mammals inhabited the Mediterranean islands. These had been cut off from their ancestors and each other by rising sea levels. The Balearic Islands were home to Myotragus, goat-like creatures with unique rodent-like gnawing teeth. These other critters, other deer-like animals. But anyway, we also had dwarf elephants on some of these Mediterranean islands, like Paleoloxodon falconeri. These right here, and here they are compared to some mice. So, no, these elephants are not that small. These mice are very large. Giant dormice, which I think dormice, strictly speaking, are not true mice. Yeah. Lethia, giant dormouse from Malta and Sicily. is closely related to the living forest dormice. But it was a giant in comparison with living dormice, reaching about 16 inches in total length, 40 centimeters. About as large as a squirrel. That sounds bigger than a squirrel. But anyway, so the dormice got big, the elephants got small. If you're a critter that ends up on a tiny, isolated island, if you're a big animal, you tend to get smaller. Because big animals require a lot of food, they need a lot of space. The way that evolution works, like with each generation, the most, successful critters will reproduce the most, generally speaking. And the smaller you are, the less food you require, probably the better you're going to do. Your offspring are going to survive more often than somebody who has bigger offspring, So big critters get smaller, but small critters, like dormice, in this brave new world, this little island where they don't have any predators now, suddenly they don't have to be small to avoid being eaten. They can suddenly get big. So yeah, an island like that puts new constraints onto you, like limited space, limited food supply, that tends to shrink big animals, so that the elephants shrink down like that. But, yeah, the dormice, suddenly they can get big, because they no longer have to worry about predators. They don't have to be small to be able to hide, and so, they can embiggen themselves significantly. So yeah, come on, camera. You can focus. That's frustrating. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, cool stuff. We see this whenever you get, like, populations of animals that get isolated like that, into a super small area. Give it enough time, they evolve different body sizes pretty quickly. Yeah. So yeah. Could that happen with humans? It has happened with humans, or at least human-like species, S.V. Harkin, yeah. The hobbits of Flores Island are a good example. Yeah. Retro Rojo says, I've seen city rats that feel like they're that big. Yeah, city rats can get pretty big, for sure. And is that why elephants are still afraid? Elephants are not afraid of mice, from what I understand, CMC Airboss. I know that's a cliche, but yeah. And there were mini mammoths on Catalina Island. Yes, absolutely. Off the coast of California, Caravan. Yeah. There we go. Little tiny mammoths. Mammuthus exilus. These little mammoths on Catalina Island off the coast of California. They got small. Yeah. When their habitat got small, so did they. Which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Oh yeah. Yeah. Pygmy mammoth. There's actually pygmy mammoths have evolved a few times. I think, right? Anyway, the pygmy mammoth, or Channel Islands mammoth, is an extinct species of dwarf elephant descended from Columbian mammoths of mainland North America. Yeah. Species became extinct during the Quaternary extinction event, in which many megafauna species became extinct due to changing conditions to which the species could not adapt. Some of those changing conditions were they all got killed by people. Not all of them, but... yeah. Anyway. It's very telling that these critters lasted a lot longer than their mainland contemporaries. Than their mainland counterparts. And it might be because it took people a lot longer to get to these little islands. So these guys existed long after the mainland mammoths had already gone extinct. Even though presumably the climate is changing at the same rate in both places, on the mainland, it's exactly the opposite of what you would expect to happen. You know? If you're on an island and the climate rapidly changes, you don't have anywhere to go. At least if you're on the mainland, you can migrate north or south, east or west for long distances to find new habitat, find
The creature we will be examining is a paleontologist.
Well, hello, Lordy, and how are you doing? How was your stream, Lordy? I hope it was really good. Lordy, I heard you were doing some painting on your stream, right? How was that? I hope it was excellent. Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. Yeah. Yeah, and if anybody's just waltzing in, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Here on Twitch, trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach, you know? Talking about fossils, talking about mammoths. We're mostly talking about Komodo dragons today, however. And, yeah, having a special Komodo dragon stream for, my favorite extant lizards. Such cool critters. And Lordy says painted a copper kettle and some spring flowers. You mean you put paint onto a copper kettle, or you painted a painting of a copper kettle? Lordy. You probably painted a painting of a copper kettle, right? Yeah. And that is such a mood, isn't it, Rahabifion? Yes, indeed. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Oh, and the mammoths of Wrangel Island. There you go, Nell. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Painting of a kettle. Thank you, Lordy. Anyway, I'm glad you had a great stream. I hope your paintings went well. I'll have to check out the VOD later. If anybody here is not yet following Lordy, you're missing out on all kinds of very cool, very chill painting and sewing and cooking and baking streams. So go check out her channel there. Lordy and me and Ios are all part of a stream team together. Stream team 3's a crowd. So check us out. Yeah. So yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway, yes, Komodo dragons are indeed pretty important to Twitch lore. As we've discussed. The Komodo hype emote is a testament to that. So yeah, yeah. Delta Raid, how are you doing? Stream, yes, indeed. Steam team, not quite Delta, but yeah, yeah. You got it. Barnacle Bum knows what's up too with the Komodo hype emote. Our new lizard overlords. That's the thing, is that Komodo dragons, unfortunately, are, endangered. Yeah. We'll be talking about Komodo dragon conservation later on in today's broadcast. But yeah, we just talked a few minutes ago about how Komodo dragons actually helped inspire the story of King Kong, believe it or not. Oh yeah, yeah. And, yeah. Now let's go back and talk about some Komodo dragon ecology and biology here. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. I agree, Combat Wombat. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. And we're having all kinds of issues with our alerts today. Stream Elements is having hiccups. But thank you, Westery1, for your raid. Welcome, Westery and Raiders.
This is it.
This is it. Yeah. Yeah. Westery, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. How did your stream go, Westery? I hope it was really good. Tell me all about your stream. Subsector 3D, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. And, yeah. Yeah. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And now the camera's freezing up. This is an OBS issue. Anyway, yeah. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I dig up dinosaurs, I study them, I publish on them, and I talk about them 5 days a week here on Twitch. But today we're having a special stream talking about Komodo dragons, who are not dinosaurs. They're the world's largest living lizard. These critters are pretty incredible. And, yeah. Shoot, I forgot to play this during our intro session today. Yeah. You 3D print dragons subsector? Very nice. Komodo dragons, perhaps? Yeah. But, anyway, yeah. And Andusha says, I understood the paper to the idea that Komodo dragons are the only survivors of a lineage of orangutans that grew ever larger in their travels further southeast. That would make a lot of sense, Anandusha. Yeah, interesting. Thank you, Anandusha. I'll have to check that out. But yeah. Westery says, we are a variety stream where we talk about just about anything, like Marvel movies, horses, well, 3D printing. Well, very cool, Westery. I do a lot of 3D printing myself. Okay, let's put this hatching on hold. There's the front of a Pachycephalosaurus skull that I finished printing earlier this week. 3D printer's been quiet since then. But, everything you see here, these are all 3D printed as well. And we've got a baby Triceratops skeleton who's going to be going up on that bookcase next week. And I'm very excited about. I do a lot of 3D printing also. I've got a Prusa printer. That thing's a workhorse. I love it. Coming up, we're going to be printing a life-size Allosaurus skull. It's going to be close to 1 meter long. It's going to be big. So yeah. Anyway, I love 3D printing because it allows me to have dinosaur specimens here in my office to show everybody. Because as we all know, the actual fossils, you know, if it's a real scientifically important dinosaur specimen, then where does it belong?
That belongs in a museum.
It's true. So yeah, 3D printing can kind of democratize dinosaur fossils in the sense that, you know, any Joe Schmo can have them in his office or her office. So yeah. Nothing life-size Allosaurus skull. Well, yeah, Westery, it's and a Captain America shield. Well, shoot, it's gonna be big. Presumably that's bigger than a Lieutenant America shield or a Sergeant America shield, but smaller than a Major America shield, right? Anyway, yeah, here's our Allosaurus skull. Really excited about this. It's gonna take probably about 900 hours of printing. No joke. But yeah. It's oh man, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. It's gonna take a long time. But yeah, estimated 940 hours of printing. Although I have a 0.8 millimeter nozzle, so the prints go a good deal faster. So hopefully we can cut down on that time. But yeah, holy cow, is that gonna be awesome. It's big. It's real big. And I'm very excited. There it is compared to an apple. And yeah, it's thick too. Like, these guys have fairly narrow skulls from side to side, but still there's gonna be a lot of, you know, if you put it on its side, there'd be a lot of elevation there. I'll put it that way. Yeah. Oh yeah. And Subsector 3D recommended your stream, and I'm so glad she did. Thank you, Subsector 3D. Thank you. I appreciate you. And thank you for your raid, Westery. Can we get one more shout out for Westery? If you'd like to see a full-size Captain America shield printed and some other cool stuff, go check out Westery. Yeah. Yeah. Next up is a life-size Saurophaganax skull. It's the Rehabophion. It's the same animal, probably. Allosaurus maximus, Saurophaganax maximus. Yeah, it's probably just a particularly late surviving Allosaurus. These guys are probably embiggening over time. Yeah, all the stuff from Oklahoma, I think, is from very, very late Jurassic. Like, later than the stuff in Wyoming, Utah, or Colorado. So, critters are just getting bigger and bigger until they go extinct at the end of the Jurassic. You've got kind of a turnover event into the early Cretaceous. But anyway, yeah. Next one is a T-Rex. I already have a T-Rex, JMM. I've got a T-Rex right here. Yeah. That's a life-size Tyrannosaurus right there, you know? Life-size juvenile Tyrannosaurus. You know? I know it's not huge, but you know, it's just a youngin'. We talk all about dinosaur ontogeny here on this channel, and we'll be talking about dinosaur ontogeny later in this stream too, as we talk about Komodo dragon ontogeny. So yeah.
Ontogeny.
Yes indeed, Lunaseer. Ontogeny, of course. The changes that living things undergo throughout their lifespan as they get bigger and bigger.
Ontogeny.
Throughout their lives. I guess in Pokemon you would call this evolution. But in science, in reality...
Ontogeny.
Evolution only occurs between generations. Like, a single creature can't evolve. That doesn't make any sense. Evolution is across generations. You know? Like, you're a little bit different from your parents. And if you ever have offspring, they'll be a little bit different from you. That's the change throughout generations that, you know, that makes up evolution. Change throughout one's lifespan is ontogeny. That's ontogenetic change. Change through ontogeny. So yeah. They ontogenize. There you go, Lenina. Yeah. Well, when will you buy a blimp hanger to assemble Titanosaur prints in? Oh, Mayor Space, I wish. Yeah. Hey, if we continue to reach those sub goals, then, you know, who knows? We're at 8 out of 40 for today. I don't think I'm buying a blimp hanger today. Holy cow. But we'll see. Yeah. And your hair going from platinum blonde to dark red. There you go. That's changed through ontogeny, Rahabophion. Yeah. Shoot, when I was younger, my beard was, like, really red. You know, it's still, like, lighter and redder than my, you know, the hair up top, but it was more reddish when I was in high school. I grew a beard out senior year of high school for a drama production, and it was pretty red. Yeah. Travel says Irish? What do you mean? I'm not Irish, no. Yeah. Anywho. Allosaurus. And Komodo dragons. Let's talk about them. Yeah.
With the Indian Ocean.
There we go. Wallacea? I've never heard that before. Wallacea. This area is called Wallacea? I wonder. Ooh, does anybody think they might know? Here. Wallacea. Who might that be named after? Anybody have any guesses? Maybe a contemporary of old Chucky D? Yeah. Wallace, but which Wallace, Altifor? Not William Wallace? No. Yeah. Russell Wallace, but what was his first name, Anandusha? Not Wallace and Gromit. Not Wallace Shawn. Not George Wallace. There you go, Anandusha has got it. Alfred Russel Wallace. Probably. I know he did a lot of work in Indonesia when Darwin was back home from the voyage of the Beagle. Alfred Russel Wallace was nearly dying multiple times in Indonesia at the time. Yeah, I bet you this is named after Alfred Russel Wallace, but not David Foster Wallace, Tusker Jr.'s. This is water. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. Whale sharks and clownfish and anemones. Yeah. That's not a Komodo dragon. That's a Draco lizard. Yeah. Very cool. Look at that. Look at how beautiful this is. Holy cow. It's like a paradise. Look at this beautiful lagoon right here. Just... It's amazing that places like this actually exist, right? It looks unreal, right, Barnacle Bone? Amazing. Amazing. Ho, 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 ho. Oh, yeah. We got it right, chat. It was named after Alfred Russel Wallace. Very cool. Yeah, it wasn't discovered by Wallace. People had been living here for literally hundreds or thousands of years. But Alfred Russel Wallace was one of the first, like, you know, English explorers European explorers to document some of this stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it helped him come up with his ideas on biogeography. Yeah. Very cool. So, you know, Darwin had the Galapagos Islands, and he had, you know, South America, fossils from South America and animals from the Galapagos Islands, extant animals, that kind of got him to understand that, hey, living things change over time. Alfred Russel Wallace had Indonesia. To put, you know, he'd started to discover some of those same ideas independently of Darwin. And it was because of the remarkable biodiversity of Indonesia. Yeah. Rabifion says, cracking ecosystems, Gromit. I don't know if Alfred Russel Wallace would have sounded like that. He was kind of a working class guy. He may have had kind of a more working class accent. I don't know. Does Wallace from Wallace and Gromit? That might actually be a pretty posh accent. I don't know. You UK folks, chime in. Yeah. Yeah. Including a giant monitor lizard. Yeah, cassowaries. Yeah. Anyway, we came here to discuss. This is all really, really cool. I can give you the link so you can watch this whole thing on your own, but... Well, okay, it's worth watching this next part, I think. We're going to talk about how the islands formed, and how they got here, and then how the critters arrived. But yeah. Anyway, these are creatures on the mainland of Asia, and other parts of Asia. Yep. So there we go. When they said, oh, this ancient ecosystem, like, no, this is not ancient. This is brand new. These islands didn't exist 2 million years ago. That's really, really new. Holy cow. Look at that. Beautiful. Lava flowing underwater. Gorgeous. And Rahabafion says, I mean, to be fair, 2 million years is a long time. I mean, not from our perspective here on Paleontologizing. Shoot, the last of the non-bird dinosaurs died out 66 million years ago, you know? So yeah, the 2 million years is nothing. Humans that have been around for almost that long, you know? And we're brand new, you know? So yeah. I suppose when you're thinking about like, oh yeah, breakfast, I'm so hungry. Breakfast was such a long time ago. Then yeah, that's a long time. Sure, 2 million years is a long time from that perspective. But from the perspective of, you know, deep time, thinking about the whole history of life on Earth, you know, Earth is 4.54 billion years old with a B. 2 million years is like less than 1/1000th of that entire time. You know? So yeah. So anyway, yeah. And Alfred Russel Wallace had Scottish ancestry apparently leading back to William Wallace. Really, Barnacle Bum? Cool. Thank you for looking that up. Yeah, who knows what accent he had. Yeah. And Nell, that definitely would have had an effect on biodiversity in Indonesia. Yeah. We'll talk about that. I mean, volcanism is what created these islands in the first place. Yeah, but, you know, was it, what, Krakatoa and Pinatubo would have had probably really drastic effects on biodiversity. Probably would have really strained some of these critters living on these islands. Yeah. 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 Very funny 7 cards. Yep. And all 1138 says I think it comes down to the poor word choice and part of the writers. Ancient is historical term and origin. Well, but I mean, but compared to say the fauna in North America or mainland Asia or literally like anywhere else in the world, this would be a lot younger than any of those. So calling it ancient, it's like saying, oh yes, it has some particular antiquity to it, which it doesn't. Compared to anything else, the ecosystem on this island's going to be younger, you know? Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. Yep. And then Critter showed up too. That's not an island right there. Look at how it moves. That's a vegetation raft. Sometimes when you have big storms, a bunch of sticks and branches and trees and crud gets washed out to sea and animals cling to it. And that can actually carry them to new places. You know? Yeah. Yeah. We got some monkeys doing their thing. Yeah. Monkey time. Yep. Anyway, we're not focusing on monkeys today. We're focusing on Komodo dragons. Oh, and these are really cool birds that lay their eggs in the sand. And whoop. Here we go. Very cool. Not a Komodo, a water monitor here. Yeah, and he's gonna find something to eat there, I bet. Looks hungry. Uh-oh. Look away if you don't like to see crabs get eaten. I think that's what's gonna happen here. He's just gonna casually walk around and eat a bunch of crabs. Speaking of accents. Let's go, oh, I'll have a bit of that. I'll have some of this. Does soar mean reptile? It does. Ash Girl, yeah. Yeah. Like crabs, apparently. Yep. Thing is, you take away a top predator like that, everything goes haywire. It's not good. Yeah. You can relate to the dragon. There you go. All 1138, yeah. Yeah. Here we got flying Draco lizards. We're not going to focus on them right now. Yeah. Anyway. There we go. Okay. Anyway, where's our Komodos? Hornbills. Oh, I wish I could focus on these really cool animals, but we're talking about Komodos today. Let's see. Where's our Komodo dragons? Here we go. Yeah. I mean, they've all truly mastered their environments. They're all very well adapted for their environments. Yeah. It's so secret it's not even in the video. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. And so that's interesting. I wonder about this. Did these critters actually originate in Australia? Are they the descendants of Megalania? Or are they the descendants of, you know, mainland Asian monitor lizards that made their way south, across Indonesia, across New Guinea, and into Australia? I don't know. We'll be talking about the giant monitor lizards that once roamed Australia like 2 or 3 times as big as a Komodo dragon in a little bit. Oh, cool, Anandusha. Very cool. Here, let me get into the Discord here. Yeah. Very cool. 209 notifications in Discord. That's nuts. Ugh. Oh, it's a +1 paper. Excellent. There we go. Very, very cool. Oh, neat. This is going to be awesome. Thank you, Anandusha. This is wonderful. Yeah. But let's finish this up here. Yeah. Drools like a hairless Saint Bernard. It's not a dinosaur. It's not. Let it be its own thing. You know, not everything has to be a dinosaur. These guys are so cool on their own. Don't go, oh, it's a dinosaur. They're lizards. Lizards are not dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are not lizards. You know, let's be, you know, intelligent about this, please. You know? Oh boy, it's so tedious to me. You know, these are incredibly interesting animals. And this is coming from a dinosaur paleontologist. Like, you know, I work on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are the coolest thing in the world. Dinosaurs are what I'm all about. Komodo dragons are not dinosaurs. They can be super cool and not be dinosaurs, you know? Yeah. Very cool. Very cool stuff. Very, very cool. Very nice. If you'd like to watch that whole video, here is a link to it. Try not to get too upset when they keep calling Komodo dragons dinosaurs, because they're obviously not dinosaurs. But, yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Here, we're going to take a look at this paper in a little bit. First, we're going to watch a video to give us some background. But, let's see. I don't recognize any of these names. Yeah. Understanding how large-bodied varanids responded to past environmental change underpins long-term management of Varanus komodoensis populations. Very cool. Before we watch a video, too, and Morgoth Dankenstein, yes, indeed, dinosaur does mean terrible lizard, or fearfully great reptile, or however you want to translate it from Latinized Greek into modern English. But yeah, yeah. Dinosaurs are not lizards. Saurus doesn't directly translate to lizard. Squamate would be more like a direct translation of lizard. Squamous. But, yeah. When the first... We'll be talking all about this on Monday. Somebody pull up the schedule command. But when we talk about Megalosaurus, name means big lizard, the first dinosaur to ever be published, was published or announced to the world 199 years ago on Monday. So we'll be talking all about Megalosaurus and about the perception of dinosaurs during the very opening stages of dinosaur paleontology in Victorian England and, 19th century Europe. When the first dinosaur fossils were starting to be discovered and studied scientifically. There was an idea that they were kind of like giant lizards. Now, of course, we know they're nowhere close to lizards. Either in terms of their morphology or in terms of who they're actually related to. In terms of their phylogeny. You know? But yeah. Yeah. So anyway, Morgoth, you remembered correctly. You did. Terrible lizard or fearfully great reptile is what the word dinosaur means. Yeah. So yeah. A tigerfish has nothing to do with tigers either. Anandusha, it's true. Yeah. Yeah. But a fishing cat does have something to do with fish, because they catch them and eat them. So yeah. And language, sheesh. I know, right? Yeah. Yeah. So, the Komodo dragon is a lizard, a terrible example of a dinosaur, says Caravan. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Whale shark, dolphin fish, seahorse. Yeah. There you go. And cuttlefish don't cuddle you as well, sad. Ixaba, correct. Yes. Yeah. Welcome, Ixaba, to Paleontologizing. And welcome, Morgoth Dankenstein. Great to have both of you here. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Let's see. Before we dive into this video, let me introduce you to this critter in a book. We're going to be talking about Varanus priscus, formerly known as Megalania. A gigantic, and I do mean gigantic, monitor lizard from the mainland of Australia. Died out just a few thousand years ago. Page 60, I found it on the index. Yeah, there we go. This is from Bob Bacher's 1986 book, The Dinosaur Heresies, which is a big part of my childhood. It's got a lot of cool ideas in this book. Some of them have held up better than others. But take a look at this. Man, I gotta tighten the bolts on these. This thing is not cooperating in the way it should. Look at this lovely illustration here. It's captioned, Dragon Lizards, Past and Present. Today, Komodo dragons reach 9 feet long and 200 pounds, big enough to kill unwary tourists. That happens only very rarely. Very, very, very rarely. I think there's like one recorded instance of a person actually being killed and eaten by a Komodo dragon. Anyway, but meat-eating lizards 20 times as heavy hunted in Australia in the recent geological past. The silhouette shows the size of the extinct giant compared to a modern Komodo dragon. And on the next 2 pages, we've got an illustration of that. There you go. 2-ton dragon lizard of ancient Australia. Not very ancient. Ancient maybe historically speaking, but pretty recent, geologically speaking. 15 feet long and as heavy as a bull rhinoceros, the extinct Megalania hunted giant kangaroos during the Pleistocene epoch of the Age of Mammals, a few 100,000 years ago. A scaled-up version of today's Komodo dragon, more or less, probably would have been distinct in certain ways. Megalania died out quite recently, by geological standards, and for reasons that are totally unknown. It's probably something to do with humans arriving and killing off a lot of the megafauna that it preyed on. But yeah, let's talk about this giant, extinct Komodo dragon relative, Megalania. Here we go here. Wonderful video from Animal Logic. I'm assuming it's wonderful. It's usually pretty good.
What's scarier than a Komodo dragon? How about a Komodo dragon that's about twice the length of a car? This massive monitor lizard roamed Australia during the last ice age and was even around when the first humans arrived.
Yep.
This is the largest lizard to ever live. The lost lizard king of Australia, the Megalania.
That noise. That was funny.
Hi, I'm Paleology Mary, and this is Paleologic. There's no debating that Australia is full of creatures that want you dead. But looking back into the...
Yeah, they're called Australians. No, I'm kidding. Isn't there a stereotype that Australians don't like Americans or something? Shout out to all of my wonderful Australian viewers right now. You're all lovely people, and I'm so glad that you seem to like me. I'm really glad to hear that. You found it to be the opposite, that Australians like Americans? Well, yeah. That's not a knife, that's a spoon, Ash Girl, yeah. Maybe I'm getting my stereotypes from that Simpsons episode. Maybe that's not, yeah. I very badly want to visit Australia. Never been. And, man, there are so many cool fossils there that are just waiting to be discovered. Oh, yeah. Australians like Americans more than the British or British descent country. Is that right, Rahab? Okay, okay. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
I'm Talia Mary, and this is Paleologic. There's no debating that Australia is full of creatures that want you dead. But looking back into the ancient history of this continent, you'll find a whole new level of deadly, gigantic beasts.
Like fur seals? No.
It's no secret.
No, those are sea lions.
I love learning and talking about the natural world.
And hang on. Sudden change of pace. Music change. Is this an ad? Yeah, it's an ad. Okay. Anyway, back to here.
Otherwise known by the Varanus priscus, otherwise known by the badass moniker Megalania, was a giant monitor lizard that lived in Australia 50,000 years ago during the Pleistocene.
Very cool.
During this period, Australia was chock full of megafauna.
Yeah. One might even say chock-a-block with megafauna. Sorry, nah, that's just obnoxious now. Chock full of megafauna.
During this period, Australia was chock full of megafauna.
Examples of these gigantor species include Zaglossus hacketi and Echidna the size
Yeah.
of a sheep.
Holy cow.
Diplodocus optatum, a relative of the wombat that was the size of a hippo.
Yeah. I wonder if this wombat relative also, like, wombats made cube-shaped poops. And how big would they be? Holy cow. Yeah.
Thylacoleo carnifex, the marsupial lion. And Procoptodon goliah, a 10-foot-tall kangaroo.
But when it came to giant lizards, Megalania was king.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, as far as we've discovered, Megalania is the largest lizard to have ever walked the earth.
Pretty cool.
The
Yeah.
largest lizard living today, Varanus komodoensis, otherwise known as the Komodo dragon, is likely the closest living relative of Megalania. While a Komodo dragon averages about 70 kilograms and can grow up to 3 meters long,
And holy cow, Origin TT. I don't know why the alert isn't popping up. Stream Elements is having some real difficulty today. But thank you, Origin TT, for the 4 months of support, Origin. I appreciate you very much. It's great to have you here. Thank you for keeping me here on the air with your support. Oh, here.
is likely the closest living relative of Megalania.
Yeah.
While a Komodo dragon averages about 70 kilograms and can grow up to 3 meters long, Megalania might have weighed up to 2,000 kilograms and reached lengths of up to 7 meters long.
2,000 kilograms. Holy moly. That's significantly more than... That probably weighs more than my car. Yeah, that's nuts. A lizard that weighed more than my car. Shoot, actually, let's look that up. 2,000 kilograms. Gross. Or hang on. Gross vehicle weight. Gen 2 Toyota Prius. 1,375 kilograms. This is a lizard that weighed significantly more than my car. That's pretty extraordinary. Yeah. Holy moly. Yeah. Extraordinary. Yeah. A 2007 Prius. Oh, mine's a year younger than yours, Ash Girl. I've got an 08. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, good stuff. It's like 9 giant penguins. I know, right, Wamla? we're gonna get back into that. I guess I've been using kilos this whole time, but another stereotype about Americans this time. That, like, Americans will use anything except for the metric system. So here I am trying to compare the weight of this giant extinct monitor lizard with that of a Toyota Prius. But, you know, I also measured it in kilograms, so here we go, you know? Yeah. Bananas, there'd be a lot of bananas, Claire Burr. Yeah. Anyway. And Ios, holy moly. 33 months, Ios, Stream Elements is giving us difficulty. Oh, we've got a new alert for you and it's not working. Shoot. But Ios, thank you so much for the 33 months of support. Extraordinary. Ios, one of my very, very first ever subscribers. How are you doing, Ios? That is almost a whole year. 33 months is a long time, Claire Brewer. Anyway, Ios, welcome back. How was work today? I hope it was good. And, Ios, we're talking about this critter, Megalania. An extinct relative of the Komodo dragon. We get some Komodo hype emotes going in the chat. Megalania, also known as Varanus priscus. It's probably no longer actually its own genus. But yeah, this is an animal... This is a lizard that weighed more than my car, Ios. And it lived alongside the first people in Australia. Pretty nuts. There it is, chasing some sort of... Is that Dromornis? Uh-oh. Anyway, yeah. Pretty incredible critter. Oh, and here is a... Yeah! This is lovely. You can tell that's very clearly based on the skull of a Komodo dragon. I've got a Komodo dragon skull right here in my office. I still haven't grabbed that. I'll have to show you, chat. But yeah, yeah. Very cool, walking down these steps in the Melbourne Museum. Very nice. So a modern Komodo dragon skull is approximately this size. Let me show you. You ready? There we go. A Komodo dragon skull. This is a skull of the world's largest living lizard. This is a replica. Cast from the original, and it's so light-colored that, like, it's getting washed out by the camera, it seems. But, yeah. Pretty awesome. I purchased this from Stockton Skulls a while ago with the intention of one day auctioning it off for, during, like, a fundraiser for Komodo dragon conservation. We'll still do that one of these days. But, yeah. Check out those teeth. Pretty awesome. Yeah. So this is not a 3D print. This is a molded and cast replica. This is cast in resin. This is a female Komodo dragon skull. And she's not even all that big. They get significantly bigger than this. In Komodo dragons, the males get bigger than the females. As is the case with most reptiles, I suppose. And does it have 2 rows of teeth? So you look on the inside there, the dentary, and there are replacement teeth that are starting to come in. But it's not really 2 rows of teeth. It's just that once, just like in Mesozoic dinosaurs, once these teeth break or otherwise fall out or get pushed out, these teeth underneath take their place. So yeah, these guys had just like a constant supply of new teeth all the time. But in lizards, it often looks like this, from what I understand. Unless this has been prepped off. I don't think it's been prepped off. I think they just look like this. But anyway, yeah. In dinosaurs, this part is covered up by bone right here. So you can't really see the new teeth coming in. And lizards, maybe it's exposed. I don't know. I don't know if that part was prepped off, so you could see the other teeth coming in, or whether it would have looked like that in life. I'm guessing it looks like this in life, but I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, yeah. Many tooth, much owie, says Ashkrill. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And there you go, Rahabafine. Yeah. I didn't know snakes were like that, too. Snake fangs. They'll have double fangs for a while the new fangs grow in. Yep, and then the old ones fall out. Anandusha says it would be nice to have a constant supply of new teeth. Well, it would, yes and no. You know? Because we do have a little hint of that. Let's see. Yeah. As human beings, we kind of do have that for a while. You know, we only have 2 sets of teeth for our whole lives. And some of them fall out. And then new ones grow in, you know? So if you like constantly having a gap-toothed grin, then yeah, it'd be great to have teeth constantly falling out and new ones replacing them. But it'd be hard to really develop like a solid bite like we have. As mammals, we have a very precise kind of bite. So it's a trade-off. You can have a very precise bite where all of your teeth occlude really well. They all line up properly. But then you only have 2 sets of teeth, and when you're done with those, you know, sorry, no more teeth. Or you could be a critter like a dinosaur, a lizard, a crocodile. Fishes are like this too, where you're just constantly replacing your teeth all the time. And you'll have big gaps and stuff. You know? Oh, yeah. Yeah. So anyway. Yeah. A child skull with both sets of teeth? Psychanalysis? I'm gonna show this, but, oh, no, I know what you mean. I thought you meant, like, as a deformity. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, kids, when their teeth are developing, here we go. Those teeth start to grow in underneath the old ones. And then they eventually kind of push them out from the root up. So yeah, when kids lose their baby teeth, that's what's happening. Imagine if you did that throughout your whole life, you know? You've just constantly got new teeth coming in like that. It'd be a pain in the butt. So yeah, I don't know. It's a trade-off what we have. Mammals also tend to have more resilient teeth than, say, reptiles or amphibians or fishes. Like, their mammal teeth are kind of built stronger, but then we've only got 2 sets of them for our whole lives, and then and no more, you know? So yeah. Yeah. So anyway, these different methods work, you know, better for, you know, the critters that evolved them. Anyway, back to Megalania, our giant monitor lizard from the Pleistocene of Australia. Ready to get back to that, everybody? Let's do it. Yeah.
Using Komodo dragons as the bar, scientists believe that Megalania could have run 3 meters per second or 10 kilometers per hour. This may not sound like a lot, but when you're being chased by a 7-meter-long, 2,000-kilo carnivore, it's plenty fast.
Running would have helped them in pursuit of their prey. It's not known for certain what they ate, but scientists believe they chowed down on large mammals like kangaroos, as well as snakes, birds, and other reptiles.
Basically, Megalania ate whatever it could sink its knife-like teeth into.
A study examining the skulls of these lizards suggested that, like the Komodo dragon, Megalania possessed large serrated teeth and was likely able to deliver a venomous bite. The venom would have caused the prey to bleed out and send them into shock.
Oh, holy cow. If these guys were venomous... Unless, like, maybe giant squid are venomous, or colossal squid, which I don't think they are. I know some octopus are venomous. I don't think squids are. That would probably make these critters the biggest venomous animals that ever lived. Right? I'm trying to think of a counterexample. Are there any other super gigantic venomous animals? The biggest snakes are not venomous. They're constrictors, like boa constrictors, anacondas, reticulated pythons. Those are all non-venomous. Man-o'-wars, I don't think they're not actually that big. Rehabophion, yeah. Portuguese man-o'-wars? King cobras are much smaller than that. Birds with that on, yeah. They get hefty, but they don't get 30 feet long. They don't weigh more than a Toyota Prius, you know? Yeah. Anyway, I spelled cobra with a K. King cobra's size. They get big, but they're not, you know, it's still a snake. You know, it's not... It's, yeah. It's not Megalania-sized. That's about as big as they get, I guess. Yeah. Which is still really big. But, you know, it's not the size of this critter. So yeah, I bet you these guys probably were the biggest venomous animals of all time, if they indeed were venomous. Yeah. Rehabophion is the Guinness Book of World Records lists Komodos as the largest. Interesting, Rehabophion. Okay. Well, if they are indeed venomous, there's still debate about that. But yeah. Anyway.
Large serrated teeth, and was likely able to deliver a venomous bite. The venom would have caused the prey to bleed out and send them into shock.
Oof.
We're still not 100% sure if they were venomous, but if they were, that means we can add largest venomous animal to ever live to Megalania's list of credentials.
Yes! Ah, there we go, chat. There we go. What did I tell you? Yes, indeed. Yeah. Very cool. Let's... Yeah. You know, I'm still kind of astonished that we don't really know. There's still debate over whether modern Komodo dragons are venomous or not. It's perfectly understandable to have a debate about that for extinct critters that we can't actually, like, study in a laboratory. You know, we can't go and dissect their venom glands or anything. But for a modern animal like the Komodo dragon, the idea that there's still debate over whether or not it has venom, that's kind of crazy, you know? Yeah.
Whether or not Megalania was mainly a predator or a scavenger is still hotly debated. But one study suggests that given its similarities to the Komodo dragon, with a combined arsenal of serrated teeth and likely venom, it was probably a predator.
If they had toxic bites like the Komodo dragon, that would explain how Megalania was able to take down such large prey, despite having relatively weak skulls and low bite force.
Varanids, otherwise known as monitor lizards, are thought to have evolved during the late Cretaceous, a little under 100 million years ago. These ancient species would have crossed into Australia from Asia.
Look at that swimming.
Evolved into the monitor lizards we know today.
The first fossils of Megalania were found by Sir Richard Owen in 1858.
Hang on, did Richard Owen actually find the fossils? Because in my... Richard Owen is the same guy who coined the word dinosaur back in 1842. Guy was not really, Owen was a lot of things. But a field man he was not. I don't think Owen ever really went out and did field work, did he? Yeah, he doesn't strike me as much of a field guy. So I kind of doubt that he actually discovered Megalania. In fact, yeah, Megalania, Varanus priscus. Let's see. He described the first known remains in 1859, but I don't know if Owen ever even visited Australia. Yeah, collected from the bed of a tributary of the Condamine River, west of Moreton Bay in eastern Australia. Yeah. Yeah. Found amongst a collection of primarily marsupial bones purchased by the British Museum. So no, Owen did not discover Megalania. That part of the video is, yeah. Incorrect. Right there. Not true. Owen did not discover Megalania. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Let's continue.
Asia, and evolved into the monitor lizards we know today.
The first fossils of Megalania were found by Sir Richard Owen in 1858.
Described,
in
not
near
found.
The Condamine River in eastern Australia.
Shoot, as somebody who's done a ton of field work, like this, it really rankles me. It really does. There's a big distinction between who describes something, like who names it, who publishes on it in the scientific literature, and the person who actually discovered it, who found it in the first place. It's a big difference, you know? I've found what's probably going to be a couple of new species of dinosaur, but I'm not describing them, you know? And if the person who describes them gets credited with having discovered them, it's like, I'm going to have something to say about that, you know? Likewise, when I describe a new species of dinosaur, you know, I would totally be in the wrong if I say, oh yes, I discovered this, when I'm just studying it in a museum, you know? Yeah. So credit where credit's due. Indeed, Rahabify on it. Indeed. Yeah. So, sorry, but... yeah.
The first fossils of Megalania were found by Sir Richard Owen in 1858 in deposits near the Condamine River in eastern Australia, although they likely didn't live in riverside habitats.
Scientists
They
believe
probably lived all over the
Megalania
place.
lived in forests, woodlands, and possibly also grasslands all over Australia. Fossil evidence has been found in almost all Australian states and territories.
Humans showed up in Australia during the Pleistocene as far back as 50,000 years ago during the time of megafauna like Megalania.
Yep.
Unfortunately, many of these sites that these early humans occupied are now lost underwater.
That's true, because the sea levels rose at the end of the last ice age. She's going to talk about that in a second. Bird says, I thought people discover new animals in museum collections a lot. Well, people, they're not discovering new animals. Like, if something's in a museum collections, that means that it's already, you know, been accessioned, given a specimen number. It's already had a dozen pairs of hands on it before it ends up in a neat, tidy little box inside of a drawer, inside of a cabinet, inside of a compactor in collections. The person who says, oh yeah, this is probably a new species, the person's not discovering it. The person who discovered it did so in the field, you know? And to this day, there's still a kind of, in my opinion, very annoying lack of recognition of, you know, field workers, people actually collecting the specimens in the first place out in the field, you know? We often don't get the attention or the recognition that we rightfully deserve, you know? When you have somebody sitting in an air-conditioned museum collections and they're just kind of like absent-mindedly, you know, it's kind of like looking through stuff and they go, oh, that's interesting. You know? This is why I think it's really, really important for paleontologists, when they can, when situations permit, when somebody's, you know, disabilities don't disallow them from being in the field. If you could be out there in the field collecting things, you should be doing it. It gives you a perspective that you wouldn't otherwise have, you know? It gives you a better appreciation for every specimen that's there in the collections. You know, because you understand where they came from, you know? And, yeah, it gives you really important context for not treating a museum drawer like it's an ecosystem. Because when you're out there actually collecting things in the field, you know, you understand how many specimens you walked past to get to this really, really nice one that you think will be informative, and you send that back to the museum. But there's a bunch of other ones that are still back there, you know? It's usually not a representative sample, what you've got in a museum drawer, you know, what's actually out there in the field. And when you do field work, you understand that. You feel it viscerally. A lot of dinosaur paleontologists don't get this, because unfortunately a lot of them don't do field work, you know? So yeah. Anyway. So anywho, yeah. You're describing my perfect job. Which one, Berged that on? Which one? And Clairbert, compactors are the big, here. Let's see. I think in our multi-tuberculate video, there is a shot of some of the compactors. Yeah, from UCMP. Here we go. That's these with the wheels on them like that. You turn these and then it moves these big compactors. These are they're like library stacks. They move on tracks across the floor. They're called compactors because they help you fit more stuff into a more compact area. Or at least, I don't know. Maybe that's not actually the origin of the word. But yeah, here's somebody working in collections, working on multi-tuberculates. So if this guy finds a new species of multi-tuberculate in here, he's not going to be the discoverer. He's going to be the describer if he publishes on it, you know? Because these things were discovered by the paleontologists who actually dug them up. Paleontologists and volunteers and crew chiefs and other people, you know? So yeah. Anywho, yeah. Ross Geller, that's one of the many reasons why he was a lousy paleontologist, 25A, yes. Sorry, yeah. When did Ross from Friends ever spend any time in the field, you know? Yeah. He's not a bad paleontologist because of that, but that contributed to his being a bad paleontologist, I'll tell you that. Yeah. Anyway. But it's not really absent-minded work, right? Says Moosey Fate. Well, that's the thing, is that sometimes I'm thinking of a few scientists in particular who do this. Usually you go to a museum with a very set, you know, idea in mind. I'm going to go here, I'm going to look at these specimens. But then sometimes you're just kind of waiting around and you're kind of poking around in other areas and you go, oh, what's this? You know? That's kind of what I'm talking about. Yeah. And there's a I'm not gonna name names, but there's some paleontologists who are notorious for that, and they're not allowed in certain collections anymore. Yeah, oh boy. And they've published things that students were supposed to be working on. It's like, here's a graduate student. She's been working on this for 4 years. And, you know, this guy walks in and he's like, oh yeah, that's cool. And he shoots off a publication about it, and it's like, this was supposed to be her thesis, dude. What's your problem? You know? So anyway, yeah. We're getting too into the weeds here, but yeah. Be so mad, it happens more often than you'd think, Moohoodles. Yeah. Oh boy. Anyway. Let's continue our video here, shall we?
Humans showed up in Australia during the Pleistocene as far back as 50,000 years ago during the time of megafauna like Megalania.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, many of these sites that these early humans occupied are now lost underwater.
During the Pleistocene, the polar ice caps were fluctuating dramatically in size, causing global weather to rapidly shift between cold, dry periods and warmer, wet intervals.
Yep. Although critters like this were, you know, they were adapting and changing and migrating, you know, to find habitat suitable to them for this whole time. It's like when people show up, suddenly, bow, things disappear. Anyway, Anadusha says, I can attest to such things happening in biology, too. Oh, shoot. Getting people not respecting other researchers. And, yeah, really drove me out of academia. I'm sorry to hear that, Anadusha. Yeah. It's rough. Yeah. It really is. Yeah. Yeah. Well, what did you study in biology, Anandusha? I'd love to know. What's your background? If you've told me before and I forget, then I apologize, but let me know. Yeah. Yeah. And it happened to me during my time at university. My professor stole my... Oh, I'm sorry, Nell. Ugh. It happens. And people like that get all kinds of accolades, and they're respected by their colleagues and everything else, and it's lousy. It's really lousy. Christopher Howard, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah. There's a difference between sciences and arts, but still, you know, we often encounter similar problems, it seems. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Oh, social spiders. That's right, Anandusha. Yeah, like the ones in Brazil. Right? We were talking about this a while ago. Now I remember. Very cool, Anandusha. Yeah. Yeah. And 25 Aces, wouldn't someone get a reputation in a small community for stealing work? Yeah, they do have reputations for that. But still, that won't necessarily stop Harvard or Yale from hiring one of these people as a tenured professor, or tenure track professor, or a collections manager, or an associate researcher or something, you know? Like, in the grand scheme of things, somebody can have a bad reputation and still, you know, in actual materialist terms, still have every reward possible for all of their misdeeds, you know? Yeah. You know, a reputation doesn't pay the bills. I can't eat a reputation, you know? Oh, yeah. Yeah. And most of these academic organizations have no teeth, you know? People can lie, cheat, and steal sometimes, and that won't get them kicked out of a professional society. That won't get them sanctioned by, you know, editorial board or anything. Yeah, it's pretty lousy sometimes. But anyway. And you're a late mod from Westery 1's raid earlier. Welcome, welcome, Christoph Howard. Sorry we're talking about such negative stuff right now. It's not normally like this. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. My name's Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I dig up dinosaurs. I work on them. I study them. I talk about dinosaurs 5 days a week here on Twitch. We're talking about Komodo dragons today, though, and how they relate to dinosaurs. What they can teach us about dinosaurs, rather. So yeah, we'll get to that in a few minutes. The dinosaurian implications of Komodo dragons. But Christoph Howard, it's great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Yeah. Yeah. And 25 Aces, like Tony Montana says, you have two things in life. One of them is your word. There you go. The other one is a big mound of... Yeah. Anyway, 25A. Unfortunately, someone's word doesn't necessarily count for all that much in hierarchical systems, which are... I don't know. There's a lot of... Some stuff just needs to be reformed or revolutionized, you know? Anyway. Social arthropods. That's so cool, Anadusha. Nope. You don't hear enough about social arachnids. It's all about hymenopterans. It's all about ants and bees. And sometimes outside that, termites, too. Anadusha. I'd love to hear more about social spiders. That's pretty cool stuff, Anadusha. Yeah. Big fan of the Age of Empires franchise of RTS games. I don't know what that is, but I'm sure it's great, Christoph Howard. It's great to have you here. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah. Yeah. And yeah, Moosey Fate. Oh boy. There's social cockroaches? Really, Anandusha? When we say social, do we mean social? Or do we mean eusocial? You know? Where they have like, you know, like a queen and different castes of workers and that sort of thing. Are there worker cockroaches? Termites aside, yes, eusocial. Wow. Cool, Anandusha. Very, very cool. I'd love to ask you a bunch more about this, but I gotta run my own stream here. Holy cow. Anandusha, you should consider doing a stream. Setting up a channel, talking about sociality and insects. We've got a growing science community here on Twitch. People like me, Freckled Science, Science Streams, Rocket Sage, Volcano Doc, Constababble, Diatom's Attack, Pacific Plankton, all kinds of cool people doing science here on Twitch. And I'd love to see more of that, so yeah. If you think you'd be up for it, Anandusha, I'd definitely watch you every once in a while. Yeah. And there you go. Yeah, Anandusha. People would love to hear about that. Holy cow. And Moodoodles, yeah, absolutely, Moosey Fate, yeah. Moodoodles talking about astronomy, talking about elasmobrang fishes, sharks. Yeah. Anyway, I'm supposed to be talking about Komodo dragons right now. And their extinct relatives who are even larger. A giant carnivorous lizard that weighed more than a Toyota Prius. Varanus priscus, a.k.a. Megalania. And talking about what may happen to them. Yeah.
Australian states and territories.
Yeah.
Humans showed up in Australia during the Pleistocene as far back as 50,000 years ago during the time of megafauna like Megalania. Unfortunately, many of these sites that these early humans occupied are now lost underwater.
Yeah.
During the Pleistocene, the polar ice caps were fluctuating dramatically in size, causing global weather to rapidly shift between cold, dry periods and warmer, wet intervals.
Yep.
During the dry periods, the sea levels would fall and open up land bridges to the north with New Guinea. When the warm, wet periods would come, these land
It was
bridges
a Ford
would
Ranger.
sink back
That's nuts,
underwater.
Hogan, yeah.
Any human settlements in these
They used
areas
to-
were then lost to the sea.
So I used to drive a Ford Ranger every day for work when I used to deliver auto parts. I had a love-hate relationship with that truck, but anyway, little old Ford Ranger, yeah.
Megalania had its lizard physiology to thank for its ability to survive these climate fluctuations. This is because monitor
noise.
lizards eat very large meals in one sitting, sometimes upwards of 80% of their body weight. They digest slowly and can survive on just a single feast a month. This infrequent feeding means that Megalania could outlast other carnivores that needed to feed more often during times of scarcity.
So if they were such tough survivors, why aren't there still Megalania hanging out by the Sydney Opera House? Well, there are a number of theories about...
Well, that's a pretty urban area. You wouldn't want a lizard that weighed more than a Ford Ranger or more than a Toyota Prius, you know, walking around in downtown Sydney, Australia. I mean, it'd be really cool to see that, but that doesn't seem like the right kind of habitat for them, you know? Yeah.
caused the mass extinction that killed off Australia's megafauna.
Some postulate that it was climate change that brought down these giants. However, this hypothesis is becoming more highly contested. Fossil evidence suggests that megafauna populations fluctuated with the changing climate, but that it wasn't the main cause of their extinction.
Well, well, well. I don't work on Pleistocene megafauna, so honestly, who cares what I think about, like, why big, mostly mammals went extinct at the end of the Pleistocene? Who cares what I think about that, what my opinion is? I don't have a horse in that fight. I'm a dinosaur guy, you know? That being said, I suspect it was probably, interference by humans. Burning habitats, introducing diseases, killing a whole lot of prey animals, and maybe directly killing some of the predators too. I don't know. People, we're a piece of work sometimes, you know? Yeah.
The extinction of megalania was likely caused by the arrival of humans in Australia. It's not exactly clear how people killed these megafauna, but numerous theories exist.
Some theories suggest that overhunting is...
And it's not theories, it's hypotheses. They should... Oh, boy. Yeah. These videos are usually so good. I hold them to a very high standard. And so, like, yeah, in another documentary, I'd be like, oh, whatever. But, it should be hypotheses rather than theories. A theory is a really well-supported idea in science. The word theory in science means something different than what it means in, like, regular parlance, you know? It gets you too, Christopher Howard? Yeah, Christoph Howard. Hypothesis is what they mean. A hypothesis is, a falsifiable explanation for a phenomenon. A hypothesis is more like a guess than a theory is. A theory is like a framework of explanatory ideas that are supported by multiple lines of evidence. A hypothesis is like a, it's lower down on the scale of importance and solidity, perhaps solidness, whatever.
Especially juveniles could have caused populations to collapse.
And Hogan says, yeah, you're not just being pedantic. Theory as used in science is a lot different from how non-scientists use it. Yeah, absolutely, Hogan. Yeah, shoot. In fact, maybe we can even find a quick explainer video about this, so it's not just me being pedantic about this. Yeah. Hypothesis versus theory. I guess I've searched for this before. Yeah. Intro to psychology? We'll see if psychologists use it in the same way as, say, what we used to call natural historians. Scientists who study natural phenomena. And it might help if we turn the sound on, huh?
Now, I just wanted to add a quick note about hypotheses and theories.
Okay.
A hypothesis is a testable question. It's like an if-then statement. For example, if someone drinks caffeine, then their reaction time will decrease. A theory, on the other hand, is a well-substantiated and unifying explanation for a set of proven hypotheses.
There we go. Oh, this is beautiful. This is exactly what I was looking for, and it's so succinct. That's excellent. And so, yeah. So, like, evolutionary theory. When you're hearing, like, creationists online and they go, well, evolution is just a theory. Well, sure, in the same way that gravity is, or the germ theory of disease, or the theory of continental drift, or music theory, It's a well-substantiated and unifying explanation for a set of proven hypotheses, It doesn't mean a hunch or a guess, The way a scientist uses the word theory is much different from how, your average Joe might use the word theory, Like, I don't know. What would be a good example? I don't know. Who ate all of the chimichangas out of the break room refrigerator? Who ate all those chimichangas? Everybody. Like, oh, I have a theory that Greg did it. because I saw chimichanga crumbs all over his jumpsuit. And I saw him eating a chimichanga in the cockpit of his F-18 Hornet fighter jet on the deck of our aircraft carrier. And you'd go, oh, okay. I don't know where I'm going with it. Anyway, that's not theory. That's a hypothesis. Like, oh yeah, I think Greg did it, you know? A theory is more like a... It's much loftier than that. It's much grander, you know? You know, the theory of... I don't know. The germ theory of disease. Theory of continental drift. Evolutionary theory. Music theory. It's like an explanatory framework for explaining big ideas. It's not a guess, you know? Yeah. And Seatown Striker says, I grew up very religious. I remember thinking that sort of thing. You know what? I'm not going to go into detail, but I can relate. Yeah. So good to have you here, Seatown Striker. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, theory of relativity. There you go, Bliss9. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's not like, oh, I have a wild hunch that, you know, about relativity. No, it's a theory. It's a framework with a bunch of hypotheses within it for explaining broad phenomena, you know? So yeah. Yeah. And Amber Vic says you can test that hypothesis about Greg eating the chimichangas by mounting cameras on the chimichanga-laden fridge. There you go, Amber Vix. Yeah. Or you could, I don't know, the Navy pilots have cameras in there? Are there cameras on the flight? I don't know. There's probably cameras on the flight deck. Yeah. Anyway. And Greg should get dressed down. You're not supposed to have Mexican food inside, well, on the flight deck anywhere, let alone inside your aircraft. Not supposed to have any kind of food, right? Those hotshot pilots. Yeah. Could I please link you this video? I can indeed, Claire Burr. It's good. It's real good. There you go. It's only 30 seconds long, so let's watch it one more time. Yeah, hypotheses and theories.
Quick note about hypotheses and theories.
Yeah.
Hypothesis is a testable question.
Yep.
It's like an if-then statement. For example,
yeah.
if someone drinks caffeine, then their reaction time will decrease.
Yep.
A theory, on the other hand...
So if Greg is eating all the chimichangas, we will find chimichanga crumbs inside the cockpit of his F-18 Hornet.
Well-substantiated and unifying explanation for a set of proven hypotheses.
So there we go. Yeah. This would be like, oh, well, Greg has food poisoning because somebody unplugged the refrigerator and all the chimichangas were sitting in there for a week and they weren't cold. And so bacteria were reproducing inside of those chimichangas. And now he's got a terrible stomachache. He's got food poisoning because, you know, the germ theory of disease, you know, there's lots of nasty bugs that were growing in there. See, does this make sense?
So if you take all of the research in the area, you put it together, you come up with a theory. Now, theories can change with developing research. But in general, a theory is our current view of a topic.
There we go. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. And thank you, Krating77, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here, Krating. Thanks for joining us. Put a GPS tracker on the guy and see if chimichangas are missing after he was at the fridge. There you go, Anandusha. That's another way to test that hypothesis. Yes, indeed. How did we get on this subject in the first place? Oh, okay. They said theory in this. Yeah.
Humans in Australia. It's not exactly clear how people killed these megafauna, but numerous theories exist.
Some theories suggest that overhunting, especially of juveniles, could have caused populations to collapse.
Yeah.
Diseases carried by humans could have also infected native animals. Another theory is that human-made fire could have destroyed megafauna habitats.
Yep. Especially in a place like Australia. Yeah.
About Megalania. The fossils we have are fragmented, and no one has ever found an entire skull or skeleton. But with every new fossil that is found, this massive lizard king becomes a little less lost in time.
Very cool. Yeah. And pseudo-memes, sorry, pseudo-memes. The font color in OBS makes it difficult to read because it's like dark purple against a black background. Did wildfires not exist pre-humans? They did, but we have evidence that early humans would have set wildfires deliberately in the off-season and would have, like, basically just made sure that wildfires would have spread really, really far across entire habitats in order to clear them out. So yeah, humans would have exacerbated wildfires. Naturally, lightning strikes will cause wildfires. But once you start introducing people to any environment, it seems like fire follows pretty quickly. You know? Yeah. Yeah. But anyway. Yeah. The Gouldian finches. Yeah, there you go. Birds are dead on. Oh, no. And Anandusha says, yeah, in Australia, humans have employed regular burning for niche construction for quite a while, too. Yeah, many, like, anytime that you've got people in an environment for a long time, and they adapt well to the environment, they usually develop, you know, like, schedules for burning certain environments in order to create cropland, or to kind of, like, engineer the environment to their own needs. But when the first people showed up in any given environment, these are people who are not from here, you know? Like when the first people came across the land bridge from Asia into North America. The first human beings in North America, the ancestors of the Native Americans. They're here in this scary new habitat, and they're just trying to survive. And they very well may have hunted certain species into extinction, destroyed habitats through creating, you know, by burning things. Yeah, it would only be later that people actually learn to kind of live in harmony with their environment after being there for a long time, you know? When you're new and scared in a new place, I can only imagine, you know, what it would be like as a, you know, a Pleistocene person arriving in North America for the first time, and yeah, shoot. So yeah. Choppy Jenkins, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you here. Yeah. So anyway. Yeah. And at 25A, yeah, it's been said, I think it's true, 25A. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Man, don't get me started on John Muir and his view of native peoples. I have tremendous admiration for John Muir. You know, as somebody who grew up in California myself, John Muir is like, yeah, we learn about him in school growing up here in California. Man, did he have some pretty odious views about native people. And he was a product of his time, you know? So yeah. And there you go, Anandusha, yeah. Yep. Anywho, Megalania. Very, very cool critter here. Megalania. What a neat animal. Yeah. Let's take a look at the Wikipedia article on this critter real quick. And then after that, we'll dive into Komodo dragon ontogeny and what it can tell us about dinosaur ecosystems, potentially. Oh, then we gotta open that box, too. I'm gonna do that at the end of stream today, I think, Claire. Yeah. And I will see you later, Seatown Striker. Thanks for being here. I'll see you around. And thank you for the lurk, by the way. Appreciate you. Yeah. The Megalania is thought to have been had a similar ecology to the living Komodo dragon. The youngest fossil remains of giant monitor lizards in Australia date to around 50,000 years ago. The first indigenous settlers of Australia might have encountered Megalania and been a factor in Megalania's extinction. Originally, Megalania was considered to be the only member of the titular genus Megalania, described by Richard Owen. Today, it is considered as a member of the genus Varanus, being closely related to the other Australian monitor lizards, which honestly makes a lot of sense. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, and Ralph Molnar was publishing on this. Oh, this is great. Yeah. Megalania would not be a valid genus name. Molnar noted that Megalania is suitable use as a vernacular rather than a scientific name for the species Varanus priscus, which is pretty interesting. So Megalania, not capitalized, could be considered the common name of this extinct animal. There are very, very few extinct animals that have common names. And when I say a common name, that's the vernacular name. That's the, you know, like human is a vernacular name. The scientific name is Homo sapiens. You know, cougar or mountain lion is a vernacular name, a common name. Puma concolor is the scientific name for a cougar or a puma or a mountain lion. Very, very few extinct animals have common names. Probably because they're not common anymore. They're not running around. We've just got their scientific name. You know, dinosaur names. Tyrannosaurus Rex. That's a scientific name. Velociraptor mongoliensis. Scientific name. Although I guess raptor might be the common name for these critters nowadays after the advent of Jurassic Park. But yeah. Yeah. And very funny 25A. My goodness. Anyway. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Paleobiology, venom. There's a hypothetical Megalania skull in Boston based on the skull of a modern Komodo dragon, although it's got much larger teeth in proportion to its jaws than this right here. Yeah. One thing I was actually kind of struck by when I first got this Komodo dragon skull in the mail was how similar its teeth are to those of Velociraptor. Let me show you. Here. You stay here. Here's a Velociraptor skull. Velociraptor mongoliensis. This is a cast, a replica, molded and cast from the real thing. From Rob Gaston at Gaston Studios. Gaston Designs, rather. And the teeth are very, very similar. They're a similar shape, similar curvature, similar orientation. They're kind of, you know, oriented backwards in the jaw like that. They're very similar. I would not be shocked if Velociraptor is basically using its teeth in a very similar way to that of a Komodo dragon. I would love to see a paper published on this, comparing those. Maybe I'll have to do it. But, yeah. Form follows function? It does. In evolution, absolutely, Anandusha. Form, well, function dictates form in evolution. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Those teeth are designed to hold on to prey. Evolved, Rahabophion. They're evolved to... Well, Komodo dragons have a peculiar way of hunting. They'll, like, basically grip a prey item and just, like, shake their heads, and they'll... I'd show you a video, but some of these are really grisly. There are very, and I mean very, graphic videos on YouTube of Komodo dragons subduing and dismembering and consuming prey. Not for the faint of heart to watch, but if you're curious about this, if you'd like to, not for morbid reasons, but in the interest of scientific curiosity, if you'd like to see how Komodo dragons actually capture and kill prey, yeah, search for some of those. There's some amazing videos on YouTube. Yeah, Komodo dragons eating everything from water buffalo to horses to monkeys to dogs, turtles, bats, pigs. They eat a lot of pigs. Deer, a lot of deer. Yeah, shoot. And yeah, they will literally eat you alive, Dr. Terra. And there's many, many videos of, I don't know. There was one of a Komodo dragon eating a deer. Deer is still alive. And it's like flopped over on its side. It's kind of paralyzed by the venom or toxins or bacteria or whatever the Komodo dragon's got going on in its teeth. And it's there on its side, but its head is up. And it's kind of like looking around going, bah, bah. And there's like 5 Komodo dragons who are just eating it. They're just eating its guts while it's sitting there. They're just in its rib cage, just swallowing its organs. It's pretty grisly. Yeah. I won't even describe what happens next, but it was like, holy cow, what did I just see? Oh my goodness. Yeah, yeah. Oh boy. So anyway. Yeah. On Rehabophion. Oh, design. So Rehabophion, yeah, sorry about the design thing. I was kind of reacting. Here in the United States, Rehabophion, when people say the word design, that's often like a creationist thing. Well, they will emphasize the word design because they're like, oh, there must have been somebody designing this, and creating it. It's built to specifications, like whether it's an alien intelligence or whether it's some supernatural force or something, like design, Stuff doesn't happen by accident, like with evolution. Well, no. It's not by accident, it's through natural selection. Anyway. Yeah. And there you go. Okay, Rehabophion. Yeah. Here, yeah, on that side of the pond, you're not dealing with some of the same, oh boy, some of the same characters that we have to deal with here in the US. The name of that somebody? Albert Einstein. There you go, necromancy. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. And socials, I don't have a socials command. I should do that, huh, Christoph Howard? Anyway, here, look over here. On Instagrams and Tink Tonk and YouTube and the Bird website. I'm paleontologizing on all of those. So you'll find me there. Yeah. You'll do it real fast? Thank you, Claire. Claire, can you do it on Nightbot? Do you have access to that, Claire Burr? I'm thinking of retiring Moobot at some point, because Moobot's got real limitations. Thank you, Claire. Appreciate you. Yeah. Good stuff. So anyway, yeah. So Komodo dragons can be really, really grisly in the way that they dismember their prey. Yeah, it's kind of extraordinary, Let's take a look at this paper real quick about where Komodo dragons may have come from. Excuse me. What a nice title here. Dragon's Paradise Lost. Paleobiogeography, evolution, and extinction of the largest ever terrestrial lizards, Varanidae. And let's go ahead and download that PDF there. This is... And oh boy. Yes, indeed. An open access paper. No paywall. Don't you love to see that, chat? Holy cow. Beautiful. Yeah. PLOS One, Public Library of Science. Lovely open access journal. Yeah. So Komodo dragons today are endangered, and in trying to figure out how to save them and protect them, you know, prevent them going extinct, it's important to understand where they came from in the first place. So, let's see. Do we not have an abstract? Oh, okay. Let's see. Varanids were once a ubiquitous part of subcontinental Eurasian and Australasian faunas during the Neogene. Extinction played a pivotal role in the reduction of their ranges and diversity throughout the late Quaternary, leaving only Varanus komodoensis as an isolated long-term survivor. The events over the last 2 millennia are now threatening its future survival. Yeah. So, in a sense, the Komodo dragon is kind of a holdout. A refugee, a lone survivor from this age of giant varanid lizards. And as such, it is absolutely worthy of our protection. You know? Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Cool stuff. I'm looking forward to reading this whole paper later on. Yeah. But for right now, let's talk a little bit about what Komodo dragons can potentially teach us about dinosaurs. And I want to make very, very clear here. Very, very clear. Komodo dragons are not dinosaurs. Lizards are not dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are very, very different from lizards. Lizards are very, very different from dinosaurs. You know? Yeah. They're not dinosaurs. There you go, Lenina. Thank you. That doesn't make them any less cool. Well, I mean, I guess not being a dinosaur would make any critter less cool. From my perspective as a dinosaur paleontologist. But anyway, yeah. Here is another dinosaur paleontologist trying to figure out an interesting mystery about dinosaurs here. And using Komodo dragons as a clue. They might not be close relatives of dinosaurs, but there's interesting stuff going on with these dragons. They can give us insight into dinosaur ecosystems. So here is Kat Schroeder up here. And she's going to tell us a little bit about dinosaur ontogeny and how Komodo dragons fit into that. And Mogi Ramen, there you go with the Komodo hype emote. Yes, indeed. Welcome, Mogi Ramen. Good to have you here. Yeah.
Kind of situation, though. So when we look at the carnivores, we see...
So this is a talk that she gave here at... Where was this? Mind the Gap, the influence of juvenile dinosaurs on community structure and diversity. This is a scientific talk that she's giving. She does a pretty excellent job of, like, breaking it down for any lay people watching. But, anyway, yeah. She's from the University of New Mexico, and, this is cool stuff. Basically trying to figure out an interesting mystery here.
Different kind of situation, though. So when we look at the carnivores, we see where that bimodality comes from in that overall community set, right? Unlike the herbivores, carnivores actually have their highest diversity in small body sizes.
So this is what she's describing here as this gap in carnivorous dinosaurs, which I hope you can see this properly. Man, the YouTube interface is kind of getting in the way here. But here's a bunch of theropod dinosaurs here. You've got a big one here, a Tyrannosaur, say Albertosaurus or Gorgosaurus, right here. And then you've got all these little ones down here. Dromaeosaurs, Troodontids, other little Coelurosaurs and critters like that down there. But we don't have a lot of meat-eating dinosaurs in this environment who, full-grown, are between this size and this size. These are all adult dinosaurs that you see here. We've got little meat-eating dinosaurs reaching their full adult sizes here. And then you've got a huge meat-eating dinosaur at full adult size right here. What's going on? Why are there no in-betweens? This has been a mystery in dinosaur paleontology for a good while now. Why do we have a gap there?
So they're the exact opposite of the global distribution. They are fairly diverse below 60 kilograms.
Yep.
So carnivores in general just don't mirror their global distribution, and again, indicating that there's an ecological driver in their body mass distribution. So interestingly, the bias against small dinosaurs in the fossil record doesn't really appear to be affecting the carnivores at the local level.
Interesting.
And then we have this really distinct gap, right?
Big gap.
This is the crux for the rest of the conversation. There is a super low diversity of carnivores between 100 and 1,000 kilograms. This is really
What's
weird,
going
right?
on with that? Yeah.
It's over the commonly cited threshold for size bias. Remember, Berensmeyer was finding that in modern organisms, anything below 100 kilograms was kind of missing. Brown et al. Found that anything below 60 kilograms was kind of missing. This is actually above that. This is some fairly large animals that seem to consistently not be in dinosaur communities.
So why are there no medium-sized dinosaur predators? What's going on with that? There's medium-sized dinosaur herbivores, plant eaters, but all of the full-grown, medium-sized dinosaur predators gone, absent.
Ontogeny.
They're not there. Oh, Claire Burr's got an idea. Claire Burr's got an idea. And yes, the herbivores got a lot bigger than the carnivores, Swooboo. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
In fact, we find this gap in approximately 86% of our communities. And just to give you a context, this isn't a small gap, 100 to 1,000 kilograms. If we were to...
I love this graph right here. This is so cool. This is so cool. Check this out. So this is like trying to compare the same kind of information to like the African Serengeti today. So here's all these different predatory mammals out on the African Serengeti. Lions, leopards, hyenas, cheetahs, another species of hyena, Cape hunting dogs or jackals, whatever those are, different foxes, and, you know, etc. Huge gap, though, here. So these are arranged according to their weights here. For dinosaurs. Huge gap right here between these little guys and these huge guys. What in the world's going on? Why the gap?
Similar mass distribution. So if we were to take what carnivorous dinosaur mass distributions look like and apply it to a modern mammalian carnivore assemblage of a similar size, something like Kruger.
Kruger National Park in Africa. That's in South Africa, right? So basically, if a modern, like Kruger National Park, if that looked like, say, the Dinosaur Park Formation in Alberta, Canada, it would look like this. You would have lions, and then you would have, what is this, some sort of fox right here? Otocyon? I don't know what that is. Megalotus? Is that a big-eared fox, maybe? Megalotus? Megalotus would imply big ear. That's probably a big-eared fox. Anyway, if mammalian ecosystems today looked like dinosaurian ecosystems, this is what it would be like. Just nuts. Crazy difference.
All of the carnivorous mammals between the size of a bat-eared fox and a male African lion. So
yeah.
Clearly, there's something going on here. This is a significant gap. It certainly can't be explained by size bias in the fossil record because it is above what we find as the bias in most instances.
Yep.
And when
isn't this cool, Christoph Howard? Very, very, very cool. Yeah.
Do the math, actually, we do find that there is a significant correlation between the size of the gap and the size of the largest carnivore in the community. So there's something else going on here. This isn't.
It makes sense once you understand it. Oh man, it's like a bolt from a blue. It suddenly makes sense. You're gonna get that in just a second.
A byproduct of poor fossilization. We don't find the gap in communities that don't have carnivores over 1,000 kilograms, and that's where we get this term megatheropod, right? Mm-hmm. So when we're referring to megatheropods, we're not just talking about...
The megatheropods are big two-legged carnivorous dinosaurs, you know? Your big tyrannosaurs, your carcharodontosaurs, your allosaurids, your, you know, big ceratosaurs, critters like this. the big meat-eating dinosaurs are megatheropods. Yeah.
Megatheropods because they're big. We're actually talking about them being megatheropods because they could actually be changing the actual structure of the community around them.
Yep.
This brings
So
us.
these guys are so big. They're basically like changing the environment. They're changing what the structure of these ecosystems looks like. You know? Yeah.
The actual, right? What is causing this persistent gap in carnivore communities? In a majority of the communities, there seems to be some kind of interaction with the megatheropods, but we're not entirely certain what that interaction is. So, interestingly, right, 2012, another great paper came out from Codron et al., and they were testing mathematically the potential for competition in dinosaurs through ontogeny or through growth, right?
Yep.
One of their predictions was the existence of a gap in the fossil record of dinosaurs between 100 and 1,000 kilograms due to the increased complexity of ontogeny.
Eat your neighbors, says necromancy.
So that was a lot of big words. That's a lot to unpack. So let's slow down for just a minute.
Break it down for us, yeah. Break it down for the chat there, Kat.
Why dinosaur ontogeny is weird. So first off, dinosaurs are oviparous. They lay eggs, right?
Yep.
And granted, anything that poops out a ball of bones and claws and teeth and feathers is a little bit weird, but dinosaurs in particular are weird.
It's not as weird as live birth, to be honest. You know, eggs. I still think live birth is weird.
Because they're big.
Yeah.
Right? So because of gas exchange, eggs can only get so big. Eggs can only max out at about the size of a soccer ball, right?
We've talked about this many times. Eggs have like a maximum size that they can be on land. Part of that is because of just the sheer force of gravity. If an egg were really big, it would have to have a really thick shell in order to support its weight. And it doesn't scale, you know, isometrically. It does scale isometrically? I'm not a mathematician. I forget these terms. Anyway, the bigger it is, the thicker the shell would have to be. After you get to a certain thickness, it would be so thick that the embryo wouldn't be able to break out. And it would suffocate because there would be not enough... it'd be too difficult for the egg to breathe, basically. You couldn't have gas exchange with the external atmosphere. That's what she's talking about here. Oh, shoot. Here we go. Yeah.
Because they're big, right? So because of gas exchange, eggs can only get so big. Eggs can only max out at about the size of a soccer ball, right? So even if you're an 80-ton sauropod as an adult, you're still starting out the size of a border collie when you hatch out of that egg.
Yep.
So there's some things that we know about animals.
And holy cow, here's our friend and our subject of today's stream, the Komodo dragon. What can they tell us about this?
Especially the few remaining big predatory egg-laying reptiles that we have today, like Komodo dragons.
Yeah.
When there's big differences between the size of eggs and hatchlings versus the size of adults in a species, particularly in animals with little to no parental care, we know that the infants and the juveniles of those species tend to exist in very different ways in their communities, right?
Yep, so these are critters who are changing through, they're shifting their niches ontogenetically, and she's going to explain in a minute what that means. Ontogeny. I presume. This is an excellent talk, and I'll share the link with you in a minute. But I'll share it with you right now. Shoot, before I forget. Good stuff. Excellent stuff. This is cutting-edge dinosaur paleontology, and it's... Oh, man, this is so good. This is so good, because it answers so many questions about dinosaur communities and what's going on with different dinosaurs of different body sizes in different environments. It answers so many questions. It's excellent, excellent work. Like synthesizing different ideas from different aspects of dinosaur paleontology together in order to make things make sense, you know? So yeah, but baby Komodo dragons like this, they don't look like the adults. A, they're a lot smaller, but B, they live in a different environment. Baby Komodo dragons don't live on the ground. They live in the trees. they're trying to avoid, you know, trying to avoid adult Komodo dragons who might eat them, you know? They're eating different things than the adults do. The adults are going after deer and water buffalo and monkeys and whatever else they can eat. They're eating big mammals. These guys are eating insects. They're eating snails. They're eating other things that they find up in the trees. They little mammals. They might eat mice and stuff like that. But yeah. So they're moving through different niches, through different ecological jobs as they grow and mature. And we think a lot of dinosaurs were doing the same thing. Even though it's the same species, it's moving through different niches through ontogeny. Through an individual's lifetime, as it moves, it's moving through different growth stages, and it's doing different jobs at different growth stages. Very, very cool.
So by and large, these teeny tiny babies are not going to be physically capable of capturing the same prey that their adult conspecifics can. So adult Komodo dragons, which are 200 kilograms and fully terrestrial predators that are known to hunt and eat things the size of water buffalo as adults. As juveniles, Komodo dragons actually live in trees and eat bugs, right?
Yep.
They're hatched out of eggs about the size of a chicken egg, and from that point, it's just a mad scramble up to the nearest tree, because mom is just as likely to eat you as she is to take care of you. So, ecologically, the juveniles.
Isn't that cool, Mushrooms or Jazz? Yeah. And how did the eggs get to the ground safely, dropping from so high up? A lot of these dinosaurs probably squatted down. So many depictions of dinosaurs are like very stiff. They're just kind of like walking around with straight legs. Like a lot of these animals would have been pretty limber, I think. Sauropod dinosaurs, these huge, long-necked plant-eating dinosaurs. These critters, they would have had to squat down in order to be able to deposit their eggs safely into a nest. So yeah. They're probably just squatting basically with their cloaca basically touching the dirt. Yeah. I don't suspect they would have had any kind of fleshy ovipositor tube or anything like that. Maybe they did. But the more parsimonious answer is probably just that they squatted down. But excellent question. I appreciate you asking it, Mushrooms or Jazz. Yeah. Anyway, here we go.
Komodo dragons are very, very different animals, despite being mom egg. And from that point, it's just a mad scramble up to the nearest tree, because mom is just as likely to eat you as she is to take care of you. So,
oh boy,
ecologically, the juveniles of Komodo dragons are very, very different animals, despite being part of the same species as the adults, right? And this is a phenomenon that is referred to as ontogenetic niche shift. So,
yep. And Claire says, I love their colors. Yeah, the babies and the adults look very, very different from one another. In fact, I think I even have a video about that. Baby Komodo dragons. Here we go. Yeah. Take a look. They are beautiful animals. They really are.
Reptile Park is the only place in Australia that you can see hatchling Komodo dragons. The
look at them.
Exhibit is now open, and our hatchling Komodo dragons are on display at the Australian Reptile Park. We're so excited
very cool.
for everyone to come and see them.
Look how beautiful they are.
Back in April, the Australian Reptile Park was the first zoo in Australia to hatch endangered Komodo dragons. Now
very
they're
cool.
ready for visitors to see. We're checking in with them at Reptile HQ to show everyone how they've been doing. So 2 months old now, our juvenile Komodo dragons are...
And look how they climb. They just want to get up high.
Even at this size,
they're going to keep trying to climb onto his head.
Attitude and inquisitiveness of an adult dragon. Every time we're in this room, they're at their enclosure, they're wondering what's going on.
Climbing.
And they do love coming out and crawling around on our arms, just like this one here. So an important part of keeping a track on these Komodo dragons is weighing them. And this one here was actually the first to hatch, and it was also the largest of the three, 116 grams when it hatched. So now we're going to get a bit of a update and see what he's up to.
They grow fast. They have to.
128. So it's quite a bit of a weight gain, but he's doing very, very well. And hopefully we'll continue to see that weight increasing. And by the time they're about a year old, we would...
Climbing. Can't stop them.
So still got quite a bit of growing to do over the next 10 months or so.
That's instinct. They know they've got to climb in order to stay away from predators.
The Komodo dragon has incredible teeth and a really, really severe bite. Now at this size, they of course still have lots of teeth and they would be quite sharp. However, a bite at this size really wouldn't be considered too much of a big deal, although they do still have tiny little venom glands in the lower jaw. These juvenile Komodo dragon are being kept really warm, and of course they're growing, so their metabolism is quite intense at the moment. We're feeding them every 2 to 3 days. We actually remove the dragons from their exhibit for feeding and place them into another enclosure. We do this because we want them separated from one another during feeding. If they go for the same food,
eating little bugs when they're young like this.
And also, we don't want them to have an association between the exhibit and feeding time. If we didn't remove them from the exhibit, it would likely start to cause a strong food response every time that door opens. That could become very dangerous for keepers once they're bigger. As you can see at this juvenile
Powdered
stage,
beetles, yeah. That's calcium powder that's put on the beetles there in order to help their growing bones and everything else.
We want them separated
Watch.
from one another during feeding.
Yep. See that right there? Calcium powder on the beetles. I had alligator lizards for a short time when I was a kid before I let them go. And I put calcium powder on the crickets before feeding them to the lizards to make sure they got enough calcium.
Feeding. If they go for the same food item, they could very easily injure each other. And also, we don't want them to have an association between...
So anyway, yeah.
And they're covered in spots as well. But once they hit 4 or 5 years of age, that's when they'll start to lose a lot of their beautiful colouring. Our adult male Komodo dragon, Kraken, is still a beautiful lizard, but looking at him compared to these beautiful juveniles, the colour difference is quite striking.
Quite striking. Yeah.
You can now see our hatchling Komodo dragons in the Lost World of...
Yeah, very, very cool. So the juvenile Komodo dragons look a lot different from the adults, and they're also doing a very different thing in the ecosystem. They're living in trees. They're living in a different habitat than the adults. They're eating different prey. This is not like mammals, you know? You know, think about, I don't know, let's look at a mammal like, I don't know. A panda bear and its baby. So pandas are mammals. They give birth to live young. Their young are fairly large. Well, actually, panda bear babies are really small. But anyway, they're like ridiculously small for mammal babies. But anyway, they live alongside their mother. They drink her milk. That's how they feed until they're big enough to start eating what the adults eat. They're there in the same habitat, in the same niche as their parents, immediately. Same with, you know, baby elephants. Baby elephants live with their parents. You know, they drink mother's milk until they're old enough to start eating plants when their teeth come in, and then they just eat what their parents eat. And they stick around with their mother like that, you know? They're in the same niche the whole time. Their whole lives, they're in the same ecological niche, you know? Komodo dragons are not like that. Just like dinosaurs weren't, for the most part. Some dinosaurs might have been. Ones that exhibited a lot of parental care. But, yeah, just like Komodo dragons, other dinosaurs were not like this at all.
Your niche is basically where you live in the ecosystem, so shift. So, right? And this is a phenomenon that is referred to as ontogenetic niche shift.
Ontogenetic niche shift.
Where you live in the ecosystem, so what you're eating, literally where you're living, when you're active, all kinds of different things that describe, you know, what role an animal plays in their ecosystem. And then ontogeny, again, is just how you grow. So shifting your niche through your growth, right?
Yep.
And this is a really...
Does that make sense? Has everybody got that? Ontogenetic niche shift. I know it's a lot of syllables there. Scary sounding terms, but it's pretty simple. Yeah. It's just, as you grow, you're eating different stuff and living in different places, you know? Yeah. Pretty simple when it comes right down to it.
What role an animal plays in their ecosystem. And then ontogeny, again, is just how you grow. So shifting your niche through your growth, right?
Yep.
And this is a really important thing, because ontogenetic niche shift is actually a way to partition resources. So resources being food or space. And when you can partition your resources, you can reduce competition within your species, right?
Yep.
So for dinosaurs, which compared to mammals, they have the bare minimum of specialization when it comes to feeding mechanisms. They're mostly too big to partition their habit vertically, like birds. We're not going to find a T-Rex in a tree anytime soon. Any form of resource partitioning for these animals is super, super important, because they don't have a lot of the other ways that we see partitioning, especially dietary partitioning in modern mammals.
When she means dietary partitioning, specializations in feeding, what she means is teeth. When it comes to mammals, mammals are teeth. Mammals are all about teeth. Paleomammalogists basically study mammal teeth. You know, and sometimes postcrania too, but it's usually teeth. Teeth evolve really, really quickly in mammals, and specializations occur really rapidly in their teeth. Dinosaur teeth are not like that. Dinosaur teeth just kind of churn in and out. They replenish really quickly. They're not nearly as specialized as mammal teeth are. Mammals, like, if one lineage of mammals is gonna, you know, if we're going to have cladogenesis that happens, their teeth are going to be one of the first things that change, you know? Now, when you've got one lineage that splits into two species, those teeth, oh boy, you better believe those are going to be different before just about anything else is different. Mammals are all about their teeth, you know? Dinosaurs are not the same way, and that's what she means by this, I think.
Going to find a T-Rex in a tree anytime soon.
Yeah.
Any form of resource partitioning for these animals is super, super important, because they don't have a lot of the other ways that we see partitioning, especially dietary partitioning in modern mammals.
Yep. Yeah.
And this is important because when a species or an individual
Woof. Holy cow. That poor fox is getting wrecked by that eagle. Holy moly.
Ends up in the same niche, where they're competing for the same food in the same place at the same time, competition tends to pick a winner, right? And over long enough periods of time, we might actually start to see something called competitive exclusion, where one species actually gets pushed out of an ecosystem because of competition from another. And here, once again, we see body size starting to come into play, because the bigger you are, the faster you reach competitive exclusion.
And is it also holding a rabbit? Yeah, there's something going on right here. Maybe the fox ran up and tried to grab this, but it really honestly looks more like the eagle is taking this from the fox. Yeah, that's my bias, though, as a dinosaur guy, you know? Like, yeah, rah-rah, dinosaurs. Take that prey item. I don't know. I don't actually know what's going on with that picture. Yeah.
So now, if we go back to our second question about the carnivore gap, based on what we know about dinosaur physiology, that egg-laying behavior, we predict that it's actually the juveniles of those megatheropods. Remember, the gap was correlated with the size of megatheropods. We think it's the juveniles of those megatheropods inhabiting different niches as they grow that might actually be causing the gap.
So yeah, does she show the gap, that image again here? No, shoot, we don't see it. So let me show you, just because Twitch is a very visual medium. Let's go back to this, and let's go back to past our Komodo dragons, past our juveniles, past our adults, past these dinosaurs here. And there we go. So, the big question, what is causing this gap in dinosaur ecosystems among meat-eating dinosaurs between these guys who are small and these guys who are big? You know, we don't see that in mammals here, like in, say, South Africa. You know, many, many different kinds of mammals at different adult body sizes. Here, there's a huge jump in body sizes, a huge gap for adult body sizes between full-grown small dinosaurs and full-grown, large meat-eating dinosaurs. Big gap. It's because the juveniles of these guys, they've got to hatch out of a little tiny egg. This is like a hatchling, Tyrannosaur. They've got to go from this to this throughout their lifespan. And so all the in-between there, that's what's filling that gap. It's your medium-sized Tyrannosaurus, your medium-sized Albertosaurus, Gorgosaurus, Daspletosaurus, whatever. With Tyrannosaurs like this, they go from being this big to being 40 feet long. You know, being 13 meters. There's a lot of in-between this big and 13 meters. So, juveniles, subadults, and young adult big meat-eating dinosaurs, they're hogging those niches for themselves. There's no room for medium-sized, adult medium-sized theropod dinosaurs to develop. These guys are already there, muscling everybody out of the way. That's why there's that big gap here. Is because these guys were already doing that job when they're teenagers, you know? Does that make sense? I hope it does. So that is what Komodo dragons can help teach us. Because these guys start off very small. Like this. And they occupy a different niche than the adults. And then they get bigger and bigger and bigger. They start tackling bigger prey. They start with mice. Then they move on to birds and bats. And then they're eating little pigs. And they're eating young deer. And then they're eating adult deer. And they're eating horses. And they're eating water buffalo. Yeah. So that's the thing. When you hatch out of an egg, when you start off real small, and you have to get real big, you're going to be shifting niches a lot through ontogeny. And,
Hey, can I just get
yeah.
a living dinosaur?
Osho63, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah. It's like how human teenagers help quell the population of mailboxes. Okay, Moosey Fate. I'm not gonna start encouraging vandalization of mailboxes, but I know what you mean, Moosey Fate. I don't know how good analogy that is. But yeah. Anywho, yeah. So yeah. Yeah. That's what Komodo dragons can help teach us about dinosaur ontogeny, niche shifting, and etc. Now, before we start talking about Komodo dragon conservation, well, we are going to start talking about Komodo dragon conservation. Let's take a look at this video right here. Komodo dragons today are endangered. Let's talk about why. Let's talk about what might happen to them in the future as sea levels continue to rise. What that might mean for their habitats. And, yeah. And let's see what we can do to potentially protect them. Make sure that they live long into the future. Oh, yeah. Let's watch this. From BBC News.
For hundreds of thousands of years.
I'm going to go run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Live here on just a handful of small islands in Indonesia.
Arriving at Komodo Island, home of the world's largest lizards. The only place you'll find these dragons anywhere in the world. Incredible, most prehistoric scenes here.
The villagers that live amongst the dragons believe they're spiritually and physically related to them.
Soalnya kembar tadi ada hubung darah, hubung antara batin manusia dan binatang komodonya.
This human-dragon relationship may be all about to change. An increasing number of visitors now flock here to see this iconic species.
Welcome.
And this man, the powerful governor of the region, wants to close Komodo Island to mass tourism and expel the villagers, making the island a home only for the dragons.
Di sana itu tidak ada human right, yang ada animal right. Jadi kalau tidak animal right, ya, yang dilindungi itu komodo. Yang di sana kan tidak di manusia tidak dilindungi.
There's just one village here on Komodo Island, home to around 2,000 people. And they have a centuries-old history with the dragons.
Yeah.
The village
These are
tells
cool,
the
aren't they,
story
Roland?
of a
Yeah.
princess who lived on Komodo, whom people call Putri Naga, or Dragon Princess.
Huh.
She married a man named Nago and bore him.
Isn't that... Hang on. Sorry, I turned the audio off. Stupid thing. Isn't that a thing from Game of Thrones? I've never seen Game of Thrones.
The story of a princess who lived on Komodo, whom people call Putri Naga, or Dragon Princess. She married a man named Nago and bore him twins. One was a baby boy, and the other a baby dragon.
Yeah, Game of Thrones, right? Isn't that the same story? You can say yes. I know it is. Of course it is. Yeah.
Satu melahirkan, dia namanya Sebai. Dia tuh hanya makannya daging, komodo nih. Jadi dia itu turun di bawah tanah, sering kejar ayam penduduk. Akhirnya
Sebai is stealing our chickens.
ngomel dia.
Oh no.
Oh katanya Sebai ini dia bilang tuh sering curi ayam. Akhirnya
His mother told him off, saying,
mamanya ini marah. Sebai dia bilang
Sebai, don't eat the neighbor's chickens. You're making them angry. Good advice. So he went off to the forest. But he always comes back to check on his mother and her friends. Aww. It's a beautiful story.
Komodo dragons reach 10 feet in length and can weigh upwards of 300 pounds. They have
Their spaces. That gummit Sabby, that lizard ain't right. Yeah.
shark-like teeth and poisonous venom that can kill a person within hours of a bite. And a powerful tail.
Yeah, but can it though? I don't know if that has anybody. I think there's been like one person ever recorded having been killed by a Komodo dragon, and which is like, it's almost kind of disappointing. It did happen in a James Bond film. Does anybody remember this? Let's see. Yeah. There we go. Not gonna have the actual audio here, but there we go. This'll work. Yeah. And Xerx Z2, thank you for the raid and welcome to Paleontologizing. I'm sorry our Stream Elements alerts. Stream Elephants is having some real trouble tonight. But thank you, Xerx Z2. Really appreciate the raid and welcome raiders. Welcome to Paleontologizing. For anybody new here, let me introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I work on dinosaurs. I dig them up for various museums across the western U.S. I study dinosaurs. I publish on them in the scientific literature. And now I talk about dinosaurs every weekday here on Twitch. Xerxz2, how did your stream go? I hope it was really good. Thank you for bringing everybody here. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Something called Dead Space. Sounds a little bit morbid. I hope it was fun, Xerxy. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, and Blue Tiger, how are you doing with the Komodo hype emote? There you go. Blue Tiger knows what's up. Howdy, howdy. Dead Space is zombies in a spaceship. Uh-oh, that spaceship's gonna crash. Zombies can't pilot a spaceship. Godspeed to those zombies. May they, safely land their spaceship on some deserted planet and live out the rest of their zombie lives. Yeah. And Roland Elliott says that an older gentleman from my community died recently. I'm sorry to hear that, Roland Elliott. Just learned he was a retired paleontologist. Roland, there's a non-zero chance that I know this person. What did he study? Do you know what kind of paleo he did? Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Here. We're talking all about Komodo dragons today, everybody. And Red Raptor 6464, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Is this Red Raptor like Raptor Red? That Bob Bacher novel? Or is it like a red-tailed hawk? That kind of...
Who ruins a movie by telling you how it ends? Well, I say there's...
Our alerts are having all kinds of problems tonight. Stream Elephants is really chugging... it's not doing well tonight. Rayway, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Anyway, and you love Raptor Red? Yeah, Sergeant Raccoon. Last summer, I was digging in the Cedar Mountain Formation, home of Utah Raptor, out in eastern Utah, with Jim Kirkland, the describer of Utah Raptor. So yeah, good stuff. Anyway, good to have everybody here. We're talking about Komodo dragons tonight. Now YouTube's freaking out on me. Gah. Anyway. Yeah. We're talking about Komodo dragons. The world's largest living lizards. They are pretty extraordinary critters in so many different ways. Really astonishing. And, yeah, we were watching a video on Komodo dragon conservation and just kind of commenting on how it doesn't seem like there are many documented instances of Komodo dragons eating people, but here's one from a Hollywood film. And, enjoy. Yeah. With, Daniel James Bond Craig right here. This is a good song for this instance, isn't it? Yeah. Let's blast it. Yeah. Anyway, what's that? Holy cow. Yeah. Uh-oh. Guy's got his gun. It's curtains for him. Oh, no. Except... Oh, look at that dragon coming out there. Easy, good luck with that. Uh-oh, it doesn't work, because it's like a handprint gun. Oh. R.I.P. to that guy. He's lizard food. Oh, boy. Oh. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody else use a lizard as a step stool in a film. Anyway. Interesting stuff. Yeah. I really like that scene in that movie. I remember seeing that in the theater and I thought that was pretty great. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. Komodo dragons are very, very cool critters. And, they are unfortunately endangered. So let's talk about Komodo dragon conservation here. Yeah.
Akhirnya dia sudah mulai masuk hutang dia. Dia tetap kembali tengok mamanya dengan
There's a local legend about the origin of Komodo dragons.
Komodo dragons reach 10 feet in length and can weigh upwards of 300 pounds. Really spectacular. They have shark-like.
Thank you, Victorious, for gifting Red Raptor.
Can kill a person within hours.
6,464.
Thank you, Victorious. Holy moly. Really appreciate you, Victorious, for gifting Red Raptor there. Extraordinary. And we've got Jammy Whammy Games here, too. How are you doing, Jammy Whammy? You've been lurking for a bit, learning about Komodo dragons. It's been cool. I appreciate you, Jammy. And, yeah, let's get another shout-out for Jammy Whammy Games, actually. She does some really cool stuff here on Twitch. I appreciate you, Jamie. Welcome back. Yeah. Red Raptor has got an introduction there. They say, I love me some dinosaurs. I came up with the nickname when I was a kid, first going online almost 25-something years ago. Wow, Red Raptor, cool. Hey, I can relate. My name is for dinosaurs. I don't know about Raptor Red. Didn't know about Raptor Red at the time, but I have a copy in a display stand in my office right next to me. Red Raptor. Is it a hardcover? It probably is if you've got it in a display stand. Very nice, Red Raptor. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. So I work on dinosaurs. I probably said this already when you rated in, huh? Anyway, yeah, I work on dinosaurs. I've not dug up any Utah Raptor stuff yet, but who knows? I'm going to be out in Utah again this next summer, and who knows what we'll find. Yeah. But yeah, I was working with Jim Kirkland, the describer of Utah Raptor. Somebody who's dug up more Utah Raptor than just about anybody else. I got to see the Utah Raptor block back in October for the third or fourth time. That was pretty awesome. But yeah, anyway, we'll be talking more about Utah Raptor another time. But yeah, you ran into someone I used to admin for years ago in here. Oh, cool, Red Raptor. Very, very cool. Yeah. Nice. Anyway, let's before I get too distracted, let's get back to Komodo dragons here. And but welcome, Red Raptor. Great to have you. Red Raptor knows you from a previous life. Very cool. Well, Claire Burr, she's good people. So Red Raptor, you're welcome here. If you're if you're okay in her book, you're okay in my book. Welcome, Red Raptor. Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. Small world, right? Yeah. Here, let's go back. There we go.
And can weigh upwards of 300 pounds.
300 pounds.
Like teeth and poisonous venom that can kill a person with.
They don't have shark-like teeth. We saw their teeth. You know what they've got is velociraptor-like teeth. Their teeth don't look anything like shark teeth. Not anything. That's completely wrong. And they have poisonous venom? Did she say poisonous venom? Who wrote this? That's an oxymoron, poisonous venom. You know? Oh, goodness. Yeah. There's venom and there's poison. There's different things. Different things.
Within hours of a bite.
And I don't think they can have they, do we know this for a fact? Has anybody actually died from a Komodo dragon bite like that?
And poisonous venom that can kill a person within hours of a bite.
I don't think that's true.
And a powerful tail that can bring down any prey. But the community here says they haven't lived in fear.
Soalnya kembar tadi ada hubung darah. Hubung antara batin manusia dan binatang.
Yeah, I believe it.
Kalau aslinya orang Komodo.
If you were a true Komodo ancestor, they will not disturb you.
While still being
Maybe
very
she means
rare,
descendant?
there are unprovoked
Probably bad
attacks
translation.
by Komodo dragons. There are no official records, but the national park authorities say there have been 15 attacks.
There are no official records. Okay. No official records of Komodo dragon attacks. How do we know that a person can die from a Komodo dragon bite within hours if it's never happened?
In the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Just one that resulted.
And 7 cards says it's just redundant. Well, I mean, no, it's not, because venom and poison are two different things. It's not redundant. You know? It's like saying a private public pool or I don't know, I don't know, because venom and poison are different things. It's not redundancy. It's, you know, it's like saying, I don't know, I drive a Ford Honda. Like, wait, I'm sorry, what? What are you talking about? Those are different things. So yeah, I my car, it's a Ford Honda Mitsubishi. Ford Honda Mitsubishi, It's like, no, you don't know what you're talking about, It's like, venom and poison are two different things. Poison is secreted by an organism. Venom is injected. Venom has to have like an injection method. So like biologically speaking, they're different terms, you know? So yeah. There you go, Hogan. Yeah. No worries, 7 cards. That's why we're all here, you know? Appreciate you. Yeah. Here.
While still being very rare, there are unprovoked attacks by the Komodo dragons. There are no official records, but the national park authorities say there have been 15 attacks in the last 10 years.
Okay.
There's one that resulted in the death of a human.
Oh, wait. So we do actually have a documented death of it. Okay. I stand corrected. Shoot.
Tahi, a farmer, shows me where he was sleeping in what used to be his house here amongst his fruit trees when he was attacked.
Saya bangun, lari, dia melompat, gak ini, ya dia tarik.
And Filmazy says, so the thing does actually have venom. It's debated whether we should call it venom or whether it even is like a true venom. We know that there's something really nasty going on in the mouths of Komodo dragons. Whether or not they actually have venom is something that's in dispute. Yeah. Here, we'll go to the Wikipedia page for Komodo dragons. There we go. Yeah. It has been claimed that they have a venomous bite. There are 2 glands in the lower jaw that secrete several toxic proteins. The biological significance of these proteins is disputed, but the glands have been shown to secrete an anticoagulant. So, yeah. Venom. There we go. In 2005, Australian scientists speculated that Australian monitor lizards had venom. Yeah. Other scientists have... so, some people think that this also applies to Komodo dragons, but much more, you know... yeah, other scientists have stated the allegation of venom glands has had the effect of underestimating the variety of complex roles played by oral secretions in the biology of reptiles. Produced a very narrow view of oral secretions and resulted in misinterpretation of reptilian evolution. So anyway, yeah. Evolutionary biologist Schwenk says that even if the lizards had venom-like proteins in their mouths, they may have been using them for a different function, and he doubts venom is necessary to explain the effect of a Komodo dragon bite, arguing that shock and blood loss are the primary factors. It's still in dispute, you know, whether these critters actually do have venom. And I don't know anything about this. I'm not a chemist. I'm not a molecular biologist. I'm not a herpetologist. I've got no horse in that fight, you know? So, yeah. 7 cards says the only technical difference, between poison and venom is delivery method. Kind of. 7 cards. Yeah, it's a little bit more complex than that. I'm not even the right person to explain this, honestly. Shoot. You'll encounter this when you talk to scientists about stuff, is that sometimes scientists will be really reticent to try and give you a definition for certain things if it's outside of... something is outside of a particular scientist's specialty, she might be real hesitant to, like, try and say, oh yeah, that's definitely what this means. You know, like, I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Explaining the difference between poison and venom, I know this in broad strokes, but I'd be very embarrassed if there was somebody watching right now and they actually specialize in, you know, the evolution of venom in squamates or something like that, you know? Or, yeah, if they study poison in, pedohui birds or something like that, you know? Oh, yeah, I don't know. So, yeah. And Filmsy says, I'm a soil scientist, I don't know anything about dinosaurs. See, there you go, Filmsy, yeah. And in science, defining things gets complicated. It does, Hogan. It does. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to our video here. Let's do this.
Akhirnya saya ikut.
Oh boy.
Besar dia, bukan kecil.
So here's somebody who was bitten by a Komodo dragon, dragged along the ground,
With sincere
did not die.
appreciation and gratitude, thank you very much for the 100 bits.
And thank you, Hogan, for those 100 bits. I really appreciate that. Thank you for your support. Excellent. Yeah. If you inject poison intravenously, is that venom? 7 cards. I think it. It's a good question. I think it is venom. Yeah. So it wouldn't be poison then. It would be venom. The more I see it, it's like venom is offensive, poison is defensive. Poison is something that you're. Oh boy, let's pull up a video about this. Yeah. Because I bet you somebody's got a good video. Yeah. Oh boy. Here we go. This should be a short one. A TED Ed video about this. Let's hope this is good. I think we've watched this before.
A poisonous frog.
Whoop.
Would you rather be bitten by a venomous snake or touch a poisonous frog? What's the difference between poison and venom anyway?
Huh.
Let's say you...
Hang on a minute. Are those 2 different band names?
Wait, what's the difference between poison and venom?
Yeah, this is a band logo, right? Poison. I'm not familiar with Venom, but that also looks like a band logo. Yeah. What's the difference? Well, I've heard of this one. Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, let's say you have the misfortune to be bitten by a venomous rattlesnake. When it bites you, the snake will eject venom from little sacs behind its eyes, through its hollow fangs, and into your flesh. That venom will then travel through your bloodstream all over your body. In most cases, snake venom contains neurotoxins, proteins that do all sorts of nasty stuff.
And this is exactly what they look like. They look like little death's heads like this, with crossbones. Yep. Skulls and crossbones going through your veins. You don't want that, Definitely never drink anything under your kitchen sink that has a skull and crossbones on it. Yeah, paleontologists have to learn this because we look at skulls and we go, "Oh yeah, cool. It's the most informative part of the organism. You want to find the skull, Skulls are good." No, skulls are bad to most people. Skulls are bad. Yeah. I see a skull and I go, "Oh, very cool. That's the coolest part of the animal, If you find any part of a dinosaur, you want to find the skull. Not so when it's a human skull, apparently.
Stuff like
your
muscles fire uncontrollably, burst your blood cells, and make you go completely numb. But you might get lucky. Snakes don't always decide you're worth wasting venom on. In fact, between 20 and 80% of snake bites are so-called dry bites, where the snake is just trying to send a message without actually killing you. You see,
7 cards. I was so confused. I thought I had stolen kitchen products from pirates somehow. And Mayor Space earlier said, "Don't try the pirate drink under the sink." Yes, Mayor Space. Don't drink that pirate drink. Yeah. And Venom is a real band, and that's their logo. Is it really Roland Elliott? Shoot. Let's find this. Come on, Google Images. You're taking forever. There we go. Venom band logo. Yeah! Holy cow. And poison. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's say you have the misfortune to be bitten by a venomous snake or touch a poisonous frog. Wait, what's the difference between poison and venom anyway?
Oh man, I don't know what the background music is, but if the background music that you hear faintly and behind the sound effects for this video, if that is one of the songs from either of these bands, I will be thoroughly impressed. Yeah, aren't they both metal bands? Probably, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Whoop.
Called dry bites, where the snake is just trying to send a message without actually killing you.
Okay.
Venom takes energy and resources for the snake to make, and they don't want to waste it on a...
I mean, that would be an expensive lesson, you know? Like, how are you going to tell your friends, like, hey, don't get bitten by the snake if you're dead? That's not good for the snake, and it's not good for you. So, yeah, it's good that a lot of these are dry bites, you know?
You see, venom takes energy and resources for the snake to make, and they don't want to waste it on a warning shot. When it comes to poison, on the other hand, there's no warning shot.
Yeah.
If you pick up a poisonous dart
boy.
frog to admire its beautiful colors, you've already gotten deadly poison all over your hands.
Oh,
As it seeps into your skin and travels through your blood, the poison starts to interfere with your nerves, preventing your muscles from contracting. If the frog's poison reaches your heart, it can cause it to stop.
Ooh, boy.
The distinction between venom
Yeah.
and
And from what I understand, between 40 and 100% of deaths occur when your heart stops. So you don't want that thing to stop, you know? So yeah. That's some advice that you can take to the bank or the credit union. Even better. I go to a credit union instead of a bank. It's pretty much always better. Anyway, that's advice that you can take. You don't want your heart to stop. No bueno. Yeah.
It starts to interfere with your nerves, preventing your muscles from contracting. If the frog's poison reaches your heart, it can cause it to stop. The distinction between venom and poison is purely in the method of delivery. Poison has to be inhaled, ingested, or absorbed, and venom has to be injected into a wound.
Okay, according to this video, that is the distinction between poison. It goes into your nose, you eat it in a sandwich, or it's on your hand. Or venom, a snake puts it into you through its teeth. Yeah.
The distinction between venom and poison is purely in the method of delivery. Poison has to be inhaled, ingested, or absorbed, and venom has to be injected into a wound.
Okay.
Chemically, venoms and poisons are both considered toxins. So a snake bite is venomous. A poison dart frog is poisonous. Brown recluse spiders are venomous. Pufferfish are poisonous.
Yeah, as Homer Simpson found out in that touching episode. Yes, indeed. So yeah. Usually starts up again. Yeah, it's when it doesn't start up, forest white cheddar. That's when you gotta watch out. When your heart stops permanently, I think that's associated with between 40 and 100% of deaths in people occur when their heart ceases to function, when it stops, you know? So yeah. Anyway, Gerbil Ninja says, I love how tentative Danny is to give advice about any soft tissue subject. I'm a paleontologist, Gerbil Ninja, you know? I work on dinosaurs. I work on dinosaur fossils. Soft tissue, other people do that, you know? That's outside of my realm of expertise. Yeah.
And some compounds can be poisons in one animal and venoms in another. Tetrodotoxin, a chemical 10,000 times more toxic than cyanide, is found in pufferfish, where it makes them poisonous. It's also found in the deadly blue-ringed octopus, where it's a venom delivered by bite.
Really? So it's the same compound, tetrodotoxin, which is a poison in pufferfish, but a venom in octopus. That is a dumb definition. Holy cow, it's the same chemical compound. This does make it seem overly pedantic. 7 cards. You had a really good point here. Oh boy, what's the venom in lionfish? I think, yeah, that's a good question, Filmsy. I don't know, because it's injected from lionfish, right? It goes through their spines? Yeah.
Some animals can even be both poisonous and venomous.
Oh, really?
Asian tiger snake, for example. Not only does it have venom in its fangs, but it also absorbs the toxins from the poisonous toads it eats, and then secretes those toxins from special glands on its neck.
Oh, hardcore. That's pretty cool. So you do not want to get eaten by the snake or eat the snake. Either way, you lose. Although the snake wins in one of those scenarios if it poisons you and gets away. Envenomates you. Sorry. Gah.
Rendering it poisonous.
Yeah.
Scientists are constantly finding new animals that employ toxins in weird, interesting ways. Recently, researchers discovered
Look how happy they look.
venomous crustacean. Out of 70,000 species of crustaceans, only this one little
Oh, and as somebody who's made videos in a fairly amateur capacity on YouTube many times, did you hear what just happened there? This was something that she forgot to record when she was doing her initial reading of the script, and so she recorded it later, and it sounds way different. Oh boy.
venomous crustacean. Out of 70,000 species of crustaceans, only this one little remnant is venomous. Speleonectes tulumensis has figured out how to create a cocktail of toxins that it delivers through its tiny fangs.
Yep, and now it's going to switch back to regular narration, right? Yeah.
Scientists aren't totally sure how this venom works yet, but they think that it causes the unwitting...
See what I mean? And someone called Dragnarocker says, "Hey Danny, quick question. Was Sinornithosaurus the only venomous dinosaur, or are there any others?" No, someone called Dragnarocker. Sinornithosaurus is not the only venomous dinosaur. Because it wasn't venomous. Yeah, that paper was... That was some really bad science. Yeah. Sinornithosaurus, not venomous. Oh boy, don't get me started on... Anyway, Sinornithosaurus. Beautiful feathered dinosaur from the Yixian Formation, Liaoning, China. About 120, 130 million years old. There was a paper that said that because their teeth looked funny, they must have been venom glands. Nope. These researchers just didn't understand how dinosaur teeth worked. So, yeah, anywho. We look up Sinornithosaurus on Wikipedia. This is supposed to take us to the article. There we go. And then that's Wikipedia de Español. Let's change that to not E-S-E-N Wikipedia. There you go. Luckily, the names of all biological animals, I was going to say biological organisms, it probably is. Scientific names for animals are consistent across different languages. So yeah. Paleobiology, potentially venomous bite. In the same journal issue, Gong and his team submitted a reassessment of the 2009 study, casting doubt on their findings. They admitted that grooved teeth were common among theropods, though they suggested they were only really prevalent among feathered maniraptorans, which is also not true, and hypothesized that venom may have been a primitive trait for all archosaurs, if not all reptiles. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. I don't know how that got published in the first place, but... yeah. No real evidence of venom in any dinosaurs. Not in non-avian dinosaurs, and not in their only living descendants, the birds. No venomous birds, no venomous dinosaurs. Dinosauria, no venom. Although there are some poisonous birds, which we've discussed in the past. So yeah, Planet Dinosaur lied to me? Someone called Dragnarocker? That's not the only time that Planet Dinosaur lied to you. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah. Gah. Anyway. You ever trust John Hurt again? John Hurt from Broadcast News? Someone called Dragnarocker? Was that a different... That was William Hurt. Never mind. I don't know who John Hurt is. He was the narrator there. I'm thinking of William Hurt from Broadcast News. Anyway, let's continue.
And over again until it becomes paralyzed. Then the
Yowza.
remipede closes in, dissolving away the exoskeleton of its prey and sucking
Yeah.
But poisons and venoms aren't always all bad. For thousands of years, humans have looked for ways to harness the power of these toxic compounds for good. Today, we have all sorts of medicines that come from toxins.
Yeah.
Poison from cone snails is used as a painkiller. Many poisonous plants have been used to treat everything from malaria to irregular heartbeats. And
Sure, there are wealthy people down in Los Angeles who will inject botulism toxin into their faces. To eliminate wrinkles. They call it Botox, and people pay good money to inject toxins into their faces. So yeah.
Scorpion venom might one day be used to treat heart disease. So what should you do if something bites or poisons you? Don't
Yeah, there
try
goes someone
any of the
called,
things
yeah.
you've seen on the internet or in movies. Don't try to capture and kill the animal that bit you, and don't use a tourniquet or knife on your wound. Most importantly, don't panic. Stay calm and seek medical attention. Treatment will mostly depend on what species you encountered.
Yep.
If you forget the distinction between poison and venom and tell the paramedics that you were poisoned by a viper,
Yeah, then they'll refuse to treat you. They'll leave you on the curb to succumb to your wounds, and that's curtains for you. Yeah, they'll laugh, and you'll scream. He's clearly screaming there. So yeah, so don't forget the distinction. It could cost you your life, you know? POV, you live in America. Yeah, oh no. I do live in America. Someone called Dragnarocker. If you tell the people in the ambulance, well, they'll still take you to the hospital, but yeah, man, if you don't have health insurance. Oh, sometimes I wish I lived in a civilized country. Anyway.
treatment will mostly depend on what species you encountered.
Yeah.
But if you forget the distinction between poison and venom and tell the paramedics that you were poisoned by a viper, they'll probably forgive you and treat you anyway.
Hopefully. Anyway, good stuff. Here is a link to that video, if you'd like to bookmark it for your purposes. There you go. Do people still use bookmarks nowadays? These kids are using iPads and iPhones. Maybe not. Yeah. But yeah, the only thing that can kill you after you get treated is the bill. Yeah. Or the hired goons sent by the insurance company to rough you up to make sure that you pay the bill, you know? Yeah. You got bookmarks? Good for you, Mayor Space. That reminds me of a Simpsons moment, actually. Oh, boy. Yeah. Hired goons? Oh, it's getting late, everybody. But yeah, let's finish this video on Komodo dragon conservation. Yeah. So this guy escaped the clutches of a Komodo dragon, which may or may not have envenomated him.
Screaming, put him on a boat and rushed him to hospital. He shows me his scars from the bite marks.
Look at that. Holy cow. Wow.
Jadi setelah itu Bapak enggak takut ke hutan lagi?
Ya masih.
But he has moved his house closer to the others along the shore.
Yeah, good for him. Someone called Dragnarocker says, Danny, what do you think of the Jurassic World Dominion Giganotosaurus? Primarily its behavior? I don't know. It was awful dumb and slow. I don't know. I've limited recollection of that dreadful movie. I don't know. It seemed like it was behaving more like a monster than it was an animal. I didn't like it. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah.
The Komodo Island community
There you go, Waimala.
insists
Yeah.
before their village became part of the national park in 1980,
And Dread Pirate Robert says, are hired goons hired in paleontology? And if so, what do they do? We usually don't have the money for hired goons in paleontology, Dread Pirate Robert, so we have to make do without, or we have volunteer goons who, you know, yeah, they're not as good. Volunteer goons, yeah, there you go. Yeah. I'm one of those. When I work for, say, the Utah Geological Survey, they don't have the budget to pay me money, so I'm a volunteer goon, you know? Sometimes PhD researchers, postdocs, associate professors, they're also volunteer goons, you know, when we're out in the field. So, yeah. Yeah, anyway. Yeah.
The relationship with the dragons was much friendlier.
Pernah dulu tuh tidur dengan manusia dia.
And George from New York, holy moly. Holy cow. George, thank you for those 5 gift subs there. Huzzah indeed, George.
With those 5 gift subs.
Appreciate you, George. Thank you for that. And welcome back to Paleontologizing. How you been, George? It's good to see you. Yeah. Do I have goon interns? I do not. Leg kick. No. You kidding? But yeah. Yeah. And yeah, 5 subs. Isn't that incredible? George from New York. Thank you. Yeah. Girl I likes favorite dinosaur is Parasaurolophus. Wait, hang on a minute. Hang on. I know it's after Valentine's Day here. George from New York, thank you for those 5 gift subs. Really appreciate that. But we have got a paleontologizing emergent situation here. I almost missed this chat message. I hope somebody would have reposted this if I had missed it. Change the Stars has got very interesting message here. Change the Stars says, hey, Danny, can you help me out? I just found out that the girl I like, her favorite dinosaur is Parasaurolophus. Do you have any cool or interesting facts that I can use to help score some points with her? Lol. I can. Change the Stars. I do have some facts. Oh boy, did you come to the right place? Change the Stars. Did you come to the right place? You're still here, right? Yeah. Not only do we have Parasaurolophus emotes here on this channel, like all of those, but, shoot, who was it who... Yeah, has she ever heard a Parasaurolophus sound? She probably has. But if not, let me show that to you real quick. There we go. Take a look at this right here.
It was for making loud courtship noises.
David Weiss Hempel wondered what the 70-million-year-old love song of the Parasaurolophus sounded like.
And how appropriate.
He knew that when the animal exhaled...
Love song of this animal. There you go. Yeah.
The air would shoot up the windpipe to the back of the crest into the throat and out the snout.
Yep.
Weiss Hempel built himself a horn as long as the crest and taught himself to play it.
Well, this contraption that I've got in my hands here is, in fact, a model of the crest of Parasaurolophus. It's the right size and the right shape for Parasaurolophus. It's built out of PVC tubing. And the reason I built it was to get a better sense as to the kinds of sound that Parasaurolophus would have made. So why don't I play it for you?
And Dread Pirate Robert says, I'd like to believe it sounded like a didgeridoo. Well, you're about to find out. There we go.
This unique love song no doubt made the Parasaurolophus the diva of the dinosaurs. Using the trombones in their heads, they serenaded mates and repelled rivals.
Yeah. Very cool stuff. So here, I'll copy and paste a link to this exact moment here for you. There we go. Share. Start at 11:40. There we go. There you go, stars. Yeah, but also, here's something that's even cooler than that. Back when I was at Montana State University, I was classmates with a guy who found a baby Parasaurolophus in Utah. What's the baby's name? Kevin was the name of the guy. But what was our... Yeah, there we go. Joe! DinosaurJoe.org. Here we go. This is something you might want to show her. Because this is really, really cool. Meet Joe. Why is Joe important? Visit Joe. Yeah. So, there we go. Here's a tour of the skull of Joe, the baby Parasaurolophus. Yeah, from the Alf Museum.
This is the skull of Joe the Parasaurolophus, and as you can see from the size of my hand, it's a pretty small animal.
Yeah.
A couple of major features to point out. The first of these is the eye, right here. This is where the eye would have sat. The ear would have been right about here. Jaw muscles filled these holes in the skull. The tooth row was along this area.
Very cool.
And of course, the nose was right here. The beak that the animal would have used
And this
to
is not
cut off its food is not here.
Now this dinosaurs laid eggs. They didn't give birth to live young. This was not found inside the mother. This is a young Parasaurolophus that was found near. Well, it's a young Parasaurolophus found in the same rocks as you would find adults.
Where the bone was, but it actually extended down to this region.
There you go,
right
Mayor's
here. You
face.
notice
Oh no.
a whole series of little ridges in the rock that represent the impressions of the keratinous beak that the animal had when it was alive.
Yep.
And then finally, and really remarkably, is up top here. This is the beginnings of the crest. This animal was really young when it died, and it hadn't fully grown the giant tube-like crest that it would have had as an adult. And so this is all that our little Parasaurolophus had at this point. This crest was filled with nasal passages.
Very cool
so
stuff.
It was actually hollow,
Yeah.
and not solid when the animal was alive.
You misheard Utah's utero. Oh, gotcha now. Okay. No
A
worries.
few other things we can point out. This is the inside surfaces of the teeth that would have been used for grinding up food. This little bone right here is the stapes. That's an ear bone that's very, very rarely preserved within the fossil. We can.
So this is super, super cool. I don't know if they're going to talk about this here, but here you go, stars. This is a really, really neat bit of trivia that you can tell your lady friend about this. As paleontologists... Here, let's turn our music off for this. As paleontologists, we have studied the inner ears of adult Parasaurolophus and baby Parasaurolophus. Babies have got this tiny little nubbin of a crest. The adults have these super long crests. Those different crests produce different sounds, different frequencies, and it turns out the inner ears of the baby shows that they were really attuned for hearing the calls of adults, and the adults could hear the calls of the babies too. So that's pretty neat to think about. These are animals that were constantly like honking at each other all the time, probably to stay in contact as they moved throughout their Cretaceous world in big herds, you know, walking across floodplains and through swamps and whatever else. They're constantly making noises to keep in touch with one another as they move across the landscape, which is pretty cool. These were very social animals. They probably had very rich social lives, probably very strong relationships with one another. They were amazing creatures. So, yeah. Here's that link again for dinosaurjoe.org. Joe, the baby Parasaurolophus.
You can see some of the nasal passages right here. They've been broken off.
Yeah.
And then here is where part of the brain cavity would have been. This skull was actually split in half by erosion, so we only have the left half of the skull here. The other partial right half of the skull was found, but it was not nearly as complete as the left side. So that's what the skull of Joe the Parasaurolophus looks like.
Very cool. Yeah. Really, really cool website here. So Joe's life, growing up Parasaurolophus. Yeah. Here's a baby Parasaurolophus and an adult Parasaurolophus here. Very nice. These animals changed a tremendous amount as they grew. So, I'm writing this down. This is good stuff. Yeah. Change the stars. Check out this website. Memorize all this stuff. You'll impress your lady friend. Also, as I always say, the best source, the best single concentrated source of dinosaur knowledge on the World Wide Web, out of all of the internet, the best singular source of dinosaur information is Wikipedia. You might be surprised to hear that, but dinosaur Wikipedia is pretty incredible. Yeah. Faruda, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. And Hogan, yes, Parasaurolophus is a duckbill dinosaur. Yes, indeed. The Wikipedia article for Parasaurolophus is going to be your single best source of information online about this critter. Read this. Change the stars. Learn everything you can about this dinosaur and check out the references at the bottom, too. And holy cow, are you in luck? Change the stars because, look, there's a star right there. This means this is a featured article here on Wikipedia. This is one of the best articles on the whole website. Man, did you luck out. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. So, there you go. Best of luck there to you. Change the stars. You know, honestly, that's a good sign that her favorite dinosaur is Parasaurolophus. That speaks well of her. Yeah. Best of luck. Thank you, Hogan, for the 100 bits there. Really appreciate that. I do. Yeah, good stuff. Anyway, back to Komodo dragon conservation here. Let us continue.
Tidur dengan anak kecil. Ya. Tidak ada.
And someone called Dragna Rocker says my favorite dinosaur is Spinosaurus. What does that mean? This is gonna be like astrology now? Someone called Dragna Rocker. Spinosaurus. This means that you are let's see, if your favorite dinosaur is Spinosaurus. This means that you are mysterious and you are indecisive. You can't decide what you want to look like. It means that you lived in the end of the early Cretaceous period in North Africa, you know, approximately 110 million years ago. Or no, actually more 120, something like that. Anyway, yeah. It means that your holotype specimen was destroyed during an Allied bombing raid of Munich in 1944. Shoot, I should do... Oh, no. Oh. Oh, no, I should do a whole stream like that, shouldn't I? I should do a series of streams. Dinosaur astrology. It would be so stupid. Oh, boy. Maybe we'll do that as a fundraiser stream. Dinoastrology. There you go, Jimmy Whammy Games. Yes. Where people tell me their favorite dinosaur, and then I tell them stuff about them. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. You want this in your life now? 7 cards? Let me noodle on this, because that I could do that, you know? Could be a reward tier on the fundraiser stream? It could be, Lenina. We're going to be doing a fundraiser stream next month in March to raise money for me to get a generator. I got my eye on this here generator that I need for fieldwork this summer. If I'm going to be doing live streams from the field with satellite internet, I tried that last summer. I didn't have enough juice. I need a generator. So we're going to be doing a fundraiser for that next month, and I'm excited. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. So I can do live streams direct from a dinosaur dig out in Wyoming and Utah. Yeah. When I had a Jackery last summer, Christoph Howard, the satellite internet thing drained it in less than an hour. Just gone. Gone. So yeah, I had 2 Jackeries last summer. The 2 500s. Yeah, not enough juice. The Starlink internet thing that I had, I don't even know if it worked, because the thing is it drained the battery before it could even connect. You know? The thing is such a power hog. It was ridiculous. InGen, thank you so much for the 21 months of support, InGen. Thank you, thank you. Great to have you back. How are you? Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, 1,000 watts isn't much, says Hogan. I mean, it should be enough for my purposes. But I don't know. I might have to look into a 1,500 or a 2,000. 2,000 is what we would use for the generators, or for the jackhammers back with Museum of the Rockies, I think, right? No, that doesn't look right. We didn't have that. We had 1,000s. We had these ones. That was enough for two jackhammers. I think it'll probably be enough for Starlink, but I gotta make sure. None of this stuff is set in stone yet. I still have to test the Starlink, first of all. So, yeah. Yeah. $2,000 does. Yeah, give him now. Yeah. Go big or go home, says Travel. Appreciate you, Travel. You would say that, as generous as you are. Travel the world. Holy cow. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Maybe I can find a way to actually test the draw on the Starlink setup. If the thing still even works. I don't know. Yeah. Gotta test it first. I gotta test it. Anyway. Komodo Dragon Conservation. Let's finish this video. Yeah.
That found the dragons do Komodo National.
Here we go.
Bigger and heavier.
Nggak ada lagi.
Australian academics released a report last year that found the dragons do better. They're bigger and heavier when living around humans because of access to food scraps.
Huh.
But Komodo dragons are now listed as vulnerable to extinction, and hunting of the dragon's prey is outlawed in this place
Dragon's
that's
prey.
now a World Heritage Area.
Yeah. Don't kill those deer, don't kill those water buffalo.
Wow.
Or those horses, or those monkeys.
Komodo National Park, there's actually ocean, 70% of it, and then there's 5 main islands like this one that are dotted amongst the sea. And that makes it quite a hard national park for the authorities to monitor what's going on here.
It's rangers like Stephen's job to protect the park.
Yeah. Illegal hunting of deer. What do they use? Potassium and bombs. Oh no.
Kalau itu terus terjadi, seperti apa dampaknya?
Yang jelas dampaknya merusak
Destroys the coral, which will impact fish populations.
Perkembang
Yeah.
ikan itu sudah pasti tidak dapat untuk anak cucu kita nantinya. Begitu juga kalau di darat, kalau perburuan rusa yang pasti komodo juga sudah langka dan mati. Jadi tidak akan ada untuk penerusnya.
The villages...
Not only would future generations of people not be able to see Komodo dragons, future generations of Komodo dragons would not exist. They'd be extinct. Like, holy cow. And thank you, the scientist, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
They have stopped
Yeah.
hunting, and they don't...
And Miss Yvette says, what are they speaking? I don't actually know. It could be Balinese. It could be, shoot, there's something like, what is it? There's several hundred different languages that are spoken within Indonesia. So I don't know. My old roommate, back when I lived in Montana, one of my roommates was from Jakarta, and he spoke 4 languages, I think. He spoke English, and he spoke... yeah, shoot, what was it? It was Balinese. It was, they're slipping my mind. But there's 2 other languages that he would speak too. So, Bahasa. Bahasa, thank you. So far they've been speaking Bahasa Indonesia. Thank you, DeGrelly Bear. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Bahasa, I think, is the most widely spoken language in Indonesia, but there are literally hundreds of languages that are spoken within that country. Indonesia is an incredible place with many, many different islands, many different regions, many different cultures. So yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Don't feed the Komodos anymore. Now it's the dragons that are providing for this community.
Hang on a minute. This looks like a bicycle. Why is it making a motorbike sound?
Dragons that are providing for this community.
I don't see an engine on that. Did they add engine noise in post here?
Villagers insist they have stopped hunting, and they don't feed the Komodos anymore. Now it's the dragons that are providing for this community.
Maybe there is an engine. I don't know. He's not pedaling. Huh.
It's 7 a.m. and as the park opens, the tourists begin to arrive.
Oh, no. Cruise ships. Oh, boy. Yeah. Don't get me started on cruise ships. This is, you're gonna bring out my inner World War II submarine captain. Like, oh man, that's a juicy target. Oh boy, yeah, cruise ships. I don't know if there's a better way to spend your money destroying the environment than buying a ticket on a cruise ship. It's pretty extraordinary. They leave just massive trails of detritus and garbage behind them. They dump their sewage out directly into the sea. They're like directly responsible for red tides and the amount of pollution that a cruise ship like this produces. One cruise ship like this would be like 600,000 cars or something like that. It's just absolutely disgusting. This is something that if any government in the world is ever going to get serious about climate change, one of the first steps in doing that is going to be to sink all of these, make them artificial reefs. Just... in a just world, these would not exist. You know, if we were even... I don't know. To me, this is like one of those signs that, like, we're never going to do anything about climate change. It's just going to get worse and worse and worse, and then we're going to go extinct, because this is like one of the first steps, easiest step in solving things. Yeah. Anyway, you can tell I've been streaming for 6 hours now. Hot takes are coming out. But that's honestly not even a hot take. Ask anybody who knows anything about climate change. They'll tell you the same thing.
Today, a cruise ship carrying more than 3,000 people has docked in the bay, and the visitors begin to pull ashore. Wow, it's already...
No, tourists.
Really busy.
Tourists. Why did it have to be tourists?
Ashore. Wow, it's already really busy here.
Thank you, Nell, for the hydrate.
Is one of the many local guides from the Komodo community waiting for them.
I mean, this is where you get your livelihood from, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like they give me life. Also, like the job like that. It's like the tourists are coming for the see the Komodo dragon. They bring the money for the people.
In 2010, just under 50,000 people visited the Komodo National Park. That jumped to nearly 300,000 last year.
Wow. And so this is an interesting discussion to be had. How much does the money that these tourists bring on their big, disgusting cruise ship, how much does that actually benefit these animals and their habitat, and how much does it actually harm them, you know? Yeah. Hogan says, they call it tourist season, but you can't shoot them. Yeah.
Indonesia has some of Southeast Asia's most beautiful and largely...
And someone called Dragna Rocker says apparently there was a nuclear cruise ship. This is not a joke. I mean, I'm sure it would produce... That's going to be a zero emissions cruise ship there. That's environmentally 1,000 times more friendly than any of these ones that are burning diesel fuel. You know? Oh, boy. Yeah.
Tourist destinations. It's something the central government wants to change. And Komodo National Park, just over an hour east by plane from the tourist hub of Bali, is one of the areas the central government is now heavily promoting. And Labuan Bajo, the gateway to the national park, is a city undergoing significant change.
Oh boy.
This used to be a very sleepy fishing village when I visited over 10 years.
Sounds like a good start. Scientist, how are you doing? It's good to have you here. Yeah. Roland Elliott says, as an introvert, I would rather have a root canal than go on a cruise ship. Roland Elliott, oh shoot. I know we're getting way far afield here, but, oh boy, it's a long stream. Let's see. Supposedly fun thing I'll never do again. Full text, PDF. A supposedly fun thing I'll never do again is, oh, there we go. Shoot. Is this gonna work? Oh boy, one of my favorite pieces of modern literature. I'm not a huge fan of David Foster Wallace, but this article right here, I think, is peak David Foster Wallace. And, yeah, it perfectly captures just his kind of neurotic nature and his... I don't know. This is a very good writer slowly going insane aboard a cruise ship. And, here's a link. If you click this, it will immediately go to download. So it's a download link. Fair warning. There you go. Yeah. Anyway, really good. A supposedly fun thing I'll never do again is an essay by David Foster Wallace. Very long form essay. And honestly, one of the best things I've ever read. It's incredibly entertaining. Here's a very thoughtful, perhaps too thoughtful, to the point where he's in his head too much. And it's hilarious. David Foster Wallace. Yeah. I've never liked his fiction. I love his essays. Because all of his flaws come out in them, and they're wildly entertaining. And I don't necessarily find it all that relatable. It's more just he's such an excellent writer, and like seeing him kind of, I don't know, you should read it. Check it out. A supposedly fun thing I'll never do again. This is how I originally discovered this writer. It's really, really good. But he gets sent by a magazine. I think it was Harper's Magazine or somebody like that. They pay for a cruise for him. They're like, take this cruise and write about it. And they kind of knew that he would slowly go insane. Oh. It's so good, everybody. Oh my goodness, it's fantastic. So yeah, check it out. Check it out. Yeah, the State Fairs one. Yeah, what was that? What was it called? But he goes to the Illinois State Fair. Oh, or Iowa State Fair. It's so good.
It's Marvin, your cousin Marvin Barry. You know that new sound you looking for? Well, listen to this.
There we go. Ask a Scientist Gaming. Thank you very much for your raid. And welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? It's great to have you here. Welcome. Are you a scientist? If so, welcome, fellow scientists, and welcome, raiders, to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So, I'm sure you know already, a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils.
Consider themselves to be detectives in a
Thank you,
sense.
Truckhorn.
But part of the joy of our field is being able to go out and put together clues that sometimes are extremely obscure.
3 gift subs.
_horn gifted 3 subs.
Thank you, a Truckhorn.
I'm interested in your island. It's got nothing to do with oil. I'm a paleo...
And Varuko Sovai, thank you for the follow, Varuko Sovai. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Or was I? Sorry, I'm streaming I've been going for 6 hours. This is much longer than I normally stream. Thank you, Nell, for the gift sub there. Thank you. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I dig up dinosaurs for various museums across the western U.S. I study dinosaurs. I publish on them in the scientific literature. Now I talk about them 5 days a week here on Twitch. We're talking about Komodo dragons today. And I'm, thank you, Jammy Whammy Games, for gifting Ask a Scientist Gaming. Brilliant.
They have given 10 gift subs in the channel.
This is my means of doing science outreach here, Ask a Scientist Gaming. Thank you for your raid, and how was your stream? I hope it was really good. Yeah. Do we get a shout-out yet for Ask a Scientist Gaming? There we go. Doing some just chatting. Beautiful. Yeah. Thank you, Ask a Scientist. Let me see if you've said anything in chat. And I am still streaming various ends. It's almost it's 8 p.m. here in California. We might have to finish this later.
1,000 bits can make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
Thank you, Truckhorn.
Thank you for the extra long stream, Danny.
Thank you for those 1,000 bits, Truckhorn. I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you very, very much. So yeah. And Varuku Sovai says, "Hi, I'm a biologist. I love your field. Thanks for the welcome. Greetings from Mexico." Well. And Change the Stars. Thank you for that gift sub there. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Change the Stars. We've got a hype train going here. Beautiful. And Huggy Beer says they actually play retro games while chatting with different experts and enjoying cold beverages. Very cool. That sounds awesome. Yeah. I mostly talk about dinosaurs and other critters, while sometimes enjoying cold beverages, like this ice water. Yeah. I don't do very many video games, though, to be honest. Thank you, Change the Stars. Appreciate you. And, Thank you, Travel. Really appreciate that. And thank you, Golganek.
It may not seem like much. 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science outreach here on Twitch.
Holy cow.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Truckhorn. And holy cow. It's 11:06 p.m. there, Golganek? Holy moly. Good night to you too, Golganek. Thank you. And we'll probably have to open up this package later, or maybe I'll... Anyway. Verku Sovai was saying hello from Mexico, and Varoku. To you, I will say bienvenidos a Paleontologizing. Y gracias por seguirme. It's great to have you here. And greetings from the beautiful San Francisco Bay Area. I would normally say sunny San Francisco Bay Area, but it's already nighttime here. And it's pretty dark outside. So yeah. Anyway, Varoku, what's your particular field within biology? I'd love to know. You know, paleontology. I work on dinosaurs in paleontology. Paleontology is this kind of interesting, unholy amalgam between geology and biology. I'm much more on the biological side of paleontology. I'm a subpar geologist at best, so much more on the biological side of things. So I hope you feel right at home here, Varuko, and welcome. Yeah. Anyway, we've got to continue this, talking about Komodo dragon conservation, and then I'll open up that package from the Lenina and Blue, and I'm sure we'll...
Years ago, now it's a hive.
Yeah, Blue is still here. How you doing, Blue?
This is advertised as being a first-class marina. Many big brand names are already buying up space here.
Oh, gross.
The number of tourists visiting has doubled in the last 5 years. The number's still relatively low compared to neighboring Bali. But there's a real atmosphere here of this place being on the edge of a tourism boom.
Hopefully the lizards can pick some of them off.
With interest and money now coming in, a tussle for control of the park has broken out between the central and local government.
Huh.
Battle for Dragonland.
I appreciate you, Blue. Yeah.
Welcome.
This man, the local governor, has a dramatic vision for Komodo Island, the land of the dragons. He's demanding the island be closed to all visitors for a year in 2020, and then become an exclusive place for just a handful of wealthy people.
Desa di sana harusnya tidak boleh. Karena itu kami akan berencana untuk...
I mean, I suppose wealthy people might make better meals for the lizards. But yeah.
Desa di sana harusnya tidak boleh.
This village should not be there. That's why we plan to move it, he says. So in the future, the island no longer has humans on it. I mean, it didn't used to have humans on it. This is a species of animal, like, this is the reason why you have tourists coming here in the first place, is to see these lizards. If tourism ends up destroying the lizards, then everything collapses. So maybe you do need to set aside an island just for the lizards, you know? And XJ Crawler, no, these are the Komodo Islands in Indonesia. Komodo, Flores, and shoot, it's late. I'm forgetting the name of the other one.
Ada manusia.
Yeah.
Kita membuat
we take the Komodos back to the wild.
So this will involve moving a whole community from the island of Komodo. There will surely be resistance to that.
Ya, memang memindahkan orang itu tidak mudah.
Of course, it's never easy to move people, but in order to realize our vision, there is no other option.
Tidak ada pilihan. Saya melihat bahwa hari ini
clear eyes about this.
Komodo belum mendapatkan perhatian serius. Penutupan satu
I think
tahun.
closing the island for a year is the best way to restore the island.
Kita bangun kembali.
And this is from before 2020, I think, right? This was from 3 years ago, August 11th, 2019. Hopefully they were able to succeed, because this is when the coronavirus pandemic, 2020, that timing would have been just about perfect, you know? Yeah.
Pulau Komodo sebagai habitat komodo.
And that's saliva hanging down from the dragon's mouth there, saggy iguana. They're constantly drooling. They're producing saliva all the time. And there may or may not be venom in that saliva. It's a matter of debate. But,
Kembali.
Yeah.
Pulau Komodo sebagai habitat komodo.
After that, it would cost a lot more than the...
Spared no expense.
And thank you, Huggy Beer. Jamie Wayman Games. Thank you, Jamie. I really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you.
What's science ever done for us? TV off.
There's that follow from Huggy Beer. Thank you, Huggy Beer. Welcome to the welcome to the channel. Jamie Whammy, thank you so much for your gift sub. I appreciate that, Jamie. Thank you, thank you.
Few dollars you pay now to enter the park. The governor is proposing a $1,000 entrance fee for visitors.
Holy cow.
The vast majority of tourists visit just two main areas that make up around 4% of the land area of the whole national park. And researchers who've been monitoring the Komodo population since 2002 say there is no need for alarm. The dragon population is stable, and so too their primary prey.
Are we sure about that?
The decision over the future of the park lies 1,000 kilometers away in the capital, Jakarta. Under pressure from the regional governor, a review of the park's management is now taking place. Some of the bigger tour operators here agree controls need to be put in place if the tourism boom is to be sustainable.
That can help us for maintain the sustainability, and then also from the local government, they need to strict the rules for the tour operator, hotel, resort, dive center. They need to be strict for take care the sustainability.
But 70% of the community that lives on Komodo and nearby Rincha Island now survive off the tourist trade. And the idea of less people coming is a disaster to many.
Fewer people coming.
And the villagers are now confused and worried about their future.
Kami kan mau dipindahkan juga, kami tidak mau harus pindah di mana, dan juga kan kami tidak mengganggu habitat hewan komodo. Kami juga tidak juga membunuh. Seandainya kami membunuh, gubernur bisa saja memindahkan kami. Kami kan tidak membunuh. Kami juga bisa melestarikan hewan komodo. Kan juga bisa. Kami tidak harus pindah juga kan dari.
It's big questions, you know? Yeah.
Haji Amin says the government tried to move them before when the park was created, and claims
There you go,
the
Hogan,
dragons tried to come with them.
There's my thing, Hogan. It's not being pedantic. If someone has a posh, English accent, then, if they use the word less when that's grammatically incorrect, when they should be using fewer, as an American, I don't feel bad about pointing that out, Maybe that's wrong of me. I don't know.
Komodo gelisah.
Yeah.
Banyak berenang kemana-mana aja. Karena orang Komodo gelisah dia. Maka hubungannya erat sekali antara manusianya dengan orang binatangnya tuh. Ya. Maka apa yang kita bilang itu, dari nenek moyang memang kita di sini. Ya. Kita tetap mempertahankan.
I can relate to that. Yeah.
This is a battle for control and a debate over what sustainable tourism should look like in this unique landscape, and who should benefit from it.
I don't pretend to know the answer to this. I'm just a dinosaur paleontologist, But I can tell you that these animals are incredibly cool and incredibly important. And, yeah. It's been a delight being able to share them with you on tonight's broadcast. We're going to open this up. This was sent by Lenina and Blue a while ago, and can't believe I'm just getting to it now. But let's go ahead and open this up, and grab my good scissors. Here we go. And this, I believe, has something to do with Komodo dragon conservation. Thank you, Lenina and Blue. They are very cool animals, Lenina. Yes. It's so beautifully taped. I get why you couldn't open it sooner. There you go, Lenina. The cardboard is cutting more readily than the tape is. It is beautifully taped. Somebody put some tender, loving care into packaging this, and I appreciate it, Lenina. Yeah. Was this you, or was it Blue, or was it a joint effort? Yeah. And we have here a 5-star folder. Only the very best from Lenina and Blue. Uh-oh, my earbud is starting to die. I gotta wrap this up soon. Battery's running out. Are there pressed pennies in here? I'm gonna open this on tomorrow's stream, Lenina and Blue. Oh boy, what's in here? We'll figure this out tomorrow. I'll set that aside. But this right here says, holy cow, congratulations, you've received a very special gift. Someone has adopted an animal at the Fort Worth Zoo in your honor. Your adoption contributes to the animal's care and feeding for 1 full year. Holy cow. Wow. Very, very cool. And look, this is beautiful. Lenina and Blue, holy moly.
Hold on to your butt.
Certificate of adoption for the Paleontologizing community on Twitch at the Fort Worth Zoo. Komodo dragon. That is incredible. Oh, this makes me so happy. I am going to put this in a frame up on my wall. I will treasure this. Incredible. That is so awesome. Thank you, Lenina and Blue. From me and from the rest of this community. We spent, a whole 6.5-hour stream today talking about Komodo dragons. What remarkable animals. One of these days, I want to do a fundraising stream to raise some money for Komodo dragon conservation. And I think this might become part of that. Holy cow. We have here, look at this. This is the biggest Ziploc bag I've ever seen. A plush Komodo dragon here. Holy moly, that really is beautiful. Holy cow. I have to figure out what to do with this. Part of me wants to keep this. Look at the scales on it. This is beautiful. It's got a scaly texture and everything. How beautiful is that? Holy cow. And flick with the tongue there. Yeah, there you go, Nell. Yeah. Amazing. I'm going to see if I can figure out how to incorporate this into a Komodo dragon conservation fundraising stream at some point. So, we'll have to do that. Yeah. And let me read the tag, Dread Pirate Robert. This is the barcode. The petting zoo recycles. Yeah, cool. Oh, I thought you meant, I don't know whether our Komodo dragon is... I might have to actually email the Fort Worth Zoo and figure out more about this. But, man, this makes me so happy. Thank you, Blue and Lenina. You bring a tear to my eye. My goodness. Yeah. And Lenina says if you raffle it off... Really? Lenina says if you raffle it off, I'll pay to ship it to the raffle winner. Lenina, let's split it. How does that sound? Split the cost. At some point, we will be having a Komodo dragon conservation fundraiser, and I will be raffling off this plush Komodo dragon right here. So, stay tuned. We'll be doing that at some point. This Friday, of course, I'm raffling off this Spinosaurus for free. That'll be our trial run for the Komodo Dragon fundraiser raffle. So yeah. Thank you so much, Lenina, and thank you, Blue. That is incredible. If you'd like to contribute to Komodo Dragon conservation before then I would recommend to you komododragon.org. Right here. Page not found. There we go. The Komodo Survival Program. komododragon.org. There's a link right there. And, yeah, this thing keeps beeping in my ear. The battery's gonna die pretty soon. I'm not used to doing 6.5-hour streams. Yeah. But, anyway, here's a team of dedicated people devoted to conserving, protecting Komodo dragons to ensure that they are here for years and years and years to come. Anyway. What an incredible animal, and thank you for listening to me talk about these critters for the past 6.5 hours. Holy moly. Thank you, everybody, for inviting me into your homes. Thank you for your attention and your enthusiasm and your financial support. Thank you, Lenina and Blue. Let me do this. Oh, man. Yeah. But it's now time for me to wrap this thing up. So, here's a Deinonychus skull to run under our credits. Surprisingly similar teeth to a Komodo dragon. Oh, likewise, Ellie J. Thank you. My goodness. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to everybody whose names are showing up here in the credits. We gotta find somebody to raid here. Who else is live on Twitch? But to everybody who watched today, everybody from the quietest of lurkers to the most vociferous of chatters, to the raiders and the followers, the cheerers and the gifters, the longtime subscribers, and the moderators who help keep this train on its tracks. I appreciate you more than you know. Thank you.
If you're feeling
Holy moly.
try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Travel the World. I will travel. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, let's see. Kind of slim pickings here as far as, but you know what? Yeah, we're gonna go raid turtles and chill. Yeah, we're gonna go see some... Oh, wait. They have a... Raid has been canceled. They've got followers-only chat now? Shoot. Let's go say hello to Moohoodles. We'll go raid her again. Yeah. I'm sure she'll appreciate that. We're streaming way later than we normally do. But, yeah. Anyway, thank you, everybody. Hope you had a great time today. Tomorrow is Thursday Birds Day. We'll be talking about birds and the relationship to dinosaurs. We'll be sharing community pictures of birds from the Paleontologizing community. Make sure you get your birds pictures in to the Discord. And, it's going to be a good time. We'll also be covering fossil news tomorrow. We've got Spinosaurid brain endocast to discuss. We've got... shoot, there was another really cool thing. It's slipping my mind. It's so late. We've got lots of cool fossil news to discuss tomorrow. It's going to be wonderful. And, I'll see you soon, everybody. Take care.
Yeah, there's a lot of really cool gravitational lensing in the image, which is really awesome. Oh my gosh. There is a raid, Lilith. Welcome in, by the way. Hello.